X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Whoa, I'm loud. Holy crap. Sorry, I gotta turn myself down a little bit. There we go. Sorry for the booming voice there. Crap. Hello, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Good to see all of you. Oh, I just drank a monster. I'm so sorry, chat. Oh, geez. There we go. Sorry. Excuse me? What a good intro to the stream. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a good day. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming. Hey there, Perry Icefire. Hope you're doing well. Summer Star, hope you're having a good one. Emily Damon, welcome. Hope you're having a good one as well. Cleaver120, what's up? Transgal, good to see you. Periwinkle43, how are you? Toast Malone, how are you? Hello, hello. Straw Hat Monty97, good to see you. What's up? Good to see you, Delancer. At work, doing medical shit. Hell yeah. Zoomy Dog, good to see you. Hello. Wingo, what's up? Darsel Saber, I already said your name, Darsel Saber. Nice try. Project Jared, hello. So good to see you. TSW the Shadow Wolf, what's up? Upper Noah, hello. Just a Whim, hey there. Jacksity, what's up? Teeny Mite, hello. Good to see you guys over in YouTube chat. Akira Tanakel, how are you? I hope you're having a good one. Prancing Goldfish, what's up? I hope you're all having a good day. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry for not streaming yesterday. I ended up deciding it would be best to take 2 days off so that I could stream today and tomorrow, more importantly. And tomorrow is when Ethan will be streaming, and I want to sync up my stream times so that, like, Ethan's stream starts as my stream ends. And we're going to be doing more SevTech Ages after, like, topics tomorrow. So that'll be fun. I invited an old friend to watch your channel. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully they enjoy. I hope all of you are doing well. Welcome, welcome. You know what game I really got into again during my 2 days off from streaming? DayZ Standalone. I don't know if any of you ever watched Frankie on PC, but he has like a DayZ server, and I'm playing on that. His DayZ standalone server that he records on, and it's like a modded Chernarus Plus map, if you know what that means. Really enjoy it. Really, really do. Hey there, Loki. I still really like your name. I don't know why it's marked you as new. That's weird. Did you make a new account today? What is up, chat? Hey, intern. Good to see you. The hold on. How do I pronounce this name? Utronian. Ah, the Utronian. Hello. Maybe it's Ucronian. No, it would make sense if it was Ucronian. The Ucronian. That's how I pronounce your name. Nice. Did you hear about the Pal World drama? I didn't hear about drama, but I heard about the game release. My friend Ethan was playing it a lot yesterday. I don't really know what it's about. Isn't it like a Pokemon thing or something? Ukrainian? Okay. Oh, like Ukrainian, but it's Ukrainian. Oh, okay. I like it. Nice. It's like a play on Ukrainian. Yeah, lost the old one since it's through Discord, so till I figure that it's this for a bit. Okay, Loki. Well, enjoy being on that account, I suppose. It's all good. You can chill here. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of DayZ Standalone and really enjoying it. I really, really like it. It's a lot of fun. I need to have friends to play it with, because you can't trust people in the game, and I don't like playing it solo. So, either I play on, like, a roleplay server, where there's no, like, KOS allowed, which kind of, like, forces actual interaction between players, or I play on a special server, like, with mods that I really like. I really hope we get new maps to DayZ Standalone. I would really love to get the Tanoa map for DayZ Standalone, or any, like, tropical island-based map that required us to use boats more. I really want boats to have to be, like, a viable thing. Is DayZ good? It's gotten a lot better. Chances are you can probably run it pretty well now. It's not as crazy buggy as it used to be, especially if you play on a server with good ping. I mean, it's definitely got a ways to go before it's, like, a polished game, that's for sure. I feel like it's fun enough and complete enough that it warrants a purchase now if you're really into it and you like the content. But, I would say it probably still has 3 to 5 years left before it reaches the point that I would play it nonstop, you know? Like, in 3 to 5 years, it should be at the point where it's so at that point that it's supposed to get to. Can you build? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can build. I will admit it's a bit of a pain in the ass because you have to, like, you have to get, like, a vehicle for starters because you need, like, a hammer, nails, tons of wood. You need, like, wire and all sorts of different things for building, and you need, like, a vehicle to transport it. Otherwise, you need to already have a base set up, but that's the stuff you need for base building, so yeah. The server I'm on lets you get keys to lock up your car, so that's neat. I'm hoping that when I log on, the day after tomorrow, maybe tonight, depends if I have time tonight to hop on DayZ, I'm hoping my car hasn't been found, because it's locked up in the woods with a camo net over it. So they couldn't get into it and get the stuff I have in there, but if they find it, they can uncover it, and they can blow it up or shoot out the tires or do all sorts of things like that. Nice, I want to build a big base. You can try, but people will try to stop you. And know that every gun in that game has, like, proper bullet, like, collision I forget what the exact term for it is. Every bullet from every gun you fire in the game is projectile, and you can go into a private server and turn on tracers for the bullets, and they bounce off of the ground and off of rocks and hard things like trees. You can like literally bounce a really fast round off of the ground because you miss a guy that you're shooting at, but it bounces off of the ground and ricochets into the guy you're shooting at, and you actually get the kill. It's surprisingly good. And they arc far after they ricochet, too. I have a request to bring back the Starfield drama and further mock heels versus babyface, but I need your audience's support. Well, I don't really know if bringing up Starfield is really worth it, because as much as heels versus babyface came off as like a massive loser, Starfield's not a well-remembered game. These people take any piece of media that's not good or performs badly, which they, think is synonymous, right? And they try to attribute that to wokeness, right? So right now, if they did that whole freak out over Starfield today, I don't know if heels versus babyface would have gotten as much shit as he did back when the game was coming out. Because back then, people were actually hyped and excited for Starfield and liked it. Yeah. I mean, listen, everybody who knows gaming knew what Starfield was going to be, because it's a Bethesda game. You know how it is. Like, it was just going to be another fucking, whatchamacallit. Well, granted, Bethesda's a publisher, but, like, the Bethesda studio that's behind Skyrim and Fallout games, right? It was going to be the same, basic format, right? And there was going to be, planets you could go to, but there would be loading screens, that type of deal. Which is fine, but it's not what people were saying it was going to be. It's very much like Cyberpunk, too, where I think everybody thought Cyberpunk 2077 was going to be, I thought it was going to be, a third-person, almost not necessarily a life sim, but something more akin to, GTA 5 in Cyberpunk, if that makes sense. And it kinda is that, to a degree. But I think a lot of people have reservations about how it was executed. I definitely do. That I still can't really get around, even though I like the world of Cyberpunk and I really like Edge Runners. I'll definitely give it a try, but I don't know. I feel like the first-person perspective kind of takes away from it. I'm not a big fan of first-person games that don't need to be first-person. I don't know. But then again, third-person RPGs have gotten really overplayed at this point, so first-person can be done well and interestingly. I don't mind it. It's more so that, the way that the Skyrim, first-person games are, Granted, I haven't played Skyrim all the way through yet. Once I have, maybe I'll be able to speak on that. Have you heard that Geeks and Gamers' own head mod was exposed as being a pedo creep, as the leaks show that he was texting a minor, and even worse, Geek and Gamer probably knew this was happening? Jesus, One Piece 34. Drop the receipts to that in my content suggestions, or stream suggestions, I think it's called, channel in my Discord. And I will definitely check it out. It might end up being a segment. Anything you guys want me to cover, you definitely want to put there. Hey, PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Sent me a link. Let's check this out.
Get a job.
Oh, boy. Okay, I can already tell this one will be funny. I can already tell this one will be funny.
First, get a job. Patrick, you're a titan.
Yes.
No, it's copyrighted. No. No, it's a banger, but it's copyrighted, guys. It is a banger, but it's also very copyrighted. I know this YouTube video well, maybe if this YouTube video uses it, we're safe. Maybe. You know what? I don't know if this VOD would make $5 from like, ad revenue, to be honest. So, we'll play it, because Pepper T21 donated $5. We'll play it.
First, get a jar.
It's worth it.
Patrick, you're a titan.
Yes.
These videos are always so well edited, too. Okay. He became the Colossal Titan. Whoa, stop. Fucking YouTube video autoplayed. I love YouTube. Don't you guys just love YouTube? What an amazing website. Thank you, Pepper T21. I appreciate the based Attack on Titan SpongeBob meme. Very, very kind of you. Thank you very much for the $5 and the good meme. Can always trust you to come in with a banger like that. I don't like RPGs that let me customize my character and then force me into first person anyway. Yeah, that too. I get that vibe, yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, because you only really see your character from, like, the neck down at that point. Or not even the neck, like the chest down when you look all the way down, right? Okay. 1 second. Let me update the dono goal really quick so that $5 shows as having been donated. Remember, guys, if we hit $300 in the dono goal in one stream, I put on the funny onesie for the rest of the stream. So if you guys want to support me financially and help get us to that goal so I can both raise quail once spring comes around and so that, you know, before the stream ends, I can be in a onesie, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website. Or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon. Or if you just want to support me for completely free, you can just drop a like on the stream. It really does mean a lot and goes a long way. Those little thumbs up, they really help out a lot. Every single one of them really does. So thank you to everybody who hits that like button even. Alright, let me bring up the first segment. I've got a really good like layout of topics for today. I think, you know what? I feel like we can start off with kind of a juicer, you know? I feel like you guys... No! God damn it. Why does the video load and begin playing before all the UI that lets you pause or interact with it? Like, why? Why, YouTube? Why do you do this? Why? It's every modern website, too. It's not even just YouTube. It's actually all modern websites. Are we in this, like, weird age where web design hasn't caught up to higher speed internet? Is that what it is? I don't know what could be the cause of this problem and how we can fix it, but I swear to God it's a new problem. I don't remember having to deal with this when I was a kid, watching YouTube, like, nonstop. Anyway, okay. Guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, some pretty crazy stuff has been happening in the YouTube drama world the last week or so. You see, a really big YouTuber who used to be fairly well regarded as like a entertaining, well-meaning pedo hunter content creator named Mama Max has recently had basically the entire internet do a whole 180 on him, and now they all hate him. And a couple days ago, I decided to do a stream segment where I would delve into a popular video that explains the issues that people have taken with him and find out what the hell is going on, you know, just learn about the drama and give my take on things, because obviously every YouTube drama needs my take on the situation. You know, what would it be without my take? So I did that, right? And apparently I got into the drama relatively early, considering one of the biggest players in all of this, Mudahar, aka Some Ordinary Gamers, aka friend of the channel, he put out a video 2 days ago. I'm sorry, I didn't stream that day, and I didn't stream yesterday, so I wasn't able to cover this the day it came out, my bad. He put out a video, and basically the unanimous statement that everybody has gone with on this is that a second Mama Max video has hit his YouTube channel. It's a bit of a Mama Max 9/11 because apparently Some Ordinary Gamers was in the know on information that Mama Max claimed would make him look a lot better. This all started because Mama Max was supposedly falsely accusing, with no evidence, a YouTuber of pedophilia. And of not just pedophilia, but of committing a crime related to pedophilia. He, of course, showed no evidence for this publicly in any of his videos or his call-out, which drew a lot of ire, because, like, holy fuck, you can't just claim that in a whole video that's, like, made to look like it's full of receipts, but has none. And, in response, he said that Mudahar was in the know of information that would supposedly change everything, and that the information he couldn't show was because of legal reasons or something like that. From what I saw, Mudahar's already come out publicly on Twitter saying he had not seen anything that suggested that Mama Max actually had this big docket of evidence he hadn't made public that proved what he was claiming about this person. And that kind of brought Mudahar into the conversation, and apparently there's been more conversations between the two behind the scenes. I heard there's been like a leaked Discord call. All I know is there's a lot that's happened, and it's time for us to catch up. So this video is over an hour long. We're not going to watch all of it because, one, we're not content thieves, and two, that's a very long time to dedicate to one like, I will turn a 1 hour video into a 6 hour reaction, okay? That is what will happen if we watch all of this. We simply cannot do that, okay? It will not go well. So, with all that said, let's check out the video. I'm excited to see what the deal is. Give us the info, Muda.
Serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable. It's a video about someone I, and many in the community, considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things. But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to. I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today. As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web.
He really is a good example of a successful variety content creator. Like, I can really appreciate that. Because a lot of YouTubers, including myself to a degree, and I'm trying to sort of, like, as you could probably tell, move out of that. A lot of YouTubers, to get anywhere, especially starting out, have to niche down. That is to say, like, dedicate their content and their channel to one niche and do something unique or interesting with that niche that lets them stand out within it. It's really hard to be just a broad variety content creator and to find success. And he's done it. And that is very, very admirable. Maybe this is just, like, my content creator brain talking right now, but like, YouTuber to YouTuber, that is downright impressive. Take it from me. I promise you, it's actually really interesting how he is able to do so many different types of content, from like commentary to drama to deep web deep dives to like talking about weird, creepy stories to exposing scams to like, he really does a lot. Yeah, the crypto and NFT scam exposing. He does podcasts and stuff, yeah. There aren't a lot of, like, full-blown variety streamers, or not variety streamers, variety YouTuber or variety content creators out there where it's like they do everything and you're there for the person who makes the content. Muda's one of them. It's definitely admirable.
Can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted. And yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running.
The big issue with anything having to do with content creators on YouTube being any part of investigations or like pursuit of sex criminals is that making the case to the internet that this person is a sex criminal of some kind necessarily, almost always, ruins any case the police could have. Because at that point, you have gotten too involved. You have provoked their actions. even if you are setting up a sting, you have involved yourself in a way that makes you no longer a bystander who can report to the police that you've witnessed a crime. That's like, you can't... Content creators should have no part in this pedo hunting content. I get that it's entertaining. Don't get me wrong. Listen, if the only pedo hunter content I actually watch or enjoy, and I don't even know if it's good for the platform, but it's enjoyable to watch nonetheless, are the videos where they do a sting operation on, like, a pedophile, and they get the guy to meet who the guy thinks is say a 13 or 12-year-old girl in a big public location, and they hunt down specifically small town pedophiles. So, like, if there was a big thing, the entire town would notice, and they would be known all throughout the town for what they are, right? And so they hunt after, like, pedophiles that live in small towns. They get them to meet up in a big public location central to the town, and then they go, "Oh, hey, are you blank so-and-so? Oh, yeah, I just wanted to ask you about these messages you were sending to who you thought was very loudly, to who you thought was a 13-year-old girl. Yeah, oh, wait, why are you walking away? No, you were here to meet Christy, right? You were here to meet Christy? No, like..." And he was, like, loudly yelling, like, reading out the messages. Whole town sees it. Guy's reputation is ruined. Those videos are good because, frankly, in a lot of those situations, there was no way for legal action to happen anyway. And I don't really mind those as much. But if you're going to present yourself like you're someone who's actually working with the police to take these people down and bring about justice and not just, like, turn them into the laughingstock they are, like, those channels don't shy away from just admitting the content is about shaming and laughing at pedophiles. There's no justice that can come out of it. Like, the police aren't going to be able to get involved or do anything. And they aren't, like, they don't hide that fact. You know? Right? Like, that I can respect. But people like Mama Max who present, like, oh, if you donate to me, you're helping get pedophiles behind bars. Shameless. Absolutely shameless.
In cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mama Max.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't groups or any individuals who want to run sting operations on child predators have to already be working with the police? I don't think you can do it in, like, retroactively. I'm pretty certain, like, you have to start, like, say, a watchdog group or something like that, contact local police departments within the towns you operate, ensure you have their cooperation. So, like, tell them what you want to do and how you want to do it, and ask them, like, what they want you to do to help them handle the situation. Like, I'm pretty sure you need a PI license. Yeah, private investigator license. Yeah, I didn't even consider that, too. Like, I'm pretty sure you have to literally jump through quite a few hoops and already be working with police in some way on an official level to do this kind of stuff that Chris Hansen did, for example. Yeah. Like, no YouTuber, unless they really dot their I's and cross their T's, is going to be able to do that without ruining any possible legal case.
Now, Mama Max is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. Throughout his career, Mama Max has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator hunting is a popular topic on
what I really love is that one
claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very
the pick a side video where he, like, threatens every YouTuber to support him or else or whatever. That image of him, I didn't even realize it was a thumbnail he made of himself. I ended up using this in my thumbnail about the Mama Max drama, this image of him. Literally just this image, and added some text to it. Like, it's perfect. He put out the best image to use, you know? It's like if someone makes a hate video on me, they've got to use the video of me soy-facing, where I was, like, doing, like, the most wide-jawed, or what is it? Not wide. Like, would it be wide? Yeah, I guess wide-jawed soy face I could do. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is on a silver platter, you know?
very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EDP-445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact. And it's caused a serious problem in letting...
I feel like the prevalence of this type of content is a really good example to draw to when we talk about why the, like, gay groomer fear-mongering is so dangerous and wrong, right? People talk about, like, well, okay, like, let's imagine you're having, like, a debate with some normie, and they're like, okay, well, even if there aren't really gay groomers out there, can you really fault these people for wanting to protect kids, you know? Well, then you can point to a situation like this where it's like, well, people like you who are, you know, motivated to protect kids are also the ones that support content creators like Mama Max and other predator poaching channels, which claim they're there to protect kids, but are just trying to make a quick buck and get viral views. They're just using the idea of protecting kids as like a tool to do so. What Mama Max is doing is literally identical to what the far right is doing with trans and gay people, claiming they're groomers and then saying that the only way to stop them from hurting kids is to support them. It's really not that different from what Mama Max is doing, honestly. And meanwhile, on both sides, well-meaning people that want to protect kids that don't like pedophiles, who think insert person as a pedophile because they've been told by either Mama Max or the right, they don't know any better. They just want to protect kids.
Actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns, when in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law. That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book in the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today. So why am I talking about him so negatively now? Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse, topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on. Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis. So let's get started. This is the story of how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this. So let's start off with the story. The story begins on...
That's really the only correct conclusion, by the way. If like a YouTuber wants to be like, oh, well, how can I do something like this but do it correctly? Don't. That's the only way. You can't. You don't. Like predator hunting, predator poaching content, you can't do it. Unless you're literally working with the police from square one, you can't do it. You're just going to fuck everything up, and you're going to ensure, no matter how much great evidence you're able to collect, you're just going to ensure that you have to go to sleep at night for the rest of your life, knowing you weren't able to get that person behind bars. And all that's going to happen is you're going to see the evidence that the police won't be able to act on. You might even publish it publicly and the world gets to see it, but the police won't be able to act on it, and you'll have to go to sleep at night, every night for the rest of your life, knowing that motherfucker got away because you didn't go about it correctly. You've got to work with the police from like, literally from square one. You've got to like start an organization. You have to get like a private investigator's license, right? And then I think you have to have like anyone else who works with you has to also have that like license too. You have to have been working with the police, and you have to have like officers there with you, like telling you what's okay to say or do or whatever, right? Like it's a whole thing, right? That's why I never took these channels seriously and gave them the time of day. Remember what happened with EDP? Oh yeah, I remember. Not to mention those predator poacher guys who like fucked up the EDP case initially were literally Nazis. What's the topic? Thought Santa already covered Mama Max? There's been more. More stuff came out about Mama Max Scapegoat. It's been literally 3 days since I talked about this. Maybe 4 now? And more has come out. Muda put out his big video.
October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord. Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for reaction channels. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement. This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you,
NDA.
Max. Now, to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well.
If a YouTuber ever tries to get you to sign an NDA before you're allowed into, like, a call with them, it's a red flag, okay? Like, I don't even know how I would go about acquiring an NDA to make somebody sign. I'm pretty sure you, like, need to have a lawyer produce that, right? I don't even know how that works. So, if a YouTuber just immediately jumps to that in DMs, that comes off as a red flag to me. Like, okay, hold on. Why do you know how to produce an NDA? And, like, why are you so confident you could just, like, whip that up real fast? How many NDAs have you provided people? How many people are legally not allowed to talk about shit you've told them? That is some worrying stuff, personally, for me.
Oh, bro, I'll add you in a few moments. Hey, Muda, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now, if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow YouTuber known as Carl Jobst. I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons, and I wasn't really able for anything else, I wasn't really available for doing anything, as you can assume during this time. I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal...
I can confirm, for like a week and a half, the Carl Jobst, Muda, and Gerard drama was like the thing. I can imagine this dude was like literally doing nothing but dealing with the Gerard stuff the whole time. Like, this dude was looking up tax filings. This dude was looking up tax law. It was a whole big thing. He was producing like content this long and this robust on an almost like every other day basis during all of that, because everybody was spreading misinfo and trying to make Gerard look better. But in the end, we found out, oh, wow, this is far more sus than we even thought in the first place, it seems.
Cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this scene, you know, if you need to absolutely contact me, have. That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically. So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks, Mudahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you.
Dude, this guy is so fucking pestery. Jesus. Like, I get the wanting to reach out, like, again and everything, but the whole, like, remember, if you don't respond, this is, I'm doing this for the voices of child survivors. Has there ever been a single person that's attributed, like, Mama Max as having helped them get out of an abusive situation or get justice against their abuser? Because I think he's just made videos, and it's been proven numerous of the things he's covered were just made up. He just straight up made up stories. He made up cults that were doing things. He made up things that these made up cults were doing. He made up victims of these made up cults that were doing made up things. He had made up survivors of these made up cults. Like, I don't even know how much of his entire repertoire of content was ever real.
because I believed in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard, and will continue to seek influencers who have the power to do something heroic. Watching the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down. Now,
Oh yeah, he rebranded his channel to God Cult, by the way. He might have named it back to what it was before, Mama Max, but for a hot minute there, he was going by God Cult.
Obviously, the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilting me into speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about, because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today, and also because I'm working on another video for my channel as well, a very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on. Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation. The next video he sends me was originally titled, "This is the greatest cancellation of all time. @Penguin0, #WeAreReal." The title in the original play was a play on Charlie's content, in which his descriptions are always, "This is the greatest blank of all time." And the thumbnail being Charlie initially had me worried that something nefarious was going on or about to come out on a close online associate, given the nature of Max's predatory hunting content. This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait to draw eyes and then shift attention briefly to the story Max is covering, and then focus on cults, misinformation, and artificial intelligence in.
This dude's basically always done this thing, from what I can tell, where he would do things that are, for literally 99.99% of other YouTubers, complete faux pas. Like, you can't do that. Like, you're not allowed to tell all of your fans to go spam every big YouTuber's comment section telling people to go sub to you or watch your video, for example, right? Like, that's the kind of thing that most YouTubers could never get away with telling their audience to do. Other content creators would dunk on them. YouTube themselves might even punish them. What Mama Max did was exactly that, pretty much, but under the guise of, we're doing it to protect children. And now that we know that this dude's just been kind of grifting the entire time, doesn't it seem even more insidious now that this guy was basically doing a bunch of stuff that's like some of the biggest YouTube no-nos you can engage in, you know, just kind of trying to game the platform to get more attention on his content, but it's okay, he's doing it to protect kids, except it turns out, no, he wasn't. Right? Like, it feels even worse now when you consider that.
In our world. At this time, I respond back. Max, I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation. I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel, where she posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult that we are going to look into. It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure. This is a serious matter, and I have no issues covering it. I would like the victims to seek proper restitution, but going it in this manner isn't the best. I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence if there.
Yeah, like clickbaiting a popular YouTuber possibly being a pedo to get them to click the video, and then it's nothing about that. That's the kind of behavior no other YouTuber could ever get away with on this platform, right? But if he's doing it to protect kids, well, all right, you know, you can do whatever you need to get the video in front of as many eyes as possible if it's to protect kids.
Their claims are as
except it's not, you know, it was for him to make money.
Solid as it's being depicted. And at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video. He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their story.
This is the voice Mama Max does in his videos, by the way, if you didn't know. This is the voice he does.
Stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
A few minutes later,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at that. I shouldn't have laughed at that. I really shouldn't have. I'm sorry. That's fucked up. I shouldn't.
Text scroll at the end of the video, you can see that he puts an entire full name, pinning those serious accusations on this person who is alleged to be this cult leader. So these were very, very serious accusations, which need to be matched with very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. The videos you produce don't damn Cameron. A lot of the screenshots don't punch hard since they're on screen for less than a second and lack the required context. If you want this person to be damned and attract the attention of a broader community, we need to sit down and piece this together out from beginning to its current stages in a damning but digestible manner. The story has a beginning, and we need to start there. And that's where I'm going to leave these messages at, okay? Obviously, I communicated with Max privately about the situation, but as we are making this video now, it's evolved into an entire miasma of complete confusion.
You know what I think it really is? There is a big difference between journalism and vigilanteism, essentially. And that's kind of what predator hunters and predator poachers want to be. It's sort of like vigilantes that operate within the confines of the law, right? They want to be the ones who do the things the police aren't focused on, get the police's eyes on it, and maybe they end up actually bringing about justice, and maybe they get a bunch of views and pocket some money doing it. That's like the ideal world, I think, that even most of the predator poacher channels wish there was. But if you're a YouTuber and you're doing content that is exposing cults or predators or whatever it may be, you are effectively a journalist. You may not be a good journalist, but you are a journalist. That is effectively what you're doing. Being a journalist and then getting involved and trying to influence what happens are two very different things. You can be the guy who exposes everything to the world and makes it public to get it in front of as many eyeballs as possible, but that can't be the same guy who works with the police and brings about justice. You can't be both. You can either be the journalist that exposes it, or you can be the private investigator who has a license, who has gone and gotten training for it, who works with the police to do it on an official professional level. But that's not what YouTubers want to do. They don't care about the conflict of interest. Exactly. They just want to make if they want to make money, you know? I'm not saying most of these predator poacher channels are like bad people or evil people, but they want to make money.
For people jumping in. And if you're confused now, just wait until we dig in further. Now, it's understandable that the story actually belongs to Max. Max was the first one to bring it to YouTube, and when you're making incredibly serious claims like he was making, they require incredibly serious corroborative evidence. You can't necessarily go to any YouTuber and tell them, hey, please say some of the most insane accusations you can make about anybody's character, and do that basically on blind faith. Yes, I know that he said to people that there is evidence locked behind an NDA, but if that evidence isn't publicly available, you literally are opening yourself up to a very, very serious claim from this person. That also said, making these serious claims can only entice this person if they're actually, say, allegedly guilty of them, and it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist. If these people are potentially armed and dangerous, it could make them go above the edge, over the edge, and then actually cause harm to the people around them as some form of retribution to somebody online. And that's why you have to be incredibly careful. You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them with evidence that would hold up in a court of law, let alone public opinion. But with that also said,
and not only that, but if he had this evidence, the best thing to do was to never make a video about it, but to go straight to the police, to get as not involved as physically possible, and to go straight to the police. Once the guy's behind bars, then you can make your big video about it. And then, hey, you get to title it, I put a child predator cult leader behind bars. That you get to make that video afterwards. That could work. You know what? If more predator poacher channels did that, it was like, okay, everything's been done. Here is the summary video of everything that happened. We found this guy. We worked with the police and did a sting operation and got this evidence. And then the police went to his house. They got him. They found child porn in his computer. He went to court. He was sentenced to 12 years in a federal prison. You know, like something along those lines. That would be a good form of predator-hunter content, but it has to come out after the fact. I'm pretty sure technically that's what like Chris Hansen's show did too, right? Like it was a syndicated TV show on television, right? So I'm pretty certain those weren't live episodes, or they weren't filmed recently, and they worked the police. So those episodes probably came out well after like court proceedings for those people and whatnot. Well, yeah, that was Chris Hansen, just Chris Hansen, though. I'm talking about when he was working for, what was it, like NBC or something? I don't remember. Big studio. They were working with the police. I don't know. I get why people like the content. It's enjoyable content. I think we all have this innate desire to protect kids and to watch those that would hurt kids suffer. Because, like, come on, let's be real. Pedophiles... They almost, if you go on Twitter, or if you go on any area where, or like look at a screenshot of a pedophile post or something, they take joy in the fact that you know they're a pedophile and can't do anything about it. Like, especially online and on Twitter, they like gloat. They're like the Joker, like hey, you can't get me, hey. Like they're very smug about it, right? And so seeing those people who would hurt kids and who are very obnoxiously smug about the fact they want to hurt kids have some sort of karma come back around on them, it's very addictive content. And that's why so many people watch it and support someone like Mama Max, despite the fact that, you know, on its face, his content was always really cringe and had tons of red flags. Is people just want to see content where some of their most fundamental desires are fulfilled, such as seeing justice or karma. You know, it's kind of the same feeling you get when you watch a video of I watched a video today that came up on my Twitter timeline. It kind of reminds me of this phenomenon. There was this guy on the side of the street. This was recorded through like a security camera. There was a guy on the side of the street who had a syringe in his hand, and he was like hiding it. And every time a woman would walk by, he would run up and jab her in the leg with the syringe. Like any woman that walked by, he would jab the woman. And the first two women that walk by that he jabs are walking alone, and he like laughs as they're like freaking out and they can't do anything. Yeah, really fucked up. Am I right? You know, he's laughing about it. He's really enjoying what he's doing to these women that are walking by. The third woman he jabs though is there with like her brother or her boyfriend, and who seems to be her dad. So he jabs her, and about 0.25 seconds later, those two dudes are on top of him, kicking his head in and beating the ever-living shit out of him. Now, he could have gotten hurt much, much worse than he did. He really, really could have gotten hurt much more than he did. She pulled the dudes away, and they stopped beating up on him. But I genuinely was upset that they didn't beat him up more, because that dude was a real piece of shit. And from their perspective, he only jabbed her, but he was jabbing several women before, and will probably continue to jab several more women with that rusty, dirty old syringe, right? So it's cases like that where it's like, I know it's wrong, but I kind of want to see that guy get his teeth kicked in a little more, you know? And I think everybody has this sort of like, can't look away from the train wreck sort of desire. And that desire that people have is harnessed in mass by grifters like Mama Max. And it leads to well-meaning people supporting fucked up shit like his channel and his type of content.
I understand that evidence sometimes can't be perfect. Sometimes you can't have silver bullets sitting around. But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet until you do. But this is where Max obviously wanted to cover the story, make these claims, and the way that he presented them was rather odd. And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult. This video brainwashed...
Oh, hey! Hey, Hunter Avalon, thank you for the raid! Welcome, Hunter Avalon Raiders. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Hunter, let me know if you want to hop on DayZ at any point. It's the game I've been playing a lot of lately. It's really fun. Welcome, everybody. If you're watching from YouTube or Twitch right now, consider coming to my website. That's the real chat. That's where the real shit happens. We're learning about the Mama Max drama right now. This is kind of part 2. Hey, Ollie, good to see you. How you doing? Hello there, Kimberly whatever vids. Welcome, welcome. Good to see all of you. Thank you. Welcome. I hope you have a good stay here.
Your favorite influencer begins with a QR code and a text at the bottom asking viewers to send the video to large specific channels. He scrolls a massive disclaimer I need frame-by-frame analysis to read. 2 key points from this bullshit that I found interesting to me was when Max had signified that this was fictitious materials, when in reality this is serious allegations we're talking about. How is this a fictitious element, and why are we putting any of that into this video? Even if it is for legal reasons, can we actually believe anything that you're about to say and the people that you're about to name? That's a
No.
pretty big point of contention, and one that we'll come back to round trip towards the end of the video. The other big part is when he starts pointing out that if influencers deny anything here in this, then they can be one of these following horrible things, like internet predators, like human traffickers, groomers, so on and so forth. Which again,
If any of your favorite YouTubers don't back me in this video that I've made, then they are possibly a list of these horrible things. Jesus.
is insane to put anybody critical of what they're about to see, especially when they should be critical of what Max is about to post, into a severe camp just again for denying any of the contents that he's posted in this video. So anyways, he asks to send this video to their favorite influencer to test them on their character. He guides through a tutorial on using the YouTube frame-by-frame keyboard commands to prepare viewers for a game. And he asks a series of questions. If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it? What? Then he gives another long string of BS that I have to frame-by-frame analyze. Now you can read this for yourself.
Okay, do people watch this and think, nah, this guy's stable. He's just weird because it's meant to intimidate the pedophiles, right? Do people watch his content and not immediately think, okay, this guy's kind of bullshitting us a little bit, you know? I mean, come on. This guy's content is like a parody. It's like what you would expect a TV show to parody Chris Hansen's old show to be, like the over-dramatized everything. Hey, Ollie, hope you're having a good one. Welcome, welcome. This is the better platform, true. My website does have it's the better chat. It's got custom emotes. It's got all the cool people that are always in my chat. I feel like my chatters in website chat are kind of like a bar from a sitcom where the same people are always there, almost like it's purgatory a little bit, and you can always expect them to be there, and you're happy about that because it's a vibe, you know? It's like a cozy bar, too. I like to think it's a cozy bar, like one of those ones that's like a lot of wood side paneling and like those really cool stained glass windows. I was trying not to say Cheers because I feel like that's the go-to example, but there's a lot of examples like that probably you could think of, you know, a lot of sitcom bars or locations similar. But yeah, I think it's cozy. I like my chat.
Yourself by pausing the video or slowing down. I've slowed the footage down by around 70%. So to understand the actual stuff that he's talking about is humanity will end up destroying itself if we don't protect our children. Children should be taught self-sufficiency, and these are all noble things to say. He falls into a tangent about artificial intelligence and, again, misinformation. These are topics that come up throughout this entire series later. But again,
I will say, I feel like I look cool as fuck right now with the red of the screen reflecting on me on like the left side of my face. And then on the right side of my face, the blue from the sky and those lights. It's like, you know, red, well, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. I think it looks neat.
This is part of where the video's artsy natures come into. So hopefully, soon, we'll be getting into talking about the actual allegations he will be making. What comes next is a video from a cult expert that Max has brought on. And then it dives right into the first serious allegation.
A cult expert or a cult member? That's,
And keep...
I feel like there's a certain sliding scale, right? You've got people who are really far into, like, who are part of a problem, And then you've got the people who are so into analyzing that problem that they themselves start to almost be as weird as the thing that is the problem, if that makes sense. I don't know how else to explain it. But I've seen a lot of cult experts that almost seem like they're in a cult.
Key part of this story.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared. Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet, she actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god.
I like how it's not just posing as a werewolf. Posing as a werewolf god. It's like a Skyrim character.
The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action.
The only type of content this type of voice is like acceptable to use for is creepypasta videos. If you sound like this and you make creepypasta videos, that's fine. But if you're trying to make serious content, this is just parody at this point. Self-parody.
Action against their perpetrator.
So is this the guy who claims he's a werewolf god? Or is this a video of a Mama Max fan he's playing to represent the whole "the Leviathans are coming for you" thing that his fans say to, like, predators and people who call him out? Is this the werewolf vampire guy, or is this werewolf god guy, or is this like a Mama Max fan? I actually don't know. What is this guy's part to play in the story? He's got the fangs. I'll wait on that. Okay. I guess we are about to find out who this is. What is happening? Okay, so this is just how the video is.
Now give yourself a second to breathe. These are very serious allegations. These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof, and not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff. And so when we get to this, who is Max claiming to target? He talks about Camden. Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame analyze, which, for a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics. Present this with the respect it deserves. There's a possibility that he will use anonymous accounts on various internet forums to spread rumors or false information about the victim or filmmakers. Any proof of a disinformation campaign, maybe some screenshots of his various accounts and postings, none of that are provided here. He may attempt to engage drama-oriented media sources, leveraging their platforms to spin a narrative in their favor. To my knowledge,
this is interesting. Is this him preempting getting called out for how poor practice what he was doing is? Did he have enough self-awareness to know what I'm doing here is going to get me in trouble? I should preempt the easiest criticisms people are going to go to by spinning some story about how drama YouTubers are actually working with the predators in order to spread disinformation. God, this guy is actually insane.
No one in that drama-specific community has been contacted by this person. And that also said, this isn't drama, Max. This is a serious crime we're discussing. And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect? This isn't a fucking Netflix show. This is a serious,
Yeah.
heinous
Exactly. It feels like a fictional Netflix drama, not like a real documentary. It feels like a mockumentary, if anything.
crime. He has a history of spreading disinformation to deflect the allegations against him. Again, where's the proof? Any links to his posts online or his accounts that are spreading this disinformation? In this video, nothing like that's given. He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress his story and silence victims.
Ironically enough, Mudahar tweeted today. Talk about every accusation being a confession. Because I think I retweeted Mudahar on this too. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Was sent what appears to be a leaked message from Max to his private evidence server, so can't claim if this is valid. Insane fucking behavior to start wasting resources on an international lawsuit. Get help. This is a recent message from Mama Max. Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudahar for breaching our non-disclosure agreement, inciting harassment on live streams, defamation, and causing emotional distress. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between all of you. All you would have to do is testify against him, particularly regarding his actions, not speaking to any of you about the evidence and the impact his behavior has had on you. Spencer has agreed to be the lead plaintiff and will do all the hard work. Please let us know if you are interested. This could have a huge impact in the case against Camden. And then this is one of the victims replying, "Dude, no. Can this stop?" They don't want to be a part of a legal case. So they're just telling him, please, will you chill? Chill out? No? Don't sue Mudahar for nothing, please.
To this date, no one covering this has reported that they've received any legal notices from this person. According
small
to
loan
multiple
of $1 million.
sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. Again, it's up to Max to provide the relevant reports for us all to see in this section, which he didn't do, and we'll revisit this person's legal situation later. It's not uncommon for figures like him to accuse detractors of slanders in an attempt to shift the narrative. As of the time of me recording this, no one to my knowledge has been communicated by this person specifically. There's a possibility that he will use social media and other
Is this the guy? I'm assuming this is the guy then.
platforms to discredit us or make counterclaims to confuse the public. The individual, once again, hasn't posted publicly and about this to my knowledge. Max, you got to substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person delivering this story. He gives us his name, which I'm going to refer to as K to make it simple. He cuts to a montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving, destructive cults are growing, and then montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving.
What does this have to do with protecting children? What does this dude's, like, bum-ass Game of Thrones cosplay have to do with protecting children? That's my real question here. Chat? Any takers? Anyone? How does this protect children? Oh, it doesn't? It's just to stir up drama and to make the video more engaging? Because that's all that matters to this guy? Ah, I see.
Destructive cults are growing. An
Good.
enemy of the children
You guys
is
know.
an enemy of us all. God cult is translated to guard our descendants. That's the cult. It's about protecting children. He asks us to share Spencer's story and asks the audience to contact several large YouTubers. Some of them include H3H3.
If PewDiePie doesn't back up my video and support it, then he's actually complicit in child predators hurting kids, guys. So you heard it here first. Send the video to PewDiePie, and if he doesn't respond, if he doesn't support it, he's a predator.
It's ridiculous that he was able to get away with this for so long. Because this happened a while ago, didn't it? Didn't this happen like 2 years ago? Wasn't this the pick a side YouTube thing? So he did this like 2 years ago and people didn't call him out for it. The only video I've seen from this guy was the one he made about accusations he got that were apparently false, claiming that he was a sexual predator, and it seemed like he had actually proved that his ex had like sexually assaulted him. But like that's the only video I'd seen from this guy, and so I didn't really like give him shit for how he presented the video because he was talking about his experience and providing evidence for his experience. But if this was always how his videos were, I don't know how more people didn't figure out this guy had something going on that we needed to look into, that needed to be figured out.
Some of them include Joe Rogan. Some of them include Anthony Fantano. Literally, he is in this video asking Anthony Fantano, check it out, there's a cool banger you're hearing. In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at...
Wait, he unironically asked the Needle Drop to review the song in his video as he's telling him to cover the video for the sake of, like, helping kids. Shameless, dude.
At this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie going to do? What, are you going to bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not going to signal boost unsubstantiated claims?
As
what
a
is
new
Joe
parent.
Rogan
Dude, he's such a scumbag. Holy shit.
going to do about this situation? None of these people are experts or have any legal backing to help you in this situation. All they can do is make unsubstantiated claims alongside you, which ultimately hurts this case more than it helps it. Now, I was expecting at the end of this video more explanation of how this person was a cult leader, or how they human trafficked Spencer. So far, we have her testimony, but no real hard-hitting, irrefutable evidence that corroborates that testimony that can at least be publicly shared. Max has already called this person a child predator. And I'm not a fly on the wall, so I don't know if that statement is true or not. The only way to prove that statement is true is evidence, which Max has not provided publicly yet.
This is giving me a seizure,
How can a creator
dog.
stick their neck
What is
out
happening?
and help when this whole situation relies on blind faith instead of facts?
What is
I
this
worked on a case
migraine-inducing
recently
effect?
with Carl, which relied on us, not the same situation, mind you, definitely less serious.
It's over, finally.
But it relied on providing proper relevant documentation to corroborate our accusations. Had I made those videos without providing documentation,
Someone in chat just said, I had the worst dab cramps. What did I miss? What are dab cramps? Does dabbing... Does taking a dab from, like, a vape pen give you cramps? I've never experienced that. Maybe that's from my, like, based enormous swimmer's lungs.
from, the Internal Revenue Service, actually doing my journalistic duty to contact all parties involved on tape, then people would laugh me out immediately. Nobody would ever talk about that situation.
Yeah, Ben, do breathing exercises when you're not smoking weed, and you'll be able to take those ginormous fat dab rips, and, well, I mean, it won't even fuck you up. It's a medical necessity. Yeah, I'm not telling you to stop smoking weed. I'm telling you how to smoke it better, dog. I'm telling you how to get your lungs better and stronger so you can take bigger, longer, stronger hits that get you more fucked up. I'm not telling you to stop, dude. That's not... Listen, I'm not telling you to stop. I'm telling you to do it more.
And I would be a laughingstock. That is a situation Max is currently facing at this moment, and it's entirely of his own volition. Okay, so now that we've seen the first video, we went over it, the amount of evidence in this first brainwashing piece has culminated so far in one witness testimony, not part of that video. It's a 4 to 5 hour piece you can watch. No supporting evidence to help corroborate the situation, no records of conversation, no travel documentation to show a minor at the time traveling across state lines, which is a very important thing, and he didn't even explain what this cult was. I don't know, I only know the name of this person, Cade. I know what Max is accusing him of. I just don't know of any supporting evidence to assist Spencer's testimony and accusations, even at the time, which I want to stress can be true. Again, I don't know anything in this situation. I was not a fly on the wall, but I want to know more about this vampire werewolf cult. So far, nothing tangible from Max has been explained. And again, that's a serious crux of this problem. The second video on Max's channel is titled, "This is What Happened to Mama Max," a 25-minute video explaining the current trajectory of the channel and addressing criticism. In this video, he covers the history of what he produced, how YouTube tackled his racy uploads, and how he constantly shifted gears to YouTube's evolving climate.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. Nobody who has almost 1 million subs on YouTube, I think, gets to complain about being suppressed by YouTube. If you make enough from YouTube that you're making a comfortable living and you're like growing steadily and your channel is like in the high hundreds of thousands, I really don't feel like you get to complain. Come on. I really don't feel like you get to complain. I get it, but also this guy doesn't get to complain especially.
One of the big turning points in there was when he worked on the Kanye Quest video and found a group of friends in the horror community, in the dark horror community. And he found that there was an alarming situation of predators in YouTube comment section searching for kids. And this is where Max claims his fight would be headed.
Well, no shit. There are definitely a lot of YouTube like comment predators out there for sure. Aren't there like entire... Okay, chat. I guarantee you YouTube Shorts is probably a massive hunting ground for online child predators. I guarantee it. Because you'll just scroll through YouTube Shorts. It hasn't happened in a long time to me, so I don't know if it's not a problem anymore, but I'll be scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and it'll be like 20 videos in a row that are like big viral content creators about topics that I'm interested in. And then all of a sudden, it'll be like a 5-subscriber YouTuber who's just some kid sitting in a chair in their bedroom talking about their day, and it has like 12 views. And it's like, YouTube, what is this? Why is this in my shorts feed? I just want to doom scroll through like fucking slime squeezing and hydrojet slicing things in half videos, you know, and gun videos. What is this? And ever since then, I've had this thought, like, is this some sort of, like, YouTube Shorts child predator communication ring? Because I've heard about shit like that happening on YouTube before, where it's, like, a bunch of channels. Oh, there was a big thing. I remember hearing about this a while ago, where those Family Guy clips channels were being run by, like, pretty sure being run by pedophiles. They would have clips of kids at the end of them, like, inexplicably. You would never really watch that far into a Family Guy clips video, right? So, like, no one would notice. And a bunch of the newest comments would all be weird old men commenting about the kid at the end of the video. And it was, like, a huge issue on YouTube. I remember we watched a video about this, didn't we, on stream? So that doesn't surprise me. That's definitely a big problem. Like, YouTube comment sections being used by child predators, definitely a real thing. That's not
Regarding
made up.
the accusations he made the previous video, nothing really substantial comes in this one. And it's more of a response to the criticism that he's been getting on that last video, rightfully so. So I want to address some pieces of criticism that he has.
Isn't scary. It's edgy 2010 era garbage. It's gross that Max is doing this thing where he pretends to reach out to other big YT channels in order to help victims, when in reality, he's exploiting these victims to try and get views.
Yep.
Genuinely evil behavior.
Genuinely evil behavior is taking the conversation away.
Dog. So, to demonstrate, I use the same mic as him, okay? Look, it's the same fucking mic, alright? It's the same mic. It's literally the same mic. So, I know what it sounds like. He's turned on reverb. He put a fucking reverb filter. Can I put a reverb filter on my microphone right now? Let me check if that's a thing on here. Do they have a reverb filter? Limiter, noise gate, noise suppression, upward suppressor, 3-band equalizer. They don't? Huh, they don't. I'd have to get like a separate plugin of some kind to do that. Yeah, no, he literally has like a separate plugin running through Discord, maybe an add-on, or not Discord, through OBS, maybe an add-on he's added, where he's got reverb turned up. So he echoes. This is shameless. It's children's content. Only children could fall for this shit.
Away from sexual predators who victimize children, and making it about the YouTuber that covered it, specifically because you don't like them. Your profile picture already speaks volumes about where you're coming from. If my aim were merely to chase views...
I mean, Kiwi Farm's cringe, but also the comment is true that Mama Max is using the idea of the victims to strong-arm large YouTubers into boosting his channel for views. Yeah, Kiwi Farm's cringe, but the thing they said was true. Okay?
I am in the absolute worst market of content.
Their profile picture is that. Yeah, the cringe lords online exist.
And creation on YouTube to do so. I am engaging in
How is this not
projects that
charged? The
require
fuck?
time, research, scripting, filming, and editing.
I feel like it's really funny to me. He shows a picture of a Nazi, calling him out for the most obvious, the very obvious thing he's doing. And he tries to frame it see what these Nazis are saying about me? This just proves where everybody criticizing me stands in this whole issue. And then, the way that I interpret it is more wow, Mama Max is so stupid, even the conservatives who try to weaponize the whole think of the children thing too see through his bullshit and are calling him out. I feel like I don't know, I'm interpreting that differently than I think he meant for us to. Even those people see through his bullshit.
Just to get less views than everyone who is following the latest drama or trend.
This sounds a little deflected to me because regardless of who posted that comment and what sites they could be affiliated to, you are covering content that involves you hunting down and investigating and bringing to light serious crimes. Regardless of how much of a filmmaker you are, these are real stories, and hiding behind a shield of vulnerable children when people question your nature just doesn't sound good. People right now especially are rightfully looking into your work, critical of how you perform these investigations and how involved relevant law enforcement agencies are, and how the people you claim to go after are actually converted into real tangible arrests. It's also dishonest to say that you could make more money when you are in a more profitable niche on YouTube. I get your videos are demonetized and age restricted and gangbanged in the algorithm, but your videos have been massively successful, millions of views, and you built a following on the platform, which by the way is the hardest part of this whole.
And he has a fucking Patreon. Yeah, millions of people watch his videos, hundreds of thousands have hit the subscribe button, and he has a Patreon as the forefront of his YouTube channel. Yeah, he's doing fine financially.
Game. You've also built a Patreon where your last reported figure was over 1,800 members.
Let's see. What are the different tiers? $2.50 Canadian. Okay, that's not too bad. $14.50 Canadian. That's $5. And $28.50 Canadian. That's $10. Okay, yeah. All right. That's at least not too crazy. But fuck him anyway. I mean, this is how he's siphoning money from people who want to not let kids get hurt and think this is helping protect kids.
Now, Patreon introduced a free tier about 3 months ago, according to this FAQ, but with a peak paid membership of around 3,341 members, according to this statistic website, Graphtreon, and based on the recent membership options, if you take just the minimum amount, $7.50 Canadian, which is around a little over $5. Let's make it 5 even. You're looking at a minimum paid earning potential before taxes and Patreon fees of $16,705 just for the peak month, which ain't bad if you're only making 2 videos a year. People are putting money.
I promise you, you can survive on far less than that. He is doing fine.
Into your pocket thinking that it is going towards your fight against serious bad people. And that's not bad money for uploading, again, very little. And this level of pocket watching was brought to you by our sponsor, Anti-Deflection Argument. You definitely did profit, and I wonder just why in October of last year you started hiding those membership counts. But that being said, this was not a terrible...
And channel memberships too, which is an extra source of income we can't even see. And remember, it's a minimum of $16,000, by the way. That's assuming no one is going for any of the higher tiers, which they likely are. So he's likely making, I would guesstimate, closer to $20K a month. Or at least on that peak month, he probably made $20K, maybe more.
niche for you financially, and you gotta admit that.
Making subjects as serious as child and abduction brainwashing, and using them as mere window dressing to get noticed again because your YouTube relevancy is dwindling rapidly.
Comparing crucial issues like child, human, and as window dressing for YouTube relevancy says far more about you than you realize.
So does this guy just only ever respond with, like, you would say that when there are victims, when there are children? That says a lot about you, and leaves it at that? Is that his response to every single criticism?
Months were invested collaborating with the survivor to ensure her story is portrayed in a manner that reflects her lived
You're not
experiences
Batman, bro.
and the gravity of her suffering. In fact, the full 5-hour interview was uploaded to her channel instead of my own.
What kind of a response is this to a valid question? If you spent months researching this topic, then you would be able to present the narrative of Spencer with the best evidence that you can publicly present.
Is that a
that would
J.O.
help
crystal?
build her case against this person that you have labeled a cult leader and child. She posts a 5-hour video of her interview and testimony on this situation, which is great, and I'm glad she gets to speak her piece. But let's not ignore that serious allegations require very serious pieces of evidence to corroborate them. We cannot work off of testimony alone. And that's what everyone's been saying about the situation. Had Max provided evidence about this, then it would be all okay and gravy. And that would be fine. But in this situation, he hasn't done that.
But if talking head video
You know what would be a really good, like, bit of evidence to prove whether or not this story is true? Would be to verify whether or not this individual here was ever a missing person, and if these are the same people. Because theoretically, all we've seen as far as evidence that this is a person who went missing when they were 16 and turned up again after escaping the cult to come to Mama Max. He could fake that story just by throwing together a bunch of pictures that she provides of when she was younger into a fake missing persons poster and leave it at that. Was there ever, like, a verified missing persons report or announcement? Because, like, a 16-year-old girl goes missing, like, officially, legally, and that ends up in the papers. That ends up everywhere. There is, like, a paper trail of information you can find and dig up on that time that 16-year-old girl went totally missing. Zan, hear me out. Mama Max gets a terminal illness at age 60 and becomes Jigsaw. I think that joke would have been funnier if you didn't mention Jigsaw and you just described Jigsaw's backstory, and the joke was you had to understand Jigsaw's backstory and you would understand you're describing Jigsaw, and that's... You would have to get it, but you know, I'm just giving you tips, Project Jared. I appreciate the reference.
That would be fine. But in this situation, he hasn't done that.
But if talking head videos are the language that the internet understands, then let's speak it. So, last week, I released a charity video in collaboration with the survivors of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out...
Interesting he says these videos aren't monetized, but he censors the word sex, which is literally something nobody would do unless they are genuinely dedicated to, like, making their this content is not safe for work, though. Like, the topic of the content is not safe for work, so why would you censor words like sex unless you were trying to get monetization? I'm going to be honest, I think Mama Max is lying about his videos being demonetized. The reason I think this is because there's no way to verify whether a video is demonetized or not, and I've found that while YouTubers to this day complain incessantly about demonetization, obviously there are valid cases of this, like Dylan, who got totally demonetized falsely by YouTube, but that's different from individual videos just getting marked demonetized by YouTube. In my experience, roughly 50 to 60% of the time, you upload a video, YouTube instantly marks it as limited monetization, whether it be because of copyrighted anything in there, usually because you swore in the first minute or the last minute, which is what they really scan, or because of something in the metadata or the title that, you know, isn't the most family-friendly, like Nazi in the title or something. But usually, I found that like 90% of the time, if you request a manual review on a video's monetization, within 12 hours, that yellow $ becomes green. So like when I upload 10 videos and I review them for monetization and wake up the next morning, 9 of them have the green $, even though they are covering some pretty not so like, you know, like not so like ad-friendly topics, right? Like dunking on Nazis and stuff, right? But they still get green $, which makes me think either I'm super lucky, I doubt that, I highly doubt that, considering how many false strikes I've gotten by YouTube, or people like Mama Max who constantly cry about their videos being demonetized are lying because there's no way to disprove that, and are just raking in the revenue they're making from their monetized videos, all the while getting pity donations and like Patreon subscriptions from people who think the videos don't get any money. That's what I think might be happening with Mama Max. I think he's lying about the videos being demonetized personally. I have been on YouTube for years and years and years and years, and I have uploaded thousands more videos than Mama Max has. I'm pretty certain. I would allege, or I wouldn't allege, I would say that, in my opinion, I think is the way to say it legally, in my opinion, I think Mama Max is lying or misrepresenting the monetization status of his content.
To be the worst performing video on my channel. While I fully accept responsibility.
Ooh, let's see that. Let's see that. Dude. 11 days, 22 hours, 9 out of 9 video. This is one of the worst performing videos on his channel, and it's gotten 50,000 views in 11 days. I get that his channel's performed better before, but this is just downright, like, embarrassing that he would complain about 50,000 people choosing to watch his video. I mean, you can complain about it, but this thumbnail and title fucking sucks. Like, it just does. Brainwash your favorite influencers, trigger warning, with an incomprehensible thumbnail. Nobody is going to click on this. No one's going to be interested in this because it just looks weird. Also, I think he released this while in the drama, so obviously no one was going to click it. Like, do better thumbnail and title making, for starters, and then also don't make shitty videos that get you in trouble because you're lying about, like, going after predators.
Performing video on my channel. While I fully accept responsibility for the video's underperformance, I want to make it clear, before the video even hit the platform, the survivor was integrally involved. Nothing was done without her explicit approval. The wave of criticism by detractors about a narrative that is not theirs to tell reveals behaviors that aren't just unhelpful, they are harmful.
Once again, he describes the situation as a destructive cult that victimized hundreds of minors, yet has produced no evidence of this cult even existing yet, any cult documentation, not even a name Max has uttered up to this point. And again, he's failed to provide tangible evidence of the hundreds of children. Again, this would be something you would have locked down with months of research before you would even produce these videos. It should be easy for someone who's claimed to actually have pedophiles, arrested. You understand evidence and why it's needed to substantiate claims. Max's third video on the topic was initially called "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. Since then, in the back...
So he was just getting really desperate for views at this point, and so he tried to clickbait the idea of exposing Charlie as a pedophile, but it wasn't actually about that. This is just him desperately flailing to try to get more eyes on his videos. God, it's so pathetic.
Backlash he received, he changed it to reacting to the reactions of the SSS Sniper Wolf's action. It's fair to also mention now that a lot of the disdain Max has for the community that he is preaching to is not responding to is because he genuinely believes his work is meaningful and that the attention at the time put towards SS Sniper Wolf and her drama regarding Jack's films was, something that people looked at more. Now, obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned.
Yeah, there's literally no universe in which more people watching Mama Max's videos helps any police investigation being done in regards to the supposed cult he's going after. However, people like talking about and constantly spreading the information about how Sniper Wolf is a piece of shit, hopefully one day will allow us as content creators in this platform to leverage it against YouTube to force them with media pressure and, platform pressure to actually ban her. Because she constantly breaks the platform's TOS, and yet the platform still treats her with, frankly, a lot of favorability. They give her special treatment. Like, it's not just that, YouTube lets her get away with things, it's that they let her get away with things and they reward her with special privileges. So, yeah. I do think it was worth calling her out.
But SS Sniper Wolf was a pretty big story at the time, which involved a larger creator revealing the home location of another creator critical of them. It wasn't meaningful playground nonsense. It actually had real tangible implications on YouTube as well. Anyways, the video begins with a disclaimer, which now doesn't mention any fictitious elements. He hopes the video brings crucial eyes to topics such as youth trafficking, serving as what he believes is a guide to easily digestible content regarding these serious topics. He starts a parody of this talking head video showing a fictional creator covering lighter topics, but chooses to discuss serious topics as he cuts to Sniper Wolf. He cuts to Spencer, and then multiple victims calling for actions. He summarizes Spencer's story again and makes claims of a dangerous sex cult that is led by a werewolf god recruiting hundreds of young children. Where's the hard evidence? I think by now you probably realize that there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence.
The crazy thing, too, is, wouldn't a title like Werewolf God Sex Cult Exposed, if that's that video would blow the fuck up on YouTube, I think. But instead he got so desperate he started engaging in some of the biggest YouTube no-nos you can and tried to use the idea that it's to defend children as a shield against the obvious and inevitable criticisms he would get for doing that.
So he presents new things in this video, except it's all hidden in between frames of this massively schizophrenic editing and incoherent garbage. Look, this is a serious matter. Please present it seriously. Leave this on for people to digest and provide context to what you're showing. So I'm going to go frame by frame and show you each and every single screenshot to show you exactly what he's shown. So one of the actual posts he shows is from Whisper, a social media app that promotes you to speak openly and honestly about yourself. It's meant to be this anonymous social media app that lets you post and share photo messages with text.
Is that where these things come from? Oh, Jesus Christ. Nuke that site, please.
Bottled on top of them. Here's the post where they're asking the reader if they're human. They want to learn about being supernatural and if their age is between 11 to 18. Please message them. Now, while this is an alarming post, it would help if Max could try to, link this directly to Cade or, to any person and, bring this up the chain, explain the context. But without that context, it's just a screenshot that exists. The next screenshot he shows is from a messaging app, I assume Facebook Messenger, where it's cropped unfortunately, and I can't seem to get an identity of the parties. And also screenshots are incredibly tough, at least for me in most cases, because as you've noticed with, situations like Dream, where he faked DMs from Pokimane and XQC, and there were some people that actually believed this. It's easy to fake a screenshot. So again,
that is true. Screenshots are pretty easy to fake, so that's why generally when you see big substantiated allegations nowadays, it's usually including a video scrolling through the messages, because that's pretty much impossible to fake at this point. I'm sure at some point it will be possible to fake a entire message back and forth on Discord, even showing their Discord ID and stuff, but as far as I know, it's not. So that's generally how that goes.
Again, the whole concept of just looking at a screenshot is tough, at least personally for me. Unless I can log into the account and refresh from the server, then things are different. But this is a cropped argument, and it's a clear argument between two individuals. One who appears to be reaching out to a person to explain reason to them, telling them that they're looking out for them. The other person, says Cade, who is the person Max is alleging to be this cult leader, of course, is stating they have one more time to bother his family before he tries to make a visit to Texas, implying this violent threat, and a response is, "Try me then." The next screenshot of a Twitter account called Camden exists, where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove that this screenshot from Twitter even exists. And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter. The other mention...
Interesting. You know what I also notice? He has been caught lying numerous times about supposedly being in contact with hitmen to try to get hitmen to kill the pedophiles that he covers. I wonder if he totally fabricated this screenshot because his response is fucking try me then, and he wants to put off this, like, faux internet tough guy persona. Like, yeah, I'm gonna fight these pedophiles on the internet, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna fight them. Leviathans are coming for you. Eh. Like, I think that's probably what he did here, honestly. I think he might have faked this screenshot, guys. I think he might have faked it.
The next screenshot of a Twitter account called Camden exists, where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove this screenshot from
Twitter has absolutely garbage search. Like, searching for anything on Twitter is horrible. Oh my god, do they need to add, like, a history bar on there. If Elon Musk adds a history tab where you click on it and it's every tweet that you, like, saw that day going back in a sequence, and you could go, like, you think, oh, I saw a tweet today, I really want to show you. Here, let me just, like, scroll until I find it in my, like, seen tweets today. That would go hard. But even then, like, that wouldn't fix this problem. But Twitter's search feature is fucking garbage.
Twitter even exists. And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter. The other mention is literally a public post from this Camden individual saying, getting sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. What?
This was included as evidence that this person is, like, a sexual predator.
What is the context here? How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. He then shows, like, social media accounts that are on Snapchat of allegedly belonging to Cade, which, again, what context does this add? What does this mean? He then shows a social media direct message from, I assume this is the app Whisper. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, if you read the chat, I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your form, werewolf form? What's the context? What are we talking about here, man? Like, this could be anything. He then shows, like, the Twitter account that belongs to Cade, and he actually gives a handle, but this account has been inactive since, like, 2016, really. The next thing he shows is from a public Facebook account from Camden that says, suck it raw. Again, what is the context? Okay, I probably wrote suck my dick.
From 2014. Who is this guy? He's not even, like, a public figure. What is the point in doing, like, a big content expose? The internet can do nothing about it. You have to work with the police if you... This is just some dude who doesn't seem to have been, like, active online in a decade.
Publicly somewhere too. Does that mean that I have done something nefarious or I could be running a cult? What is the context to these messages? You have to be able to provide them, otherwise people are going to be confused. He then shows the only tangible piece of evidence in this, for me at least, where it shows Spencer and Camden together in a photograph, which proves that they've met in reality. He then shows more images of random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify, and he's also done a poor job of blurring them out too, so I'm going to add more blur on top of the blur. But what does this mean? What is the context behind some of these images? The only ones important to me are of Cade and Spencer, because those are the only people that he has introduced us to. He shows us one screenshot of somebody making, like, devil horns in an Instagram selfie. And again, poorly blurred, But what is the context here? He's even blurred out the actual, Instagram blurb, the little text blurb that even talks about this. What is the context? He then shows an image of a bite mark, which again, I have to ask, what is the context? Is Max showing this as a evidence of physical abuse? Without context, it could be anything. It could be somebody getting the hickey. It could be whatever. Max doesn't do this. He doesn't elaborate on what he shows. He just presents it as part of this flashy editing. The next screen grab is Charlie talking about Sniper Wolf, which I assume is a jab because he tried to get Charlie's attention, but Charlie wasn't having it. He was busy, had COVID at the time, and just didn't jump into this.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
So then he shifts it to...
Like, dude, I feel like critical... You know what? YouTube Jesus put it best, okay? He's literally just trying to leverage the popularity of other YouTubers that are way larger than him, threaten them with a subtle implication he will imply they are enabling child predators, all the while just trying to farm in views. I feel like he put it best. Listen, we obviously can't watch all of this, especially because we've been doing this for an hour and a half, I just realized. Holy crap. Sorry, this topic is actually really addicting. I didn't even realize how much time we'd spent on it. But obviously, there will be a link down below to Muda's original video, because I want you guys to watch the rest and see the rest of the tea about all of this. But I feel like we've been able to go over the majority of it, and I never want to, like, watch an entire video I react to uncritically on stream, because I don't want to just, like, put out like a replacement for the original video effectively. So yeah, there will be a link down below for you to watch the original video. Please go send some support. But yeah, Mama Max, huh? It really, I don't think he's coming back from this, from the looks of things. He's already like rebranded and then rebranded back twice at this point, I think. So he's just kind of flailing. Everybody is turned on him. The entire internet is calling him out. He's been trending on Twitter for like 4 fucking days. I don't think he's coming back from this. I think he's done. And honestly, karma. What else can I say? Karma. He used victims for his own gain. This is basically just karmic justice. Alrighty. Really long segment. How do you guys enjoy that one? What did I miss? You just missed the Mama Max segment. Don't worry, we've still got a fair amount of other stuff to cover today. I've got 9 things prepared today. Now, well, technically 8 now, because we just did one of those things. Yeah, I heard Coach Red Pill's dead. It's hilarious. It's funny as fuck. Bro's like rotting underneath a Ukrainian prison. It's absolutely wild watching the clip of, like, there was, I saw a clip on Twitter where it's Destiny debating Coach Red Pill, and Coach Red Pill's like, I'm gonna outlive you. You're gonna kill yourself. You're gonna kill yourself, you little internet communist. You're gonna kill yourself, you little internet communist. And then it cuts to Destiny getting the news that Coach Red Pill is dead. Like 2 years later, 3 years later from his chatters. Such a great, like just 2 clips next to each other. He literally bet like $100 that Destiny would kill himself in 10 years and that he would outlive Destiny. And Destiny was like, I'll bet my YouTube channel that he calls him fat, that your fat ass will die in 10 years. And oh shit. If I ever go to a casino, listen, I don't like Destiny all that much, but if I ever go to a casino, the dude knows what to bet on. What can I say? Was that the same debate? Laserpig showed up drunk and still owned him? The Coach Red Pill one? Maybe. I don't remember it all that well. I just saw the clip on Twitter today. It's been a while since that happened. I got some of the tweet about Geeks and Gamers mod and him being creeps. I just added them to the stream suggestion channel if you want to be your next segment. I'll probably cover that tomorrow if it looks promising, One Piece 34, because I've got a lot to cover today. How much does Coach Red Pill owe him? 100 heaven bucks. Anyway. Orthur's Dork, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to Dark Excalibur 42. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure Dark Excalibur does too. Thank you for the $5. Says, 1 monther, I'm writing the fanfic I want to see in the world, and today I'm making pot roast for dinner. Oh, that sounds cozy. I hope you enjoy that pot roast. Pot roast is delicious. Drink water, take care of yourselves, and I love you all. I did run out of water, like, at the beginning of stream, so I'm about to take a break just to run upstairs and grab one, because, you know, I don't want to dehydrate, like, jerky on stream. That would be unfortunate. But yeah, thank you so much, Orthur's Dork. I really appreciate it. And remember, guys, if you're enjoying the stream and you like the content and want to support it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, all linked down below. You can also join my Discord server where we have cool watch party events where we watch movies and TV shows in the theater chat in there, as well as call-in streams that I will be doing quite soon, every other Friday, so that's going to be pretty dope. So make sure to join my Discord server. You can also buy Xander Hall merch, link down below as well. So yeah, you can get a Xander Hall Booba shirt. That exists. Go check it out. And of course, if you want to support me for completely free, by the way, you can always do so very easily, simply by just hitting that thumbs up button over on YouTube. Every single like really does go a long way. How many likes we got right now? 91 with 228 people watching? Come on, I know we can get up to 100 likes. Come on, we're 9 likes away from 100. Come on. Come on, I know you guys got it in you. Hit that like button. Hit that little thumbs up button. It really means a lot what you guys do, because it for those that don't know, YouTube basically gauges how well a video is performing based on the engagement it gets from the viewers, like what percentage of viewers engage with it, say leaving a like or commenting, whatever it may be. Likes are the best way because it's seen as like a positive endorsement. And based on that, that determines how many more of your subscribers and other viewers on YouTube that YouTube tells about your content by recommending it. So simply hitting the like button is a completely free way of basically giving a small little boost to my content, you know? Like, imagine you and an entire, like, group of 1,000 people are trying to, like, pull a stone across a desert, and you can only do it one, like, hard tug at a time, because then you need a few seconds to, like, catch your breath. Like, hitting like is like giving your one hard tug that you give. Like, that's your tug to get the stone across the desert. That's the way I like to think of it. Also, I do that for every content creator. You should do that for every content creator you enjoy, by the way. Like, if you watch other YouTubers and you just frequently click their videos and immediately watch them whenever they come up, like, you should make it a habit just to immediately hit the like button. Like, every content creator will appreciate you doing that, I promise you. So don't just do it for me. Okay. Thank you guys for all the likes. I really appreciate it. All right, really quick. I'm going to take a quick break just to run upstairs and grab some water. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Be right back, guys. Be patient. Alrighty. I can finally quench my unquenchable thirst. Oh, that is an unfortunate typo. That is an unfortunate typo, Chad Freeday. Giving Zan a nice, what they meant was hug, but instead of H, they hit T. So they're giving me a nice tug. I appreciate it, Chad Freeday. Streaming is stressful. I like to think that was a typo from Hug, because that makes it so much funnier. They were like, oh, I'm just giving Zan a nice internet hug. Tug. Jacking him off. I almost spit out my fucking drink. Okay. Good. That was fun. Let me get the next one out, alright? Next topic. As someone who simps for Zan, I don't think it was a typo. Thanks. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Finally, some good news coming out of YouTube for once. Andrew Tate channels culled by YouTube after revelations about get-rich-quick cult. That's right, we're actually talking about a real cult now, not the made-up ones Mama Max talks about for views. Channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, including one with more than 450 million views, have been terminated by the video-sharing giant in the wake of a Vice News investigation into Tate's The Real World program. YouTube has called a number of big channels promoting Andrew Tate's online business academy, The Real World, including a Vice News investigation revealing how the scheme has been using social media platforms to exploit his young fans. Among the newly banned YouTube accounts was one dedicated to the real-world content, highlighted in the article, that had more than 600,000 subscribers. The channel had racked up more than 450 million views for its content promoting the real world since it was created in December 2022. Despite YouTube saying that it had terminated channels associated with the real world and Tate. So for those who don't know, do you guys know what Hustlers University, or as it's now called, The Real World is? And the reason they call it The Real World is it's the opposite of the Matrix, right? Andrew Tate and like Sneeko, all their fans, they say they're in the Matrix, right? We're not in the real world. And so being part of his pyramid scheme is being part of the real world. So he calls it The Real World. It's very shameless, very upfront. About how shameless he is, but much like any other scam, you kind of want to make it obvious that your scam is a scam, because everyone who gets involved with your scam you're selecting for people so dumb that if they fall for the scam in the first place, they're never going to be able to get out of it, right? It's very much the same thing as like, why do internet scammers still do the Nigerian prince scam through email if it's so well known? Well, because if anyone falls for it, they're going to fall for every other step of the scam process. If someone says, I'm a Nigerian prince and I've got millions, but I need you to send me like 80K because my money's frozen up, and then once that's happened, I'll send you 250,000. Like, if anyone falls for that, they'll go along with the whole rest of it. So they cast a really shitty net so that only the easiest targets get caught. Because if you make it a hard to detect scam, then you're going to catch people who are good at detecting scams. Then once it's time to start giving information and everything, you've wasted time. They're going to figure it out and they're going to not engage with you, right? So Andrew Tate does the same thing with Zoomers, where he basically makes it obvious what he's doing is a scam and a pyramid scheme, so only the dumbest Zoomers that will fall for it, and at that point, they're not going to fall out of it, right? And so what that pyramid scheme actually wasn't like, oh, give me money for a product, and then and then you resell the product to people. That wasn't how the pyramid scheme worked. Instead, the way it worked was you would pay a subscription to get access to his classes, where he would basically just talk. It was basically just more of his podcast stuff. But the primary teaching of the classes was you need to make money. And what better way to make money than to repost Andrew Tate clips on YouTube? So you know how for years now you can't go through YouTube Shorts or pretty much anywhere on YouTube without constant, massive, multi-million view Andrew Tate clips uploaded by random channels popping up in your recommended? That's because those are Hustlers University members. Those are people who are doing what Andrew Tate told them to do. They pay him, and then what they do is make money off of re-uploading Andrew Tate clips to spread his popularity around and farming money off of the ad revenue. I don't get those. Trust me, they exist, Jade Monkey. I promise you they do. So YouTube's finally going against these channels now. Other real-world channels removed by YouTube include one with 264,000 subscribers and nearly 300 million views, and another with 50,000. The Vice News report published Tuesday detailed serious concerns about Tate's $49 a month program, which promises to teach teen boys the entrepreneurial skills to get rich quickly. Instead, critics claimed, the site was exploiting the influencers' young fans for their money and labor. It recruited them through promotional ads on social media, relying on laissez-faire moderation policies at YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, despite the site supposedly having banned Tate and the real-world content from their platforms. But not really, because the re-uploads made them a lot of money, and they didn't really go after them. Until recently, it seems. Kareem Mahmood, a disaffected former The real-world student told Vice News how members of its affiliate marketing campus were tasked with making multiple social media videos promoting Tate and his business school each day. Once students had gained a big enough following on their social media accounts, they were entitled to earn a commission from each new recruit, in a marketing model that had... You mean there's Andrew Tate at the top, and then he recruits a bunch of people, and then once they reach a high enough level, they recruit a bunch of people individually, and then once they hit a higher level, they recruit more. So Andrew Tate's here, and then here's the first level people, and then the second level, and then the fourth level, and the bottom level. What shape is this? Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. He said students on the platform were pushed by their tutors to work long hours, sometimes 16 hours a day, and bombarded with red pill ideology amid what he described as a cult-like atmosphere. UK-based lawyer Jack Beeston, whose firm has been calling for the real world to be deplatformed by social media companies, said Tate's targeting of young people for exploitation was the digital equivalent of grooming. The real world's operating model is wholly reliant on social media giants like YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram as platforms on which to post their recruitment videos, which in turn generate valuable traffic for the sites. Despite the sites having supposedly banned Tate in the real-world content, Vice News found videos promoting Tate and his program proliferating on the platforms, with single channels having racked up hundreds of millions of views in some cases. That is not unnoticeable. In a statement, a YouTube spokesperson said a number of the real world and associated channels, including ones identified by Vice News, have been terminated for violating our terms of service, which prohibit prominently featuring content from previously terminated users. Quote, when a channel is terminated, it is against our terms of service to open or use another channel or circumvent the policy suspension of one channel by activity on another. The spokesperson initially claimed some of the channels had been terminated last week, when Vice News pointed out that this was incorrect. As Tuesday's article had featured a new promotional video posted on the largest channel on Monday, the spokesperson backtracked and said the termination had instead happened this week. Ooh. See, these platforms are really desperate to cover their asses here. It's exactly what I said, by the way. How these platforms will literally keep content up that breaks their own TOS for as long as possible until media coverage, media pressure happens, and then they'll even lie to the media to try to make themselves look better for covering this shit up and allowing it on the platform despite saying it's not allowed, and then they'll get rid of it whenever they realize the risk is now too high for the reward of keeping the content and the traffic up on their platform. It's shameless. These sites do not care about any of the supposedly woke things they push for, right? One of the cult channels, with 264,000 subscribers, was banned for violating YouTube's spam, deceptive practices, and scam policies, which strictly prohibit content where the main purpose is to trick others into leaving YouTube for another site, said the spokesperson. That channel was terminated after Vice News flagged it to the spokesperson on Wednesday. Nathan Pope, an Australian man who has campaigned for the social media giants to deplatform Tate and his content, said he was pleased that YouTube has taken steps to remove much of the real-world content. But while a number of the larger The Real World channels had been removed, there was still work to do, he said. Some large The Real World channels remained active on YouTube, including one with 194,000 subscribers and 195 million views, and another with 160,000 subscribers. Vice News has flagged those channels to YouTube. They will do nothing about it, I assure you. Pope said that, prior to the Vice News article, he had flagged hundreds of the real-world videos to the social media companies, as well as emailing their executives directly outlining his concerns. But the companies had largely left the promotional videos online, responding that the content was not in breach of their rules. He believed that the site's moderators had previously failed to grasp both the threat posed to young people by the real world and how the site operated as a decentralized content factory, flooding social media with a torrent of pro-Tate content posted by a large network of students. Have you ever noticed that conservative types like to name the bad things that they create something good? Like, or something that sounds bad to criticize by its name, if that makes sense, right? Like when the hate groups call themselves something like gays against groomers. It sounds bad if you are not already initiated to ever even just be against a group called gays against groomers, right? Or yeah, like No Child Left Behind came before that, right? They name these programs and these things something that sounds horrible to criticize if you aren't initiated on everything, so the normies who don't know what's going on hear the left criticizing it and immediately assume, oh, well, those people are crazies. They're against a program called The Real World? Yeah, okay, yeah, the left would be against The Real World. Yeah, you know? Just to make it sound at least silly to criticize, right? I feel like that's gotta be the reason they do that, you know? He said it was crucial that YouTube keep The Real World off its platforms so that, quote, they cannot simply create new channels and rebuild. Quote, and other social media platforms such as TikTok and Instagram absolutely must follow YouTube's lead, he said. Neither TikTok nor Instagram have responded to requests for comment on their response at the time of the publication. Well, so this is a Vice News article about how YouTube seems to be going after these Andrew Tate clip re-upload videos that are just all over the site, literally getting hundreds of thousands of subs and tens of millions, in some cases hundreds of millions of views. Andrew Tate himself has been banned off of these big platforms for quite some time because he's like literally a sex criminal. However, he is still very popular. He still has a massive fan base. And something that a lot of people forget is that just banning one of these people, if they're popular, doesn't completely get rid of them. Like, there are Alex Jones re-upload videos on YouTube and Nick Fuentes re-upload videos on YouTube with millions of views. And YouTube knows they're there. And YouTube doesn't really care, from what I can tell. And I feel like that's the big problem, that YouTube will do the bare minimum just to please like broader media when there's pressure to, you know, crack down on hate content online, but they won't actually apply their TOS in an effective way. And on top of that, the cherry on top of all of this is the fact that constantly, literally all the time, YouTube is false striking channels for all sorts of TOS violations that have nothing to do with any of the content of the video. So you've got swaths of innocent channels constantly being false striked, mostly smaller channels. Meanwhile, these massive multi-million sub channels, or sometimes just, you know, hundreds of thousands of sub channels, are getting away with breaking TOS in every video every day. And YouTube doesn't care. Meanwhile, people are being false striked constantly for doing nothing. It almost suggests that there is a system set up behind the scenes at YouTube for larger earning channels to maybe get looked at a little less closely by the content moderation bots, maybe. A little less closely than the smaller channels do. Perhaps, just maybe, that's the case. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. I know that was a shorter segment, but what do you guys think of it? I feel like it came out pretty good. Thoughts, chat? Thoughts? Did you enjoy? Did you like? God, my lips are so dry. I need to get some, like, streamer chapstick, dude. I need some chapstick to have, like, on my desk so I can put it on before stream. Keep my lips from getting dry from talking so much. It's cold and dry here, guys. It's so cold. It's so dry. My lips are so dry, too. Anyway. Hey, guys. If you're enjoying the stream so far, consider dropping a thumbs up. It really helps out a lot, and it's totally free. And if you really want to go the extra mile, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, or financially supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, or Stream Elements. I really do appreciate it. But no matter what, thank you for being here. I appreciate you just chilling out in chat. It's always a vibe. Anyway, guys. Nose itch. Let me get rid of the nose itch first. Another nose itch. Great. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, the supposed freedom of speech party has once again done everything in their power to wage war on the freedom of speech of people they disagree with. Florida bill would make it defamation to accuse someone of racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia. This is nothing new, of course. Conservatives have been the ones who claim they're the champions of freedom of speech who want to protect your First Amendment rights for a very long time, and yet they have always also been the ones at the forefront of defamation and libel laws, trying to make it illegal to say bad things about people. So, Florida is now proposing a bill in their state. I'm so glad I can say their state, not my state, that would basically do exactly that. Holy crap, am I glad I'm not Floridian anymore. If this bill passes, wouldn't my job literally become a crime? Because, like, sometimes I call people racist. Would that... I don't know. Would that be the case if I was still Floridian? Holy crap. A bill introduced in the Florida Senate would make it defamation to accuse someone of racism, sexism, homophobia, or transphobia, which could total the freedom of speech in the Sunshine State. Oh my gosh, my nose will not stop itching today. What's going on? SB 1780, defamation, false light, and unauthorized publication of names or likeness, which was introduced on Friday, would make it easier for an individual to sue another person for defamation. According to the measure, quote, an allegation that the plaintiff has discriminated against another person or group because of their race, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity constitutes defamation per se. So even when these allegations are false, they are automatically defamatory. Wait, well, I mean... Well, the allegations would be especially false. Or would be especially defamatory if they were false, right? Like, they wouldn't be defamation if they were true. They would be defamation if they were false allegations, right? Under SB 1780, anyone in these circumstances would have to prove actual malice, which was a standard set for defamation suits following the decision of the night. Okay, this is the current law. Okay, no. This is the current law. Which was the standard set for defamation suits following the decision in the 1964 U.S. Supreme Court case New York Times versus Sullivan. Additionally, the bill would make it easier to set up the conditions for a fact finder to automatically infer that the actual malice took place after an accusation of discrimination is made. In cases regarding accusations of homophobia or transphobia, defendants charged with defamation are not allowed to use the plaintiff's religious or scientific beliefs as part of their defense, and if they're found liable for defamation, the defendant could be fined at least $35,000. Damn, so that's the current bill. That's the current law in place. Like, if you are in Florida currently, if you knowingly lie about somebody being racist or discrimination of some form, if you knowingly lie about it, like, and that's something that can be proven or reasonably proven in court, then you could be sued for defamation, right? Now we're about to get into the bill that is going to narrow the definition of public figure and make it way harder to defend against a defamation suit. That was Bill SB 1780. Now we're getting into Bill HB 757, which I believe is the new bill. Like its Florida House counterpart, HB 757, the bill would significantly narrow the definition of a public figure in defamation suits by excluding non-elected or appointed public employees and individuals who gain notoriety by publicly defending themselves against accusations, giving interviews, or being the subject of a viral video, image, or statement uploaded on the internet. The bill also applies to statements made in print, television, and social media. So the bill would literally apply to YouTubers. The bill would actually make it so you wouldn't count as a public figure who could claim you're making, like, entertaining content when you, like you couldn't use the defenses that public figures can make for entertainment if you get sued for defamation or libel, if you got big online through videos made online. So yeah, holy crap. I'm glad this probably won't pass to begin with, to be fair. I mean, if it does, holy shit, that's really bad. And if it does, I'm really glad to not be a Floridian anymore. Whew! Lastly, the bill also removes... Oh my god, my nose just won't stop itching. It's like right here. My nose just keeps itching. I don't know what's going on in this little part of my nose. There's just, like, something happening there. Lastly, the bill also removes certain privileges provided to journalists and media entities, specifically the right to keep sources anonymous. According to the bill, statements made by anonymous sources would be considered presumptively false and make journalists vulnerable to these lawsuits. Yep. That's really what it always comes back to, right? Hating journalists. You see, the idea behind freedom of the press in the United States, when our founding fathers, created this glorious nation we all exist in, is the idea that the government is supposed to serve the people. However, the government is supposed to be a very powerful servant of the people, and a powerful servant of the people can very easily turn against the people it is supposed to serve, right? So the idea is that the free press is meant to have the ability to hold the government in check. The press is the avenue through which what the government is doing, what the government is trying to do, what it might do, what it's thinking about doing, what's happening, what's going on, like what the entities that exist, what the entity that we call the government is up to. The press, the free press, is meant to inform us, the people, about it, like is what's happening here, so that we can vote based on that knowledge, right? That is the fundamental idea behind it. For the right to destroy democracy, they have to destroy the free press. It's a big reason why Trump really blew up in 2016 off of the demonization, or demonizing, I guess it would be, demonizing of journalists. Donald Trump and conservatives at large have always hated the free press and journalism, from fake news to woke media outlets that they call it, whatever it may be. Anything they can think of or say or do to dismiss the free press. Because the free press's job, at least when Trump was running and in office and is now running again, is to hold Trump in check, is to report to the public the things that Trump says and does, for people to use that information to determine whether or not they want to vote for him. And people who support Trump know how bad that information looks, like, for him. And they don't like that there is a free press that is allowed to publish information that makes their guy look bad, which is why they support the elimination of a free press. And all conservatives care about, fundamentally, one of the most fundamental goals of conservative ideology is to win at all costs. This includes lying about their beliefs and what they actually stand for. And so one of the biggest most prevalent conservative lies of all time is the idea that they are these warriors for free speech, when they are in fact the most anti-free speech ever. Who remembers when Donald Trump tried to ban burning the flag? Donald Trump on burning the flag. Trump, who was a candidate in 2016, proposed jail time or loss of citizenship for burning the American flag, calling the act a disgrace on Monday, and pledged support for an anti-flag burning statute. He, of course, was never able to do this because it is blatantly anti-free speech, like literally the most anti-First Amendment thing he could possibly do, so it really didn't go anywhere, obviously. But the right has always been against any form of First Amendment use that goes against what they believe. You are only allowed to have freedom of speech if you agree with them, right? And it's only ever against freedom of speech if people who disagree with them are calling them out. It's very hypocritical because, like I said, and they'll talk about this in their more private discussions, right? Like when they're in a Discord call or when they're doing like a video that's meant to be, here I'm a conservative talking to a bunch of more conservatives, right? They'll talk about how the goal is always primarily, and will always be primarily, to win. And they have to win by any means necessary. Trump especially follows this rule. Trump really, really follows this rule. There's actually a Trump libel law expand. It's not the first time laws like this have been attempted either. Yeah, here's when Trump was promising to expand libel laws so it would be illegal to write negative things about him.
Separate front, we are going to take a strong look at our country's libel laws so that when somebody says something that is false and defamatory about someone, that person will have meaningful recourse in our courts. If somebody says something that's totally false and knowingly false, that the person that has been abused, defamed, libeled, will have meaningful recourse. Our current libel laws are a sham and a disgrace and do not represent American values or American fairness. So we're going to take
like American values like free speech. Our libel laws being as loose as they are, it being as hard to sue someone for saying bad things about you as it is, goes against our American values. By the way, the First Amendment of our nation's Constitution is the freedom of speech and expression. So, very, very, just obvious bullshit.
Of course. Our current libel laws are a sham and a disgrace and do not represent American values or American fairness. So we're going to take a strong look at that. We want fairness. You can't say things that are false, knowingly false, and be able to smile as money pours into your bank.
The laws that they actually write are literally like, if you say someone is racially discriminatory, that is libel. Not if you knowingly lie, saying that would be considered libel or defamation. Because the Republican Party and the elected officials in it are taking the position that racial discrimination, transphobia, and homophobia are not real things. And that they are an insult, one says, to harm one's reputation. That one can never make a valid claim someone is bigoted. It must always be an attempt to harm somebody's reputation. And so they are trying to argue that legally it should be considered defamation to call someone racist or to call someone discriminatory in any way, because there is no such thing as discrimination. That's made up. You're just trying to make them look bad, and that's defamation in their view. Well, not really. That's not what they actually think. They know they're being dishonest about it, but that's how they would justify it. If you really tried to pin them on it, that's probably how they justify it. The fact is, the Republicans know that the free press is their biggest enemy. The people knowing about their bullshit, which we find out primarily through the news and journalists and whatnot, is their biggest issue. And it's why, if they have their way, the free press will be one of the first things they go after. Always. Every time. I mean, hell, look at any other fascist uprising in history. Have they ever had free press? It's one of the first things they go after in any big fascist uprising in any nation is the free press. You can't let the people know what's happening. You have to make sure they're only consuming state-mandated, state-approved propaganda like North Korea or China or Russia, you know? That's all that's allowed. That is what Project 2025 is, after all. The Republican Party is heavily, heavily inspired by Russia. So the whole state-approved media, state-approved news thing, definitely on Trump's docket by the looks of things. And I have no doubt in my mind most of the Republican Party, or most of the popular Republicans right now, like DeSantis, would be fully behind it. Believe me, they would be. Oh, and of course, all the while they will claim actually the Democrats are doing that thing that they're doing. Yeah. Because once again, with Republicans, every accusation is a confession. I know that segment was a bit short, but I feel like it was worth covering because, like, psychotic Florida law and all that, and Republicans being against freedom of speech, the thing they weaponize and claim to be in favor of. Much like children, huh? Free speech and children. They love weaponizing those things they don't give a fuck about just to get people to believe they're, like, fighting for something that everybody, like, generally supports. If Trump loses, is Project 2025 dead, or will they just keep trying later and later? I don't know if Trump will have the health for another term. Like, Biden is going to be run down by the end of his, like, second term if he gets reelected. Trump is not that much younger than Biden. So Trump, like, especially with the worse health he has than Biden, I mean, he could be looking rough by the next election, you know? He could be doing badly by the next election. He might not be able to run a third time, you know? So Project 2025 could be over, but then again, the support might just funnel down to his kids, but maybe without Trump, the big man himself, it's just, it all ends. They just don't have that glue to hold the entire, like, movement together. Maybe DeSantis takes his place, yeah. It could be that Trump has just set the new standard for what a Republican is now, right? I really think that could be the case. Like, Republicans from now on, like, here on out, are going to be like Trump. At least the ones that get anywhere in the party are going to be and behave and talk and act like Trump did. It's what worked. And Republicans want to win, and they know that Trump's method works really well. They know they have the crazy, racist, homophobic vote. They need to harness it and radicalize it even further and use it. And so I think they know that Trump does it the most effectively, all the while remaining in, you know, basically invulnerable to like being called out and it being shown that he is associated with these groups. He's perfect at playing both sides. It's possible that without Trump, the voter base of the Republican Party splits and it doesn't fall in line the same way it did for Trump, and they just can't get anywhere in the future. Because, like, the Republican Party is already barely scraping by as far as, like, their electorate on a national scale. So it makes me wonder if without Trump, if the hyper-populist hype that specifically Trump could bring would lead to the current voter base dropping just enough that we basically never see another Trump, or basically never see another Republican presidency again. Like, it's very possible. I think we will see the last Republican presidency in our lifetimes, for sure. And it's going to be soon. Like, Gen Alpha hitting voting age is going to decimate the Republican Party. Gen Alpha is going to be so fucking woke by the time they hit high school. Like, what you guys think is woke now is going to be called racist and bigoted by the time Gen Alpha is in high school, okay? You have no idea how much more woke they're going to be than we are, okay? Like, we're going to be like, whew, we got some things we got to adapt to. All right. We're going to be the boomers. We're going to be the boomers who just don't get it as, like, a new generation of young people starts to, like, bring attention to and acceptance to, like, all sorts of things we never even, like, knew or thought about, right? Yeah, Trump's kids are also not as charismatic as him. Zan, they still need to vote, though. Yeah, but something you have to consider as well is that every single day, boomer conservatives are dying. Every day. Boomer conservatives die. Boomers that are, like, mostly Republican voters, they're dying. And every day, young people who are way more likely to vote Democrat if they vote at all are aging into voting age. So, even if there's a problem with low voter participation among young people, the sheer amount of young people replacing old people and the fact that their views are generally left-leaning means eventually it's just going to be a matter of flooding out the conservative ideology with young, you know, fresh-minded people. Seriously, intern, Gen Z grew up on really similar shit to Skibbity Toilet, okay? I think we need to watch the I'm so glad I have the video prepared in my documents today about how, like, the Gen Alpha fear-mongering is genuinely stupid, because the same fear-mongering happened about Gen Z. Do you guys remember when the same fear-mongering happened about Gen Z watching YouTubers play video games? I remember. I remember being, like, 11, and, like, my parents and all the news media freaking out about how kids are watching grown men play video games online. How can they watch this? This is rotting their brains. It's going to destroy them. How are they going to develop into well-rounded people if they're watching people play video games online? Like, remember that? Like, that was a time that existed when I was a kid. And Gen Z grew up, and now it's Gen Z saying Skibbity Toilet is going to rot the minds of Gen Alpha, and they're going to be completely incapable when they grow up. There are problems with Gen Alpha, mostly stemming from the fact that they came into schooling age during the pandemic and had a really late start on school. Mostly, like, having to do with, like, really low literacy rates, and we are going to get into that today. But it has nothing to do with Skibbity Toilet, okay? Like, Gen Zers who are 17, 18 now were saying, we like Fortnite back in 2018, okay? Like, 2017 or whatever. Kids have always been dumb, alright? Nothing's changed. Lamau, watching YouTubers play video games messed me up far less than watching Supernatural with my mother at 5 years old. Fucking real, dog. Holy shit, dude. Oh my fucking god. I would watch Supernatural with my mom because she had this DVD box set of the first 2 seasons. Okay. 2 episodes scared the ever-living shit out of me. Supernatural painting episode. Holy shit. Dude. The episode that scared me the most... Okay, this episode didn't scare me that much when it came out. Like, when I watched it. Like, when I watched the episode, I wasn't really scared watching it. I was scared after I had a nightmare about it. I had a nightmare that I got chased and attacked by the fucking ghost girl with the goddamn razor blade. Where can I find a good image from this episode? This is like a 16, 17-year-old episode of Supernatural, so it's hard to find a good screenshot of it. Here's a good image, I guess. It's very small, but I guess... Well, no, it's not even a good image of it. Yeah, here you go. This fucking episode, dude. With the kid with the razor blade that comes out of the fucking painting, and it's revealed. I don't want to spoil the episode for anyone who hasn't seen it, but there's a really good twist. They think the entire episode that the creepy-looking dad in the painting is the ghost who's coming out with a razor blade and killing people. So they find the dad's bones, and they burn his bones, and they get rid of his ghost. Turns out, he was a ghost. He was the ghost keeping the real dangerous ghost in line from killing more people, his crazy daughter. And so they kill the only thing keeping her from going full, you know, murder mode. And it was scary as fuck. I had a nightmare about this episode, and I was like 6 or 7, and this episode scared the shit out of me after I had that nightmare specifically. The episode that watching it scared me the most was the Supernatural Lake ghost. The fucking lake ghost, dog. Dude, this image still gives me chills, bro. This image still scares the shit out of me, bro. This image still scares me. This is fucking scary, dog. Early Supernatural was a really good scary show. I will say, when you look at it for a while, you can see the actor, like, treading water here. You can see the actor, like, is swimming. Like, and like, you can see he's swimming there. That's actually kind of funny, because you can see through the water. But, like, still, if you just imagine it's a floating head, and you don't look at it for, like, you look at it for, like, the half second it's shown in the episode. So fucking creepy, dude. That episode scared the shit out of me. The Wendigo episode's also really creepy. But yeah, true. Yeah. Watching Supernatural as a kid definitely scared the ever-living shit out of me, for sure. Rewatching it now, it's really cheesy, but, like, you know, I was a kid, okay? I was a little guy. I was just a little baby. I was just a little guy. Alright. My god, what is my nose doing? Good lord. I gotta get a nose hair trimmer, guys. It's not even, like, my nose hairs that are, like, causing my nose to itch, though, because it's, like, the itch is right here. It's right here on, like, the outside surface of my nose. Right here is where the itch is happening. And it's so fucking annoying. I just wish it would stop. I don't, like, is it because I'm thinking about it? I wasn't thinking about nose itch when it started. I don't know. Being a streamer is cursed as hell. Christ. Let me bring the next segment up really fast. The
other day,
hey, stop it, YouTube. Don't spoil. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, apparently it's his other channel.
The other day.
Oh, here it is.
So there's a new show.
All right, guys. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I think we all kind of saw this coming. I think we all thought for a moment, you know, conservatives are probably going to get really mad about this when they find out about it. A couple years ago, I mean, actually, it's like 4 or 5 years at this point. You know, it's been a while. It's been 5 years, I think. Almost. It's been almost 5 fucking years ago. A YouTuber named VivzyPop released an extremely well-received pilot for a TV show, or at the time, a YouTube show, that she was going to start called Hasbin Hotel. The idea was that in a alternate idea of what heaven and hell are, hell is like a big city where sinners go and they get to create a new body after they die, kind of reflecting their personalities and what sin, got them sent to hell, right? And they live in this really awful society that's more of like an open-air prison where they just torture each other by making life so awful for each other with like the natural, it's basically a massive prison, the prison way of doing things with hierarchy and, putting down those below you, all that bad stuff, drugs, sex, abuse, all that stuff, rape, all that stuff is prevalent in hell. It's a big problem, right? And so, heaven in this universe is also not portrayed as all that good either. Like, the angels come down to hell and like kill a bunch of demons to like keep them from overpopulating and being a problem. So that's like the general idea of this universe, right? It's like Gaza. Yeah, it's basically Gaza. And so, you know, after the after the Heaven IDF, like, fucking nukes the shit out of hell, and at the start of Hasbin Hotel, the main character is like really sad about it because she's, you know, the princess of hell. She's like Lucifer's daughter, and she wants to protect her people because she's not evil or awful. She was born there. She wasn't a sinner who died and got sent there for any reason. She's a genuinely good person who was just born in hell. So she tries to make this big old hotel to rehabilitate the sinners in hell and maybe give them a chance to go up to heaven. So it's very clearly stated from the get-go, this is a entirely impossible goal. It is not possible. It is not a thing that can happen. The sinners don't want to be changed, and even if they did, the systems do not exist in any way to allow for redemption. And that's a little bit of a commentary on the Bible, too, to an extent, because, well, yeah, there's the whole, like, oh, well, in the second, or the New Testament, if you ask for forgiveness from Jesus, you can be saved and go to heaven. It's like, well, yeah, but the idea of Christianity is that God loves you, and if you don't love him back in the right way, he'll, you know, torture you forever, right? It's a very, you know, glaring problem with Christianity that many people have pointed out, and so there's a little bit of a commentary on that. And overall, I think the show is fine. I'd say it's pretty high quality for being a YouTube production. Obviously, the Amazon Prime show that's coming out, as it's finally coming out now, after the pilot, which is 5 years ago, it's finally coming out on Prime. I'd say Hell of a Boss, the kind of companion show from VivziePop, I appreciate that show more because it's like a genuine indie project, it feels, being published on YouTube for free for people to enjoy. I appreciate that a little more and have a little more respect for it, and I'm able to look past its flaws a little more because I kind of like... I understand that it is not meant to be flawless. Like, yeah, based on like what it is and where it's being posted. Like, it's I appreciate that it even exists to be watched in the first place. But when it comes to Hasbin Hotel, many people feel really cheated. I've only watched the first 2 episodes so far. Actually, I haven't even finished the second episode yet. I actually had to cut it off because I was fixing my microphone, getting some stuff having to do with, like, the first channel not working. I basically set up my fucking audio interface wrong whenever I moved, and I haven't had the ability to use my first channel for audio in a while. It's a whole thing. I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, I had to stop watching the episode to fix my mic before stream, and I didn't get to finish it, but from what I've seen, the show's alright, but a lot of people feel cheated. Some changes were made, some recastings were made, there's been a lot of popular bandwagoning drama to hate on the creator of the show on top of that, as well as valid criticisms too that are mixed in, so it's led to this massive storm of this show going from being one of the most anticipated and well-received things on the internet when the pilot dropped, to now being one of the most hated productions on the internet, now that it's finally released its first episode officially 5 years later. Yeah, there was also the Verbalace thing that happened days before the show comes out, so like everyone's primed to be a little iffy about Hell of a Boss and Hasbin Hotel, yeah. With that said, considering that there is actually a market for hating on this show now, and there is an obvious angle through which conservatives can attack this show, which is the fact that it's about demons in hell, as you can imagine, the usual suspects, the conservatives, have started waging a satanic panic culture war narrative about Hell of a Boss, with our first contestant being Tim Pool. Outrage over Amazon show praising Lucifer, making heaven the bad guys. Hasbin Hotel sparks controversy. Get ready to witness some top-tier stupidity. Also, Tim Pool is so dumb and speaks so slowly. I'm going to turn him up to 1.5 times speed here. This video is also pretty long, and everything he's going to say here is bullshit. So, I mean, like, this is genuinely just going to be fun to laugh at.
Coming out on Amazon called Hasbin Hotel. And I've watched some of the materials. I've watched a little bit of the pilot episode. It's got 92 million views on YouTube. And it's generating some buzz because more religious individuals, I'm not saying every single person, but there's some controversy around the premise of the show. That is to say, the show venerates demons. It actually uses a premise based in
Demons aren't real, Tim.
Religious Abrahamic biblical teachings, corrupts them, as a lot of modern things do, and basically creates this premise where Lucifer was a playful trickster who was thrown out of heaven because he just wanted to have a good time, but the angels wanted order. So
Okay. So Tim Pool is talking about this like a real historical event has been misrepresented. Like, he's talking about this like how conservatives get mad about like historical fiction movies they call woke depict events. It's the Bible. It's made up. Lucifer wasn't real. Adam and Lilith weren't real. There was no magic apple or snake, okay? Some lady making a YouTube animation where she does creative license is not offensive. This is the same deal. This is literally the exact same as if people got offended over the creative liberties taken in, like, God of War or, like, Marvel when it comes to Thor and, like Norse mythology. Like, you see, it's offensive to people who delusionally think this shit's actually real, you know?
they cast him out, and then, Lucifer goes down to Lilith. Yeah, Lilith, not Eve. Lilith, the first wife of Adam. Lilith, of course, was cast out because she would not listen to the man. That's literally what they say. And then Lucifer is like, here's knowledge. And they become demons. And then, heaven's all pissed off. And so the show is, I would say, a corruption of biblical teaching. It's an obvious thing. It's a fictionalized
a corruption of biblical teachings. Well, it's not as much a corruption because it's not meant to teach anything. It's making fun of it. It's mocking it. Like, the characters swear and, like, make sex jokes constantly. It's meant to offend these types of people. Like, these people are giving the show the exact type of reaction it needs to have, especially right now when so much of the internet has decided to turn against it, which is prudish, uptight conservatives getting mad about the swearing and the demons and the sex jokes and the drug jokes and stuff. Because, like, right now, there's this, like, really weird trend. Like, I get it. Sometimes Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss can go over the top with the amount of swearing, and it can become downright cringy and ruin moments. But, like, it's really not as bad as the internet makes it up to be. Like, I go on Twitter, and I see people losing their mind at how much swearing there is in these in like, Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss. And it's like, I've heard you talk. You say fuck every other word. Like, these characters talk like you do, and it makes you mad at the show. I don't know. I feel like the people who get mad about the show's dialogue writing talk exactly like the characters, and they feel called out. Unironically, that's how I feel.
Show that uses biblical teaching to create characters, casts many demons in positive lights. But I think we should break down what this show is, because I find all of it very interesting. This show is not generating some kind of mass right-wing controversy or anything like that.
Are the angels biblically accurate? Kind of? Sort of. They have depicted them like the way that the biblically accurate angels are depicted, but there's also ones that are not, that are just like dudes with wings. And there are also ones that are like, there's a lot of creative liberty taken, and then there's also like a lot of like references to the traditional stuff too. Usually when, all right, I'm going to be real. Hell of a Boss and Hasbin Hotel do not have the most stellar writing. That's my biggest criticism of them both. And so when they need to remind you, hey, by the way, this is a artistic representation that you might not be familiar with of a character that's well known, they throw it in your face with some more like traditional depictions, if that makes sense, or they'll just outright say it. I don't know. I don't know a lot about like the fucking Christian lore or whatever. All I know about seraphims are they're a thing in the Doom game, and that was pretty cool.
There's not a bunch of Christians and Catholics condemning it. There's just some commentary talking about whether it's appropriate for kids, whether it will incidentally attract kids to learn the wrong things about the Bible, or...
The very first thing... Okay, so this has been a thing on YouTube for like 5 years with Hell of a Boss, for starters, and the start of every single one of them is, this is not for children. So the idea is that kids are going to watch Hasbin Hotel and think this is actually what demons are like, and they're going to be in support of demons. Oh no.
Or create misconceptions. And I think the bigger picture here is that
it's going to create misconceptions about demons for kids. Oh no.
Popular. It's got 92 million views. The creator on YouTube makes a bunch of these cartoons that are really well made and get tens of millions of hits, and people are watching this stuff. So the big takeaway from a show like this that basically, as they say, venerates demons, a lot of movies.
But I thought go woke, go broke. So it's notice how it's always go woke, go broke until here's the thing that's super woke and we're against and it's doing well. We have to call this out. This is a problem. We have to fight against this. This isn't going broke.
Do. Don't get me wrong. I think that the point here is if you want to counter this and produce content that you think would do good things, you have to make good content and you can't just sit here and complain about it. You need to push back and win the culture war. Now, I have this tweet here from Kryptos.
So
I found it very interesting. He tweeted, the propagandists are now actively making movies to promote the veneration of powerful demons in this.
I love that it's now gotten to the point where Tim is reading the schizo Christian fascist posts on Twitter that are like so half in the know on what they're talking about that they don't even like you can just tell from the comment they're making they don't know what they're talking about. They just saw like a screenshot. They're making movies. It's a TV show. Like I know that's like the most that's like the biggest nitpick ever. But it's the first thing that jumped out to me as that this is just one of those Christofash accounts that has Twitter blue and is desperately posting about everything that's like getting a lot of views and clicks in the Twitter sphere to try to farm engagement. You guys have to remember now, Twitter is monetizable now. When these guys make posts like this, they make money off of the engagement and the views and the likes. So these guys are now financially incentivized to just bullshit about everything they possibly can and keep a constant stream of right-wing propaganda flowing out of their Twitter accounts in the same way that someone like Tim Pool is motivated to do on YouTube. Elon Musk has basically turned Twitter into another YouTube, but without any relatively progressive moderation policies.
In this case, Lilith, the patron demon of feminism. Corporations like Amazon and its media arm Prime are working with
Lilith, the patron demon of feminism. Amazing.
the devil. They are the enemy. You know, I don't think it's the most important story in the world, but I do think it's rather interesting. What does it mean? Well, let me play for you the trailer and I will comment and critique it. But I will start off by saying Sound of Freedom is not only available on Prime, it is
What?
actively promoted on Prime. So I was at it was a hotel or something, it might have been an Airbnb. And there was a hotel, and they had Prime available because I've been trying to watch Yu Yu Hakusho anime, and I turned it on, and Sound of Freedom's there, and I'm like, this is awesome. Sound of Freedom actively promoted. I don't think Amazon saw this cartoon and thought, ooh, Satan and Lucifer, let's venerate demons. And I think taking this approach is actually going to be detrimental to the right and to those who want to give better messages to young people.
Sound of Freedom's the QAnon movie, yeah. Yeah, it's a streaming service. So is Tim Pool having a moment of a realization that these platforms don't give a fuck about any political side and they just want to make money? Like, they will like host a conservative like QAnon conspiracy movie, and they will host a show about demons killing each other and doing drugs in hell. They like these companies are not woke and they're not conservative. They're pro money. They will post whatever makes them money, and sometimes playing both sides makes them more money. So it's funny when these conservatives call a company that does everything in their power to appease conservatives and the left alike and not really like basically cater to both sides, when they call those companies woke, when they're like hosting their big culture war nonsense at the same time. Like YouTube is woke, but also they literally host Tim Pool. I don't know. I always find that funny.
For the average person who would find themselves as like atheists or whatever, they're not going to watch this and care at all about it. But I will say this. Christianity is having a hard go of it when shows like this misrepresent what the Bible's actually trying to teach people.
Man, Christianity, poor Christians. Man, Christianity's having such a hard go of things, you know, with their untaxed churches and the fact that they are desperately fighting to try to dissolve separation of church and state and make it so that the Christian idea of what like reality is like legally enforced is the truth. Like, oh man, they're really having a tough go of things, not having complete supremacy over everyone. It's really hard being a Christian these days and not having control of everything. You know, it really sucks for them. They can't do that anymore.
And this will be the basis by which many people form their beliefs around these religions. I hear these complaints a lot, or conspiracy theory.
Hey guys, listen. Hasbin Hotel is not an accurate retelling of the events of the Bible, which are 100% real, apparently. So there we go. There's been a disclaimer.
They say that the Hollywood and the government, it's a conspiracy, by the way. They say Men in Black, for instance, they make these movies so that if you ever tried to actually tell someone that it happened, they wouldn't believe you. Let me give you a better example. After 9/11, there were people who reported that they were like lying in I think one person said they were lying in a hospital bed after being injured. They had witnessed things, and Men in Black showed up and told them they saw nothing and to shut it. And of course, the Men in Black doesn't mean alien fighting superstars. It meant guys in suits from an undisclosed intelligence agency were saying, don't repeat what you saw for national security reasons. And of course, that could just be FBI. It could be Pentagon intelligence. Men in Black doesn't mean aliens or anything like this. But the conspiracy theory goes, they make a movie called Men in Black because then when you say some Men in Black showed up and threatened me, they go, oh, geez, you're a nut job. That was a movie.
Ah, yes. You sound so much more sane when you preempt the claim that dudes in suits came to shut you up because you saw something. Like, no, it doesn't make you sound any less crazy when you say, actually, they made a movie to make it seem like people who... No, that's not... That just makes you sound crazier. I don't even know if Tim Pool is actually claiming this is the case. I think he's just sort of like giving lip service to it and trying to steelman it.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know, whatever, but that's the general conspiracy. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying some people...
I'm not saying it's true.
Now, let's play this trailer, and I'm sure a lot of Christians will get angry about it, and I think so, because the way it misrepresents the biblical teachings. Let's play.
Once upon a time, there was a glowing city protected by golden gates, known as heaven. It was ruled by beings of pure light, angels that worshipped good and shielded all from evil. Lucifer was one of these angels. He was a dreamer with fantastical ideas for all of creation.
Why the fuck is it so goddamn loud? Learn how to audio balance, Tim Pool.
But he was seen as a troublemaker by the elders of heaven, for they felt his way of thinking was dangerous to the order of their world. So he watched as the angels began to expand the universe in their ways. From the dust of earth, they created Adam and Lilith.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
I'll
get
pause right
copyrighted
there,
for this.
and we'll talk about why people are upset. First, the angels did not create Adam and Lilith. And certainly Lilith, I don't even believe it.
Yeah. That's because God hasn't really been mentioned, like, overtly in the show. And also it's a TV show that takes creative license. It's not meant to be no one's saying this is an accurate retelling at all. And if you're mad about it, you're a snowflake. Interesting how the group of people who are constantly talking about these lefty woke snowflakes, they're like, okay, so we need to have a really serious conversation about how this cartoon is offending Christians. And, you know, when Christians are offended, it's a real serious problem. We need to advocate for these people, you know? Like, they're being offended is a real serious problem. Oh, you think that me saying slurs is a problem because you're offended? You fucking snowflake. You can't take people disagreeing with you and having different opinions. You anti-free speech snowflake. Now let me go vote for the guy that's going to expand libel laws so it's illegal to say bad things about him in the press. Like, Tim Pool can't audio balance. He refused to debate Sam Cedar because Sam roasted his song Lamau. That is true, yeah.
Is actually a part of biblical teachings, but I'm not some religious expert. But the point here is, right off the bat, the trailer is basically saying the established order is not all good, and trying to keep out this person's ideas. Oh, how could they? The general idea that we've been seeing from the modern left is that the established...
Tim Pool is the best at, like, with a very nerdy and obnoxious voice, taking a topic that, like, I feel like people need to just start taking clips of Tim Pool talking about something, and then it, like, leads into him saying the radical left and just cutting it off right there and posting those clips on Twitter. Just random Tim Pool out of context clips, like, pointing out how stupid he is. He's talking about Hasbin Hotel, and then he moves on to the radical left. Or he's talking about some random thing, and he moves on to the radical left. There's a really good example of that I saw the other day on Twitter. Of that, like, type of making fun of the right that I think is quite effective. Let me see if I can find it. No! Oh, I hope I liked the post. I didn't? Fuck. Let me see if I can find it. It was a quote tweet of a Sargon tweet, okay? It was so good. It was so good. Oh my god, here it is. View quote tweets. Here it is. You'll never guess what this post is referring to. Carl Benjamin saying, "This is what the world looked like before mass immigration, widespread racial and gendered guilt activism, and before bankers had totally screwed the economy for their own gain. People were just allowed to be themselves, and they did fun, wholesome things for their own sake." Hold on, no audio. It's a music video. It's the fucking music video for a Smooth Criminal song. Or the fucking... It's not real. And it's a fucking music video. And it's just, dudes... How... It is extraordinary that he posted this. And do you want to know what the saddest part is? Do you want to know what the saddest part is? 11,000 likes. 11,000 likes. He probably made like $150 off of that tweet. The right on Twitter has become possibly the biggest self-feeding echo chamber ever. Like, it's an actual problem. It's given these people the impression that they are actually existing in a time where their ideas are popular. It used to be that these people would have to sort of like bluff about how conservatism is successful, but with Twitter being pretty much only oriented around supporting right-wing conservative, like, you know, propaganda posts, they actually have some level of ground to stand on when they say that they have successful sounding ideas or they're winning the culture war, because they can show tweets with like 11,000 likes no matter how dumb the thing they're saying it is, because they just get it reboosted by Elon so much it gets in front of enough conservatives' eyes that they'll like it and they'll support it. Another good example of this, to get an idea of how bad it's gotten on Twitter as well, you know, and obviously Tim Pool and a lot of these people use like a Twitter post getting a lot of likes as like evidence that the post is like accurate, or that the information or opinion held by the poster is correct. A really good example of this. Look at this. Look at this post with 5,000 likes on it. So if a guy rape a lady who dresses like this, is the boy at fault? Bah, nah, people will support any rubbish. So there's that. A lot of like just pro-rape posting, ironically enough. Like, it's really strange, but like we've literally gotten to the point where most of the right-wing posting now is just like, why isn't rape legal? Basically. Let me see if I can find another good example of this. No shot. I literally quote tweeted this post. Here it is. So, a Twitch streamer caught a man trying to act normal after seemingly recording her at the beach. Let's watch the video. I know you can't tell, but he was like recording her, and then like when she turned around, he immediately like pretends like he's recording nothing. So, the top reply is, explain the difference of streaming your ass to the internet and one random taking a 3-second video. 9.4 thousand rapists liked this tweet. Obviously, the difference is consent, That thing that the 9.4 thousand people who like this tweet are clearly either against or don't know about or care about. So it's literally gotten to the point where pro-rape tweets get 10,000 likes on Twitter because how circulated anything right-wing gets on the platform now. Any opinion, even there's literally pedophile circles on Twitter. Of course, Twitter does not go after them in any way, shape, or form. Lolicon community, the Lolicon community has never been stronger on Twitter before. They are a force to be reckoned with these days. There's a reason why I don't even bother quote tweeting them or calling them out anymore, because they will literally just mass report you and get you banned on Twitter if you say like lolly shit is pedophilia. You'll get banned from Twitter within like a week because they will mass report you. They have never been more enabled on Twitter than they have been under Elon. Hell, Elon Musk unbanned that one guy who had posted like really vile, uncensored child sexual assault material in response to like some lefty media outlet. I forget what it was, but it was basically just posting child porn to own the libs or whatever. And Elon Musk publicly, as like a big public statement, unbanned the guy. So, yeah. Like, the position of Twitter is very clear. There's a reason why posts like this, like literal satanic panic bullshit in 2024, can get a lot of support, like what he's showing here, is because, like, Twitter is literally just a right-wing propaganda circulator now. Hey, Tipster, what's up?
Order should be broken and destroyed. Now, I'm all for reform. You know, if some dude is throwing fireworks around or whatever, there may be a reason why the angels did not like what he was doing, because he's throwing fireworks at people or throwing them in the air. It's like, dude, chill, man. I'd like to point this out. As they say, he was a dreamer.
Fantastical ideas for all of creation.
And you see,
wait, why are you trying to poke holes in the alternate story with Bible? Like, it's an alternate story. You're like, you can't say, but actually in the Bible, this is what happened. What? It's not about what happened in the Bible. It's okay. I can't really repeat this over and over again, can I?
Him throw fireworks into the air and he's smiling and laughing. Yeah, fireworks are beautiful. They can be great. But let's take this literally. The angels are like, dude, stop throwing fireworks. And he's like,
Okay. I really think we've gotten to the end of where this Tim Pool video is going to make any actual arguments if he's now nitpicking this severely. I think he just really wanted to get a video out to, like, ride off the coattails of the, like, increased search, like, SEO you get from, like, Hasbin Hotel stuff, maybe. I guess a lot of conservative pundits are going to be doing this now. This show glorifies demons. Oh my god. We are in for an exciting next few weeks if the release of Hasbin Hotel is going to produce more of this. I love satanic panic stuff. I love when we have to have a conversation with conservatives where we have to pretend that, like, the Bible is unironically real. Lord. Or non-existent Lord, I should say. How do you guys enjoy that segment? The writer being a bunch of silly little guys again, getting mad about cartoons. Loverworm, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Says, have y'all heard of all the Tolkien nerd channels only willing to watch Lord of the Rings, or willing to watch Rings of Power Season 2 just so basically to hate watch it? Well, yeah, of course I heard about that. That was the case, like, with Season 1, too. Rings of Power literally got hit with, like, the biggest you will hate this show before it's ever come out, like, bandwagon I've ever seen. Like, I watched it with no expectations and having, like, ignored all marketing material and all, like, content about it. Like, I literally knew nothing about it other than Galadriel was the main character and it took place during the Second Age going into it. That's all I knew. Literally all I knew going into it. And I watched it and I was like, I'm enjoying this. When's the enjoyment going to stop? Still enjoying this. When's it going to stop? And then, like, I'm like sitting there like, is this just straight up good? Is this just actually straight up good? And I finish episode 1 and I'm like, I need episode 2 now. And they released 2 episodes back to back. So I immediately watched episode 2. I watched that. I'm like, okay. Get to the end of episode 2, and I'm like, I need episode 3 now. And I'm like, I was fiending for episode 3. I was ready for it. I really enjoyed it. Simply, like, take every other positive I had about the show away from it. Simply the positive, or not positive, the accurate, or faithful, I should say, recreation of the Peter Jackson movies, recreation of Middle-earth. Just that alone, just being back in that Middle-earth, and it felt like that Middle-earth, you know, even with different, everybody working the team and everything. I guess Weta, I think it's called, was still doing the props and stuff. So it has that feel, you know, it has that OG Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings feel to it. But it's also the same filming locations and the same, like, on set in New Zealand stuff. I know they're doing it in in the UK for season 2 because of COVID stuff. But, like, we'll see if season 2 is as good as season 1, you know? They could totally fumble it with season 2 like The Witcher did, you know? Just because I like season 1 doesn't mean season 2 won't end up being garbage, but, like, man, people were hating on Rings of Power, like, to an insane degree. Who remembers that, thanks, Twitter. I hate you so much, Twitter. Fuck off. Oh, I hate Twitter so much. Oh, I hate their search feature so much. My favorite bit of, like, bandwagoning, hating on this show, yep, here it is. So, this post is 10 reasons why you should hate Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Woke inserts of brown people in Middle-earth when it's based on Viking folklore. 9. The armor looks fake as shit. 8. Look at the shitty intro they made with a $750 million budget. And so, they showed that this video was getting passed around Twitter constantly, claiming that this is the intro. Like, the official intro for Rings of Power. Like, when you watch an episode, and there's, like, an intro for the episode, right? Like, that shows have. Like, you know how Game of Thrones has, like, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, they passed this around, claiming, like, weeks before the show came out, this was the show's intro. You look at this, and it's like, wow, okay. That's pretty cringe. If this was the intro, it would be pretty bad. The problem is, do you see it? Do you see it? This was literally an Entertainment Weekly promotional video. The intro is nothing like this. And I know this is like one small example, though the post that made this like had tens of thousands of likes and was one of the biggest like viral posts shitting on the show on release, like up until the release. But it's just one example of how I feel like the cards were stacked against this show from the start. And, yeah, it's just kind of sad, because the show's actually fun. Like, it was good to watch. I liked it. It did, like, get nominated for, like, 6 Emmys, though. So, and it's renewed for a season 2, so it seems like it actually did well, regardless, so can't really complain too much. Did anyone see the tweet by the guy who complained about Galadriel standing around and watching people die in a scene in which no one died? Yeah, like, they will just, like, play a clip. To be fair, the same thing has happened. I think a lot of this is Twitter. I've noticed that since Twitter blew, people have been really heavily incentivized to just lie about, like, anything. Politics is a big part of it, but pieces of media is a big part of it too. Ever since Elon bought Twitter and introduced the ability to get paid for viral tweets, it feels like there's this, like, very big meta of taking an out-of-context clip from a TV show, saying, oh my god, why do people watch this trash? And watching as the like and view count on the tweet just goes up like crazy, right? And, you know, for them, that's just like, okay, they get a paycheck from Twitter for the tweet. But for a lot of people, that's like maybe dozens or hundreds or maybe thousands of people who have their opinion on a piece of media they might have otherwise liked set just from an out-of-context clip they saw on Twitter, specifically edited to garner outrage against the show because you don't have the context of the clip. For example, the first clip I saw of the TED show. I'm actually giving a direct example here. You know that new show, TED? It's really good. I imagine many of you in chat have watched it. It's the one made by Seth MacFarlane. Surprisingly good. Like, surprisingly good. Most people in chat probably have seen it. It's really good. The first show, like, the first thing I saw talking about the show And mind you, most posts I've seen about it since have been positive. The first post I saw about the show was a clip where it's Ted making fun of that one mean girl in the class that was bullying the mom. But it's cut to just be Ted roasting the girl, and it's captioned, Seth MacFarlane definitely got rejected by every girl in high school. And like shit-talking the show with just that clip. The clip leading up is the girl being mean to the female teacher and being misogynistic to said female teacher, and the clip following is said teacher going to that girl and like cheering her up and like everything being made right, because that's the end of every episode, is like they kind of like make things right. Just completely cut it out of context to make it look like the show is some like hyper edgy, misogynistic, mean-spirited thing when it's like really not. And obviously this is not a prevailing opinion on the show, but it's pretty damn popular. It's like that idea, that tweet got pretty popular, and I saw it first, and it was very obvious this was just some person trying to drum up like outrage clicks on a popular show, because you can get paid for getting viral tweets now. You guys have to remember that. When you go through Twitter these days, remember, if you see a post, remember, does this person have Twitter Blue? And if they do, know that they are getting paid to tweet. And consider that fact when you read their tweet, that they are literally getting paid to make their tweets go viral. It'll make you see a lot of posts that come up on Twitter with a very different light. Nah, Stock. Unfortunately, I have a soul. Orthers Dork, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Pinto Hop. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. Said, I genuinely believe that if conservatives could feel joy, they would not be so hateful. Just political cringe can be avoided with joy, I think. The thing is, you guys, I feel like you guys believe that conservatives are really miserable people. Most of them are not really miserable. Most of them take joy in being conservative and being bigoted. Like if you watch... I've listened into like conservative leaning podcasts. Like the podcast isn't a conservative one, but it's like a podcast, and the dudes on the podcast lean conservative. And I listen to those because I like to get an idea of like, how do these people think? How do these dude bro griller types think? And they take joy in being bigoted. Like you can see how much joy they take in making a racist joke, but then following it up with, but it's kind of true, though, am I right? You know? Like how much they cheese about it. Like they are truly happy being bigoted. The idea of offending people fills them with joy, especially progressive people or people part of a minority group. That makes them happy. That is where they find joy, is in making other people that they don't like feel upset. So they do have joy in their lives, but they get it from making other people feel not joy. But still, I do think a good inference, Orthers Dork. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really quick. They're just evil? True! Very true and accurate. Alright. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, I didn't think I'd be talking about this because I wasn't streaming when this originally happened, and I didn't really feel the need to, like, retroactively cover the story, but considering such a big bit of news has come out about this situation, and it's brought a pretty positive change in people's perspective on the police, I feel like it's worth talking about. You see, last year, or not last year, God, I'm still thinking like it's 2023. Back in 2022, there was a big mass shooting, big school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. And the police officers who were dispatched to deal with the active shooter caught on video, spent several long, agonizing moments just standing there, doing nothing, not rushing the shooter and disabling them, as the shooter was walking through the school, murdering children. The police cowered. They held their lines. They didn't advance. They were texting on their phones. There are a lot of very sickening videos that came out about it. It's not something that I decided to make a segment about because it's just kind of like, wow, here's an example of cops who have every bit of privilege that the police get to have from holding the power they do, not being willing to put their lives on the line like they're supposed to do, which is the literal thing they have to be willing to do in order to be justified in having the power that they have, right? The idea is the police are justified in having the power they have as long as they're willing to put their lives down on the line to save your life or children's lives. Problem is, this revealed to a lot of people, not only do the cops abuse their power, but the cops aren't really willing to risk their lives for yours. And that's a really big realization for people, because a lot of people have a very, very deranged idea that cops are these, non-self-centered heroes, And maybe that's a little bit of an over-exaggeration of how a lot of conservatives see cops. Sorry. And maybe it's a little bit of an over-exaggeration of how a lot of conservatives see cops, but it's not too far off a lot of the time. They really like to claim cops are these, nearly infallible people who are doing their best, and they're, the thin blue line between our society and anarchy, right? That's where the term thin blue line comes from. A lot of conservatives like to glorify the police, but the fact is, the Uvalde story revealed what truly happened. Or not what truly happened, what the police are truly like. And now we know what truly happened at Uvalde. A bunch of new info has come out after a DOJ investigation, and this has been pretty big news. And I've already seen this. I don't really have much to say going into it. I feel like I just need to play the video and say what I have to say when the points that I have to say, what I have to say about come up, because I'm going to try not to get, I'm going to try not to get too performatively angry, because I genuinely am mad, but this is the most ACAB story I think I've ever covered. The cowardice of these cops led to the deaths of, I actually don't remember how many, but way too many goddamn kids. I'll go ahead and let Garland talk.
Almost unimaginable pain that they went through. To think of the idea of,
and that they continue to go through.
Of course, you think of a child shot and
I think it was 17. Well, I'm talking about how many children died because the cops, once at the school, did not advance on the shooter. So, all right, really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a rundown of what the standard police protocol is. What police are trained to do if there is an active shooting in a school is to, at all costs, no matter how dangerous it is to themselves and the other officers, to advance and immobilize the shooter. If it means as a group tackling the shooter or using themselves as human shields to block bullets from hitting children, that is what they are supposed to do. That is not what they did here. And it showed that, frankly, when that's what has to happen, the cops are not willing to do it. And it's what the cops are supposed to do. They don't have a legal obligation to stop a shooting. They don't have a legal obligation to, but it's what they're supposed to do. It is what the cops are meant to do, is put their lives on the line to save us, our kids, our elders, hell, even our property in some cases. Well, maybe not our property, but our lives for sure. We are citizens of this country. We pay taxes. The cops are the ones who receive the equipment that is paid for by our taxes. They are the ones who receive training and power and arming with our tax money and our trust. And the only thing we ask in return for all of this is that they be willing to risk their lives to save us. In the same way that someone who works on really high up power lines or whatever, like radio towers, risks their life to keep our infrastructure working. Cops are the same fucking thing, only their job involves dealing with people. Just like any construction worker risks their life every day to make the lives of everyone else better, cops get paid way more, have way more equipment and way more power, and they're expected to do the same damn thing, but they won't.
It's almost unimaginable pain what they went through. To think of the idea of,
And that they continue to go through.
of course, you think of a child shot and left in a classroom, a small classroom, with the shooter who's still shooting for more than an hour, when law enforcement could have come in and rescued and
more than a
rescue.
fucking out. God, it's been years since the story. I thought it was like 10 minutes that the cops just stood there with their thumbs at their asses. It was over an hour that the shooter had the kids fucking locked in the room with him. Oh my God. Yeah, I forgot how over the top awful this was. Literally everyone unanimously was against these cops, by the way. I've never seen a more unanimous, like, among the left and the right. Every conservative, every lefty, every liberal, everybody was against these cops and is against these cops. There's never been a more politically uniting event in all of American history than these dumb fuck cops doing what they did, which is why I actually think, or at least hope, that this tragedy and the way the police responded to this tragedy more so will bring people's attention to the fact that, holy crap, the cops are not the heroes that we want to be trusting with unanimous power like Republicans suggest we should. Reminder, Zan, they heard children dying too. They heard the screams and they still stood there. A lot of videos showing the cops have the audio altered so viewers don't have to hear the screams. I've seen on Reddit the unaltered footage of like the security footage from the hallways where the cops are just sitting there, like just sitting there, like hidden behind like the corner wall, like pillar things. It's really shameful. It's really fucking shameful. And I think I could hear the sounds in that video too. I'm pretty sure. It's been a couple years since this happened, but yeah. All I hope is that there's a silver lining that people realize the cops aren't all they're cracked up to be from this.
It's just not a pain that's ever going to go away. The question of accountability, what we did here was to try to make absolutely clear in an independent and honest investigation and report that sets out what everybody did. This is the basis for accountability. Right. The community now has the kind of report necessary to make sure accountability occurs.
This shooter was 18 years old. He waited till he was 18 to buy this firearm. He bought it legally. In your view, is that too young to be able to buy a firearm like this?
Yes. Yeah. No, abso-fucking-lutely 18 is too young. Yeah. No, I think 21 is okay. I genuinely think 24 or 25 would be ideal. I'm going to be real. Do you want to know what happened when I bought my Glock, my first gun? Well, actually, it was before I bought my Glock. I walked into a gun store. It was a, what are they called? Shooter's World, I think they're called, in Florida. I went to a Shooter's World, and I like went up to the guy at the front desk, and I just asked, like, hey, I'd like to just feel some of the Glock models that you have in my hands, see how they feel, just kind of get to know them physically and see whether or not I want to buy a Glock. And the guy asked me, how old are you? And I like handed him my ID because, like, you know, I'm about to be like buying a gun possibly, you know. And he's like, oh, you're 23? Or no, I was 24 at the time. You're 24? Is this your first gun? And he was like, why'd you wait so long to express your Second Amendment rights? It was like, I'm here to buy my first gun. I tell you I'm 24, and your first thing is, why'd you wait so long? You're so old to be buying your first gun. So know this, a lot of conservative gun nuts absolutely think it should be legal for like a 16-year-old to buy a gun. Frankly, I really think we should model our our gun culture a lot more off of Switzerland's, you know, the heavy emphasis on like training, being mandatory, being part of a gun club where you can be like trained and overseen by professional shooters. And then once you've done that, you're allowed to bring a gun home. I think that's the best way to do it. And there should be much more strict age limits. An 18-year-old is like, I would literally I would trust my gun with my dog before I would trust my gun with an 18-year-old. I'm gonna be real. Like, just 100 times out of 100. Just, I could not imagine trusting an I would personally never trust a gun to an 18-year-old if I was the one making these laws, or I had to make the decision of selling a gun, okay? I would never. I wouldn't trust I was technically shooting guns at 18, but like, I wouldn't trust any other 18-year-old at 18 with a gun. At least the dog actually couldn't actually shoot the gun. You underestimate dogs. They can figure shit out.
Like this, a AR-15 style firearm.
Look, there's so much that we still need to do and the Congress needs to do. An 18-year-old should not have a military-grade weapon that belongs on a battlefield, not in a classroom.
Okay, where do we start? Okay. I agree. 18-year-olds should not have any guns. We agree there. I have to nitpick here, because Gun Nut's gonna clip this. The AR-15, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm pretty sure I'm right here, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong here, because I'm staking my gun knowledge here. The AR-15 is not a battlefield weapon. The AR-15 is a modified version of a popular actual battlefield rifle for civilian ownership. Like, the AR-15 is a gun that has already been modified for legal ownership in the United States to begin with. It just looks and is modeled off of actual, like, military standard issue rifles. I believe it's like a civilian issue M16 maybe, or maybe it's an M4. I don't remember. They're very similar to begin with, M4 and M16 anyway, but like so you're being nitpicky there anyway, but like it's pretty much just a single or semi-auto fire M16, right? Like that's all an AR-15 is. It's not it's not like a military weapon. It's made for civilian ownership from a military weapon. I get what you're saying, Zan, but people are never going to correct their redirect behind this. AR-15 is the civilian version of an AK-47. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. Is it? No. No. It's nothing like... No, it's nothing like an AK. It's nothing at all like an AK. You're completely wrong. AR-15. AR-15 style rifle is any lightweight semi-automatic rifle based on or yeah, by the way, because the AR-15 is so overwhelmingly popular, it's like every rifle that anyone would go to use for anything like this, besides pistols, which are used in most gun crime, is going to be an AR style rifle, because like that's like you go into a gun store and you go to get a rifle that has like a large magazine capacity and it can go bang, 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 bang every time you pull the trigger, they're going to give you an AR-15. It's not that gun's special in any way, it's just the most popular one. Also, every time there's a law that like cuts down, like every time they ban an AR-15s in a state, the sales on AR-15s fucking skyrocket. So many more guns get introduced to the like pool every time any anti-gun legislation passes. Anti-gun people literally spite buy and then sell to like their friends or keep for themselves shitloads of guns every time Democrats pass a anti-gun law, just to make sure there's more guns out there. An AR-15 style rifle is any lightweight semi-automatic rifle based on or similar to the Colt AR-15 design. The Colt model removed the selective fire feature of its predecessor, the original Armalite AR-15, itself a scaled-down derivative of the AR-10, designed by Eugene Stoner. Armalite sold the patent and trademarks with the... Where is it? AR-15... Yeah, it's just a civilian M4. It's a M4 without the select fire to go into full auto. Yeah, no, and I know for a fact, that's why I literally called bullshit. Yeah, Bazooka Horse, I absolutely know. I called bullshit on that person. AKs and AR-15s are nothing alike. Like that comment made no sense.
This tragedy actually did was lead to the first really important gun control legislation in decades, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. That allowed...
Every time any policy like this passes, it's short-lived because any federal judge that's right-leaning can just point to the Second Amendment and get any, like, anti-gun policy shot down that, like, bans a certain gun or restricts gun ownership. And on top of that, when any of this passes anywhere, Republicans everywhere else fight by the fuck out of guns. I can back this up, by the way. I'm not just saying this. AR-15 sales surge after Uvalde. Wow, that's the first thing that came up when I looked up AR-15 spite purchases is AR-15 sales surge after Uvalde. Nice. Nice memes. Crazy.
Us to stop more than 500 purchasers just since the passage of the act by young people who were trying to get guns to which they were not entitled and to which were prohibited.
Is it your sense that there's something that changes like that could stop something from this, like this?
Well, I think the appropriate
again?
sets of changes could, and I think there is much more that Congress should be doing.
I do think it should not
Nikki
be
Haley,
possible. Stop it. God, even these fucking news websites have autoplay now. I do think it shouldn't be possible for a teenager to get their hands on a gun legally, which is obviously something we agree on here. My problem is, much like the rest of the Democratic Party, Garland here is demonizing the AR-15 specifically. For those that don't know, in my state, the demonization of the AR-15 has led to the complete banning of any, any cartridge firing rifle that can go bang, 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 bang for sale. Like, to explain to you guys how severely over the top that law is, if you go into any gun store in the state, you literally can't buy any rifle that isn't, like, bolt action or a single shot. Like, you can't buy a Mosin anymore. Well, Mosins are fine. You can't buy, like, an M1 Garand anymore, sorry. You can't buy, like, a AR-15. You can't buy a, what's that one World War II rifle Vosh has that he got before the ban, so he was able to keep it. I forget what it's called, but it's nice. The Ruger, I think it is. I think it's a Ruger. I think it's just a Ruger M4, right? Yeah, I think it's just a Ruger M4. Like, that's banned because it can go bang, 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 bang. Oh, Mini 14. Yeah, Mini 14. Yeah, Ruger M14. Thank you, Zach Fletcher. You know Vosh's gun's better than me. Yeah, like, his gun you couldn't buy anymore. He got his grandfathered in. Literally any gun that you put a magazine in, and then, like, it's a rifle, and you can go bang, 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 bang. Can't buy them anymore in my state. Absolutely fucking insane. Absolutely fucking over the top. If that is, like, what Democrats want to make all of America like, no. Absolutely not what I want from, like, the gun legislation in America. Absolutely not. I do not support that. That is absolutely overstepping, in my humble opinion. But yeah. If anything, this story shouldn't make you want guns banned more. It shows that the police are not going to protect you from an... Like, what's interesting to me is, how does somebody see this? Somebody got a gun that, granted, they should not have been legally able to get at their age. I agree there. Went to a school, started killing kids, and the police spent an hour doing nothing. Does this make you confident that you should remain an unarmed, defenseless citizen of America and trust the police will save your life? Hypers in chat, if you trust the police with your life. Hypers in chat if you're an American who trusts the police with your life. Because frankly, I don't. I don't trust the police with my life. I don't trust myself to be completely defenseless in my home, like, or whatever, and like my whole life be completely defenseless 24/7 as far as like firearms are concerned. When someone else with a firearm could turn up and I just have to trust the cops will be there to save my life. No. And most Americans will have the same realization. Like, a lot of Gen Z is pretty anti-gun ownership because most of Gen Z doesn't own a home or live alone. The second you own a home or like rent your own place or live alone, pretty much, you very quickly start to realize, oh, like, I actually could totally have a home break-in while I'm here alone, and it's just me. Or I could be out and it could happen. Like, that's like a real threat now. It's not just like a matter of like, oh, I live with my parents. They'll deal with the problem if something happens, right? Like, I have to be able to defend myself. Like, if someone broke in right now, what would I do? Like, that realization sets in for a lot of younger people once they have their own place. It did for me, at least. And I ended up buying a gun because I realized, wow, living alone. Yeah, I'd like to have a gun now. Yeah. Very quick. Didn't take me long to decide that I'd like to own a gun myself after, like, living completely alone. Because a lot of people are going to want that when they live in America. Because, well, we could pass today a ban on every single firearm in the... What a perfect shirt to be wearing, by the way. Like, while we have this conversation. You could literally ban the sale of every gun in the country right now. There would be no more legal sale of guns. There'd still be guns everywhere. There's so many guns. The criminals would still have so many guns. The problem is, if you hadn't bought a gun yet and you're not willing to buy a gun illegally after this law passes, it would mean that if somebody comes at you with a gun or goes to a public place with a gun and it's illegal to carry one or have one, like, legally and like use it legally to defend yourself, that guy doesn't care about breaking the law. When he shows up to that gun-free zone, or if America is a gun-free zone, when he just goes outside to a public location, like a church or a restaurant or anything, it's not going to be like that one video where the guy comes in and starts, like, shooting people in the subway, and there's a off-duty officer sitting in one of the chairs and, like, pulls out his gun and, like, lights up the active shooter in the store before he can kill another person. It won't be like that. When someone shows up with a gun and people aren't legally allowed to own or use a gun, then that person's just a supervillain until the police show up and maybe they do something quick enough to save lives. I understand that America has a serious problem with guns, but the cat is out of the bag. There are a lot of fucking guns out there. Way more than people. And if the cops are not equipped or even willing to defend you against potentially an armed assailant, then you need to be an armed defender of yourself. I'm not saying you have to go out and get a gun, but I am saying you shouldn't support bills that would just outright ban the legal ownership and carrying and use of a gun to defend yourself. It is not a good thing. I think a lot of Democrat legislation and especially rhetoric goes way too far. And I think this story should make you more willing to buy a gun, which is actually what happened. AR-15 sales skyrocketed after the Uvalde shooting because people who like guns know, oh fuck, the Democrats are going to try to ban AR-15s, better stock up. Anyway, how'd you guys like that segment, even if it was a bit depressing? Pretty baller. Good seg. Hell yeah. I'll never buy an assault weapon whatsoever. It should never be allowed. Dog, Maurice Bear. You know that assault weapon isn't a real classification of weapon, right? You know, it's like a made-up political phrase. What's an assault weapon? What are the specifications of an assault weapon as far as firearms go? I'm curious. ARs? What does AR mean, Maury Spare? Mari Spare, what does AR mean? Assault rifles. I end my case. I close my case. I close my case. For those that don't know, AR does not stand for assault rifles. And when people who are anti-gun and on the left talk about being anti-gun, they are usually very, very confidently wrong about guns as well. But it's not like a subjective thing, it's like objective things having to do with guns. Like they say, I'm against the ownership of ARs. What's an AR? An assault rifle. Okay. For those that don't know, AR stands for Armalite Rifle. It is a brand, well, not even a brand, more of a model of rifle that has been, like, patent shared with a couple of other companies. It's extremely modular, so if you get an AR-15, you can, like, pretty much like, an AR-15 can look completely different, like a completely different gun. Like, you would not identify it as the same gun from another AR-15, or you can go into a gun store and see, like, a bunch of different AR-15s that just look completely the same. Or just, like, a bunch of them look similar with a ton of different, like, modifications on it. Yeah, Armalite was just the big company that, like, produced them originally. And they sold off the patent, right? I think that's what we just read. I like your segment, but do I want to buy a gun? I mean, you don't need to buy a gun. I'm just saying you shouldn't be against, like, the ownership of them, right? Like, for the record, by the way, like, I assume you don't know this, but you know that, like, assault rifles, which is a category of gun, but it's not what AR stands for. Like, assault rifles, as you think of them, I guess, those guns are not even statistically significant in terms of what is used for gun crime. You understand that what's more commonly used are handguns. Those unassuming little guys that people typically don't, like, you don't really see a lot of political uproar over. Because the fact is, handguns are used a lot for, you know, general crime, like general violent gun crime. And that's what makes up, like, small scale general violent gun crime, very common, and that's what makes up the vast majority of even mass shootings. So, while yes, an AR-15 has a large capacity for mass killing, there's no denying that. Like, I'm pretty sure you can, like, I'm pretty sure I could put, like, if I had an AR-15, which I don't, to be clear, I wish I did, but I don't. If I had an AR-15, isn't it theoretically, like, don't they make, like, drum mags for those things that can fit, like, 60 rounds? Like, you could... They have a lot of tragedy-causing potential, AR-15s do, as do other, you know, semi-automatic rifles, right? But, like, they just aren't used that much. They're expensive, they're big, they're bulky, they're, like, just not what's generally used. I don't know what else to say other than the statistics just don't say they're that big of a threat compared to handguns. And even then, I don't think we should ban handguns, but at least even Republicans actually passed sensible gun laws. In Florida, you have to be 21 years old to buy a handgun. You don't have to be 21 years old to buy an AR-15, which I disagree with, by the way. I do think you should have to be 21. But to be fair, even in Florida, they acknowledge that handguns are so commonly used by young people because they're cheap and you can just conceal them and use them to commit crime, and they're so commonly used, even they limit the sale of handguns to people who are 21 years or older. In Florida, that was a DeSantis law, by the way. DeSantis passed that law. The drum mags are so unreliable, it saved lives in the shooting at the theater a while back during a Batman showing. Really? It had a failure to feed and it saved lives? Dog, could you imagine, like, how bad the press is for the company that makes, like, a magazine that fails to feed during a mass shooting? Everyone's celebrating how shit the magazine is, and it ends up being, like, big news how bad the magazine was. It failed to feed, and that saved many lives. But it also leads to, like, the stock for that magazine, like that company that produces the magazine, like plummeting, because like the fact that it failed to feed ends up being big news. I bet that's what happened. Aren't drum mags just bad in general? Well, they're not bad at having a large capacity. I mean, reloading takes a minute, you know? Like, I mean, it takes a hot second. I mean, if you don't have 2 magazines, it especially takes a second. So if you only have 1 magazine, and you're only gonna get 1, or you only think you're gonna have 1, I mean, if you're willing to risk the jamming or the failure to feed, then a drum magazine's not too bad, because you're not gonna have to reload for a minute. You can really just pop off a lot of shots. Imagine losing your job because someone lived. Yeah, someone definitely got fired because that magazine failed to feed, too. During that theater shooting, I bet. Someone got at, like, that company that produced that drum mag got fired. Because that magazine failed to feed the round in that would have killed that person. Think about that. That's the corporate world. That's capitalism, baby. Orther's Dork, thank you for the tier 1. Give this up to Princess Lose-A-Lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Says, I'm still writing the fanfiction I want to see in the world, but the pot roast is done and yummy. Take care of yourselves, stay safe and warm, and drink water. Well, hey, I hope you're enjoying the writing of your fanfiction, and I hope you enjoy that pot roast. I always love when people tell me they're having, like, a nice meal and writing something or playing video games or chilling out on the night shift while listening to my streams. It's really cozy. It makes me feel cozy. I don't know why, but it's a cozy feeling. Thank you, Orther's Dork. I appreciate it. And yes, I will drink some water. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. We've got a weird bill to talk about today coming out of Oklahoma. Now, I feel I should preface this with a disclaimer. I've made a lot of mean jokes about furries, okay? I've joked about wanting to ban furries from my chat. I've joked about how furries are cringe. I've joked about how furries are, like, weirdos or whatever. You know, I like to make jokes at furries, but let's be real. I don't really hate furries, okay? Like, when it comes to people doing stuff that's not hurting anybody, that's just to make themselves happy, and they're doing it with just other people, and they're having a community, and it's their thing, I'm not into yum-yucking people. I used to be when I was younger, obviously, because, like, when you're young, you're a little shit who sees people enjoying things you don't online, and you want to give them shit for it, because it's like, I'm not into that, and it's popular. Fuck that. You know, like, that was me when I was younger, for sure. But for the most part, when I talk about furries in a negative way, I'm just joking. Some of my best friends are furries, I promise you. I'm not racist against furries. Funnily enough, we even have a furry chat in my Discord server. It's not even a joke. So in all seriousness, I don't really mind furries. We have a furry emote in the chat! Yes, exactly. See, we even have an emote that was made specifically to satiate the furries, okay? And a lot of my viewers here are furries. Which is why, as you can imagine, I have absolutely no support for this bill that, while I have no doubt in my mind, is going to get nowhere and is probably just a massive virtue signal, is still pretty jarring to see is being suggested genuinely and unironically. Oklahoma bill would require furries be picked up from school by parents or animal control. Before the 2024 Oklahoma legislative sessions began, thousands of bills will be filed, and most will never come close to becoming law, such as this one. One Oklahoma lawmaker, Representative Justin Humphrey, Republican, decided to file a bill targeting furries or people in a subculture interested in anthropomorphic animal characters in Oklahoma schools. Oklahoma House Bill 3084 would ban students who purport to be an imaginary animal or animal species or who engage in anthropomorphic behavior, commonly referred to as furries, at school, from participating in class and school activities. The bill would require parents or guardians to pick up the student from school, but if parents are unable to pick the student up, the bill says, quote, animal control services shall be contacted to remove the student. And we'll go ahead and get a look at this guy too. Humphrey has made headlines in recent years in his advocacy of prison reform, capital punishment reform, and rural development. By that, he wants to make it more severe. So yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy who is pushing a bill that would make it so kids in school who identify as furries would have to get picked up by their parents, and if their parents fail to pick them up, animal control would come and take them away. He looks like a pedophile. That he does. That he does. I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but he's wearing a bolo tie. That's all you need to know. Anyway. Anyway, listen. I think it's very important that we talk about furry hate. I know. I know, of all people, I am talking about how furry hate is a problem. Furries are an interesting group, okay? I'm going to be dead honest with all of you here. There's nothing about this that doesn't make me cringe, okay? I have a visceral cringe response to everything about furry culture, furry fandom, and furry, like, everything. Furries are insanely cringe to me. But at the same time, I do believe in that philosophy, being cringe is being free. There's nothing inherently wrong with being cringe. There's nothing wrong with it. And I don't think it's any secret, really, that a pretty substantial portion of the furry community are LGBT. And a lot of furry fandom came from internet cultures that sort of, from what I understand, like, I'm not a furry, and I am friends with furries, but I don't really talk to them about furry stuff. My understanding is a lot of furries were like young teenagers online, usually LGBTQ or neurodivergent, were bullied or harassed in real life and even online, and found themselves falling into niche internet communities where basically kinning was done as a, which is when you like have a alter character that's like a anthropomorphic or less anthropomorphic animal that's meant to be sort of like a character you roleplay on the internet as a way of escape. That's sort of how I understand it started. There's also like scalies and stuff like that. Yeah. That's sort of how it started. There's also a sexual aspect to it, but that seemed to evolve from the fact that a lot of people grew up in this stuff, and then as they grew up with it, because it became such a big part of their identity, they also began to sexualize it as they came into, like, being older and sexually active, right? And so a lot of furry cons do have sexual stuff that goes on, but it's not all sexual, from my understanding. I know for a fact it's not all sexual. I know furries, and I know they're not just always, like, sexual posting all the time. Many of them do genuinely just enjoy, like, the fandom, right? And, like, they enjoy the community. They enjoy, like, the roleplay or whatever. Like, the wholesome, safer work roleplay side of things. But a big part of it is the fact that a pretty substantial portion of furries are LGBTQ and neurodivergent. Which means that when conservatives, for a very long time, when conservatives have wanted to attack LGBT people or neurodivergent people, but they can't just outright attack those groups on their face because it's kind of hard to get away with that sort of thing and not be called a bigot. Instead, they find a group that is made up of mostly people who are LGBT or neurodivergent and are also kind of cringe, and they target that group. That group for a long time has been furries. Homophobes and people who are ableist have targeted the fuck out of the furry community for a very long time, because while you can't just outright attack gay people and neurodivergent people and get away with it fully unscathed, attacking furries on the basis of them being cringe and letting your audience or other people fill in the gaps where they will and build the hate where they will over time has been a really popular tactic of hate-mongering for the right for quite some time. Which is why, while I find this shit pretty goddamn cringe, I see the content focused on pointing out the cringe, making fun of the cringe, and demonizing the cringe as very dangerous. I really, really do. I think it's being done almost solely by conservative activists to prime people to hate the LGBT community. Obviously, not all gay people are furries, and even if they were, it wouldn't be like a morally bad thing, but they're basically trying to slowly build up a cognitive dissonance to justify hate in the future. You know, furries are cringe, right? Is the first step. And then maybe furries are bad because some furries are into cub shit, which is like furry pedo shit, right? Like furry lolicon, essentially. Every community is going to have pedophiles in it, and the furry community is big, so there are pedophiles in it. Trust me, from what I've heard, the furry community is not welcoming of them, nor are they welcoming of the Nazis in their furry community. But, they'll find, examples of furries being into cub stuff, and then all of a sudden, furries have a big pedophilia problem, is an idea that's spread around, even though there's not really a particularly high amount of pedophilia in the furry community, from what I can tell. And then from there, there's the pointing out of the fact that most furries are neurodivergent and or LGBTQ. Just sort of acknowledging that. Just it's a detail that gets mentioned, not really as an argument, just a detail gets mentioned to in the content. And then eventually get to the point where it's interesting how so many furries are LGBTQ, right? It's almost like maybe there's a pattern there, right? And from there, you eventually get to the idea that it's justifiable to say, that all furries are, or all LGBTQ people are degenerate furry pedophiles, as the conservatives like to say, right? I found that hatred for furries is a really easy, normie tier first step to bigotry. And hating furries itself is such an innocent seeming thing. Anyone outside of the left right now hearing me talk about this, doing steel manning for furries would absolutely make fun of me. Because I'm being very sincere right now, and most people just like to take the piss out of furries. It's a very normie-friendly first step into much more insidious hatred. And I feel like, you know what? I've got a lot of furries in my community, and there is a lot of genuinely fucked up, deranged hate for you guys out there. And I feel like it's about time that I did a segment where I actually did some furry advocacy, you know? What the fuck is steel manning? Straw manning is essentially when you take someone's argument and you represent it extremely dishonestly in a way that makes it sound weaker than the actual argument that the other person made is. That's straw manning. When a conservative says, the left says that everything is racist, that's a straw man, right? A steel man is when you instead take an idea that's not very popular or well-liked, and you try to argue in favor of it. Maybe you even take an idea that's not very well represented on its own, and you try to represent it in a better optics way than those that believe it already are. That's what steel manning is. But, yeah. Anyway, I've actually gotten to the point where I'm starting to think furry hate might be more cringe than furries, which, hey, that's gonna be a big moment for furries, is when the people who hate furries become more cringe than furries themselves. That'll truly be when the cultural tipping point happens, I think. Anyway, how'd you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. cultural reset. Is this person just like hate posting constantly in chat? Alright, I'll just go ahead and ban you then. I haven't been paying attention to YouTube chat, but it seems like this person's just been hate posting the entire time. Were they? Or are they talking to someone else? It's hard to tell. No, it seems like they're just hate posting, yeah. They started speaking German. That's kind of sus. I don't know, guys. Ever since that whole Hitler thing, I'm kind of sussed out by people speaking German. Cringe culture is dead. Cringe culture is definitely not dead, but we can hope for it to die. Darcel Saber, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, we furries are responsible for a lot of scientific advancements. Without us, the world wouldn't be what it is. That is true. Furries do have a ridiculous amount of money and resources. Reminder that furries helped make the COVID vaccine. That is true, and also invented a cooling system for suits that is now being used by the fucking U.S. military. Then you sit your ass down. Trying to ban them from school because you think they're weird. Yeah, who remembers that one completely fake story about the litter boxes in the kids' bathrooms in schools that was like literally just completely fake, and the right like purported it like it was real for a week, and then once it got revealed to be completely made up, they just let it go because like news outlets started like saying, by the way, this was fake, and so they stopped saying it. Pepper Ridge Farms remembers. Here, let me update the dono goal really quick. Hey guys, if you're watching right now and you're enjoying the stream, consider maybe donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub if you want to financially support the channel and you can afford it on my website, xanderhall.com/live. We're doing so on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, all linked down below in the description. You can also support me by joining my Discord server because we actually do cool-ass watch parties in there, movies and TV shows every once in a while. And on top of that, every other Friday, coming soon, I will be doing call-in streams where you guys can come on and talk to me about whatever, or even debate me about stuff, so that'll be pretty exciting. Worth joining my Discord for that. And I'm also selling merch down below in the Streamlabs link in the description too, so maybe you can pick yourself up a Xander Hall Booba shirt. Also, if you don't have any money or you don't want to, give me money, you can always support me support me non-financially for completely free just by hitting the thumbs up button on YouTube. It really does help a lot. So for anyone who does that, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who hits that like button. It really means a lot. All right, let me bring up the next video.
As
Xander Hall, I don't know why, but when you said Pepperidge Farms remembers, the first thing that came out of my mouth was Beverage Farms had sex with my wife. I don't have a wife. I'm gay. I have a boyfriend, though, and he's great. Okay. Anyway, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Hypers in chat, if you have a job and you hate it. That's going to be roughly everybody in chat who has a job. Most people hate having to work. Hell, even I have my dream job. This is literally my dream job. Like, I dreamed about having this job when I was like a 10-year-old, okay? Like, this is, being a YouTuber is what I've always wanted to be ever since I was a kid, and I have it. Even then, there are days where I'm just like, I don't want to stream today. I don't want to make a video today. I just want to chill. You know, there are times where you're just burned out, and you don't want to have to drag your ass back to work to make a living to keep food on the table. But we live under a brutal capitalist system where if you don't go to work and you don't make some rich guy more money for pennies on the dollar of what you're making him, then you are going to live in a box and you are going to eat out of a dumpster. That is going to be your life if you don't go and make those pennies on a dollar for that big wealthy guy who has 5 houses that owns the company you work for. That's just kind of the reality of things. And he doesn't care if you get burned out. Your managers don't care if you get burned out. You don't get to take time off because you're burned out or that you're tired. And you know, I'm kind of privileged that I can make my own schedule, but even then I'm kind of, you know, YouTube doesn't care when I'm burned out, so I kind of have to work anyway. I can make my own schedule, but I basically force myself to work a lot more than I maybe should because YouTube forces me to. If I don't, then my channel will suffer, so I gotta, you know. So even YouTubers end up overworking and burning themselves out because even when you can make your own schedule, if you're not properly, you know, like compensated and your like ability to continue working is based on working unhealthy amounts of hours like YouTube incentivizes, then it doesn't matter if you can make your own schedule. You're still going to enforce an unhealthy work schedule on yourself, or much like if you don't go to work, you know, if you work a traditional job, you're just going to end up homeless. You're going to not have income. So, as you can imagine, when most Americans are in this position, most Americans fucking hate their jobs. They fucking hate working. And this means that even though employers are squeezing money out of every employee, paying pennies on the dollar for what their work is actually producing for the company and the higher-up managers and owners and whatnot, despite all that, workers really are not working at high efficiency. Like, American workers, despite working some of the hardest hours and being some of the most exhausted and overworked workers and burned out workers in all of the Western world, despite all of that, they are some of the lowest productivity workers. We work hard and unproductively in America, all the while scrounging together pennies trying to get by. One of the biggest problems right now is, despite the fact that Biden has seriously improved the economy, things you need to survive are expensive as fuck right now. Rent and food are expensive. And that's a big problem when people are tired from working 5 or 6 day work weeks. Shorter work weeks? Well, that's what we're about to get into. If it was possible for people to be more productive, to work less, and be less burnt out, you'd think that would be a good thing. But for a long time, just not wanting to change, not wanting to break with what we know works, what we know makes money, has made a lot of higher up like managers avoid a change that would be a mutually beneficial positive move. And that is doing the 4-day work week. Less work time can mean higher productivity, and it often does. And this is a CBS Saturday morning segment done on a company that is now like experimenting with a 4-day work week model and talking about the effect it's had on their productivity and the happiness of their workers. And pretty much across the board, it's positive. Who would have thought? Not overworking your employees leads to higher productivity and happier workers. And yeah, you actually benefit more than if you were overworking them in the end. I know, it's crazy.
Many of us begin to enjoy a 3-day weekend in observance of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. This morning, we're going to visit one of the few companies in America where workers enjoy a 3-day weekend every week of the year. American workers of all ages overwhelmingly say they'd like to shift to a 4-day work week, with large portions willing to change jobs or even industries to get the perk. Dozens of companies have recently tested the idea, and
literally nobody is against the idea of a 4-day work week. Like, the people who voted no on this on both sides are the people who would have preferred a 3-day work week.
Wanted to know what it takes to make it work.
Advanced RV outside Cleveland, Ohio is no hotbed of ivory tower theories on the future of work. No, it's the kind of place where when the boss forwarded an email about testing a 4-day week, the workers mostly rolled their eyes.
I read it and kind of chuckled a little bit, like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, that probably works great in Europe.
I was a little skeptical at first.
When I first heard that, I thought it was a joke.
No way is this going to work.
It's crazy how many Americans are like so brain poisoned with this idea of, yeah, that works in Europe. Like, oh, the most like you'll show an American a video of how like insanely amazing Switzerland's public rail systems are, and they'll be like, yeah, but that only works in a place like Switzerland, you know? And it's like, why? And they list a bunch of reasons. Like, okay, so objectively, none of those reasons, like all those reasons exist in Switzerland to the same degree. So there's literally no reason why we can't do it here if we just invested the money, and it would be beneficial. And all like economic experts say like free, available, good public transit would massively, massively benefit the American economy. Like everyone would benefit. That rising tide would raise all ships, right? But like so many people are like, nope, that can only work in Europe. Like somehow there's some magical force field that once you pass into America, the laws of physics work differently. So if you do a thing in Europe, the impact would be totally different in America. Now, if you can explain actual reasons why it wouldn't work in America, then you've got me there. Like with gun policy, for example, right? A big difference in America is there's way more guns than there are people by several magnitudes. So that's an actual example of why European gun policy might not work as well in America. But you hear this shit about like taxes or healthcare. It's like it never, like, no, it would absolutely work. It would work here. The reason it can't work here is America is hell on earth. Well, the reason why a lot of people believe this is that a lot of Americans here is the good sounding part of what's nice in Europe, right? Like they hear, oh, in Switzerland, you got like good transportation. It's the happiest country in the world, free healthcare, all that good stuff. But they don't hear about the fact that you're taxed very high and incomes are actually pretty low. But everything levels out in the end, and you actually end up living a pretty high quality of life there, and it's why it's so happy, even though all the policies that are suggested to happen here in America, you don't hear about happening in Switzerland because they aren't really relevant. People don't even think about the fact that wages are pretty low in Switzerland, or the fact that taxes are pretty high in Switzerland, because that's always how it's been. And it kind of like it kind of pays for itself by the fact that like you just go to the doctor, you just go take a train. You don't need to buy a car, you don't need to pay for car insurance or health insurance. Like it ends up paying itself off, and no one even thinks about it. But when you suggest the things necessary to achieve the type of standards that would make America on par with the happiest country in the world, people get upset. And then, of course, the right will try to come up with faux reasons for why America can't have that. Like, well, you see, Switzerland doesn't have brown people. That's why America can't do what Switzerland has done. And that's been their go-to lately, is the brown people make it so we can't make America good like Switzerland. That's like their go-to now.
Not a chance in Hades.
Advanced RV's 50 employees were already plenty busy making high-end, highly customized camper vans. Dave MacArthur handles metal fabrication. Brent Figuera...
And they're doing, like, physical work that also has an aspect of, like, thinking and thought behind it because it's assembly. This is the kind of work where, like, getting burned out makes you way less productive. And taking breaks, well-timed breaks, is going to lead to a massive increase in production. Like, have you ever, like, built something from IKEA and you try to do it all in one sitting, get frustrated, and it takes hours, but if you just start doing it and spend 15 minutes, then get up and take a break, regardless of how it's going, then come back 15 minutes later, you'll finish it in like 30 minutes easy. Taking breaks makes you more productive with stuff like this. It's just scientifically proven.
Works on the electric. Chris Perko does quality control. Mike Griffiths oversees production. But it was owner Mike Neuendorfer who had read an article suggesting a radical change, working 4 days a week, just 8 hours a day, but still paying everyone their full salary while aiming to maintain their old 5-day productivity.
It would be a huge challenge, but if it worked, it would be the most significant thing I've ever done. Can you imagine giving 50 people a 3-day weekend? It's pretty amazing, every week.
So that was the attraction. You realized the impact this would have on people's lives.
I did, to some degree.
Did people think there was a catch at first? What was the reaction?
Yeah.
To some degree, he knows that this will lead to increase in productivity, and he'll make more money in the end. This will lead to them being able to like finish more RVs and get more projects done, and they're probably paid by the project, which means more projects will be done faster with a more productive schedule, and he'll make more money in the end. So yes, it's a mutually beneficial situation. He's not going to hurt his bottom line's not going to be hurt by this 3-day weekend thing.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a catch. In 2022, they joined 40 other North American companies in a 6-month trial organized by 4-Day Week Global. Now, the other companies in the trial were mostly places where everyone works on a laptop, small tech companies and nonprofits. So Advanced RV became a special kind of test case. Could a Rust Belt automotive company really implement a labor movement fantasy?
At first it was, well, we're all going to take this day off.
Labor movement fantasy. It's never been a fantasy. Other countries just do this. It just works. You've just been convinced it can't work by people who have a vested financial interest in convincing you this can't work.
I'll take that day. And it's like, okay, guys, wait a minute. It's not going to work like that.
The way it would work, they learned, was with a series of compromises and adjustments.
You know, one guy will take Monday, the other guy takes Friday.
We usually try to schedule any doctor's appointments or dentist appointments like on our day off.
But now remember, for the trial to be a success, they still had to maintain
having a day
their
off.
old 5-day output.
Do we have enough inefficiencies in our day that we can eliminate to still get the same amount of work done?
It's saying there are 8 hours a week that, you know what, you don't even need to be here.
Mm-hmm. You know, the first big one was what meetings are we having every week that really aren't very useful for us.
You know, we changed meeting protocols, we changed processes, we changed communication protocols, and all of it is little things.
The biggest thing,
Everybody's focused.
we heard over and over,
It seems like we're getting more done in less time.
is motivation to make the schedule permanent.
It's like whenever I streamed, if I streamed 2 days a week, those 2 streams a week would be really fucking good. I would be energetic. I would be excited to stream. I would be bringing the best of the best topics, like, and only covering the best of the best topics. If I could get away with just streaming twice a week or once a week, the less I streamed, the more high quality each stream would be. It would just be a matter of how much can I get away with streaming less to make it so that it's higher quality when I do. I will be more excited. My heart will be in it more. I'll be able to source better topics. Even in my line of work, working less often leads to the times when I do work being higher quality work. And so in a job like this, it does not surprise me that with one less day of working that they have to worry about, another extra day of relaxing and getting rest and enjoying themselves, they might come into work a little excited to see their friends after that 3-day weekend, you know? Depending on how it's spread out, maybe they have that 3-day weekend, they're like, you know, it's been 3 days since I've seen my friends at work. I'm actually a little excited to come in and see them, you know? Like, I'm a little excited to, get back to putting together RVs a little bit, you know? I feel like if work was more of a non-life encompassing thing, to an extent, some people might feel a twinge of excitement for it. Like, even if it's their wage cage job, not their, passion job or their career.
If people really want it, they can make it work, I think.
But people have to work to make it happen.
Yes, it ain't just gonna you ain't just gonna get that extra day off and not have to do anything to accomplish that.
Yeah, what is the trade? What do you have to give to get this?
Here, it was just like everybody working together. Everybody working a little extra. I was really skeptical about it. I didn't think it was gonna happen, but it really.
The thing is, though, the extra day off makes the working harder not really working harder. You're still exerting the same amount of effort, or even less effort by the sound. You're exerting less effort, actually, and you're doing the same amount of work. So you're working harder, quote unquote, but the effort you're exerting is less. The output is higher.
It's amazed me that it's happened.
Yeah, no more working on Mondays. It would be awesome.
A survey after 6 months found 95% of workers in the 41 trial
got a
companies
time to start a garden?
wanted to keep the new schedule. And none of those companies said they'd go back to 5 days.
Yeah, those
at least
berries
for
are
now.
weed in my backyard.
So could this
They're
really be the
overtaking
future
everything.
of the American Monday? Walking the dog, working in the garage.
It's just great to have an extra day to be able to do that.
I've heard about the movement for a 4-day work week like for 10, 20 years now, but it's really gaining more momentum now.
Stephen Greenhouse was the longtime labor reporter for the New York Times.
Part of it is Americans seem more concerned about work-life balance than was the case 10 and 20.
So, something that's going to happen inevitably is that as America gets less and less religious, people are going to start to realize. So, a very popular idea in modern Christianity, which is, of course, a pretty prevalent religion in America, is that worldly possessions, worldly gains do not matter, and that you just need to, like, live a life that makes God happy because you'll have eternity in heaven when you die, right? As long as you make God happy. So a lot of Americans have lived their lives like that, kind of content to work until death with the idea that they'll kind of be rewarded with eternity in paradise, right? But as more and more Americans become secular, the realization that this life is all that they have, and that as things are, their life might literally be work, 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 squeeze out a day off, and do what they can, and then get back to work literally forever until maybe they can retire, but they're probably not going to be able to, probably till they die. And then that's it. That's their life. A lot of people just won't stand for that. Gen Z, in fact, statistically has been found to have a staggering favorability towards experiences over physical things. Sounds surprising, right? Gen Z seems very vain, very materialistic. Like they want cell phones and clothes and shoes and stuff, right? Like they really like and Supreme clothes. Like Gen Z is the least materialistic generation ever. Gen Z statistically favors traveling and experiences like experimenting with drugs, sexual freedom, traveling primarily, and spending time with friends, and like going out and eating and stuff like that. Gen Z values memories, creating happy memories, even at their own expense, over buying things to have. Because Gen Z, and every consecutive generation, is more and more secular. And that comes to a realization of, and I know it's cringe, YOLO. You only live once. That term came from well, really, like, what was it, millennials? Kind of, like when they were, like, younger-ish, like in their 20s back then. Like, YOLO came from, like, 2012 teenagers and young 20-somethings saying, like, oh, you only live once, you know? You got to live your life to the fullest. All right? And so I think as more and more people come to that realization and more generations popularize that idea, a lot of people are going to just not fucking stand for the state of things. They're really going to put their ballot where their mouth is when it comes to how they feel about the way that Americans are expected to live their lives overwhelmingly.
20, 30, 40 years ago. They don't want work controlling their lives, dictating their lives.
Yes,
they want
exactly.
to have control.
Major changes to the way we work, Greenhouse says, almost always follow decades of popular protest for change. But if the goal is a 32-hour work week, there may be a lesson in how we settled on a 40-hour work week just 100 years ago.
Really, the big, most important development was Henry Ford changed his factories from 9 hours a day to 8 hours a day.
So Ford makes this change, but that
Literally everyone who's it's all been copying Ford. Like, Ford proved that it would work to do a 5-hour work week and, like, still be productive. And then all these companies were like, oh, it's possible to, like, not have our workers, like, wanting to kill us all the time. Like, we don't have to hire Pinkerton security forces to, like, keep our striking workers from killing us. If we just, like, give them 5 days a week, adopt the assembly line method, and, like, we can just kind of kill two birds with one stone. Like, a lot of these money-grubbing assholes would actually prefer for a mutually beneficial option if it saves them trouble and it results in less bullshit for them to deal with and it doesn't hurt their bottom line. And Henry Ford proved those three things could be done with the 40-hour work week, the 5 days a week with the assembly line factory like format, right? And so every business since Henry Ford has been copying has been copying like his model of running his factories. Just because he did it and did it well doesn't mean it's the best way to do things. We can improve.
That's just one company. Other places then felt pressure to follow.
Well, Ford at the time was arguably the nation's most prominent company. And I think a lot of other companies, a lot of other industries felt we better do what Henry did because Henry Ford is making $1 gazillion and is leading the way.
The 4-day movement is still waiting for its Henry Ford. Many of the most prominent companies of this era are famous for pushing employees to work more, not less. Even Mike Neuendorfer says this isn't for everyone.
I'm not evangelical about it. The structures of businesses are so different.
It worked here, he says, because only one shareholder had to agree, him. And the workers weren't just punching a...
It worked here because he just had to agree to it. But it wouldn't work in other companies because there'd be more money men at the top deciding whether or not they agree to it. That I like how the literal only drawback to why this couldn't work in other companies is the shareholders wouldn't agree to it. That's the drawback to it, to other companies doing this.
Clock, but
amazing.
Banding together to be more efficient. If they don't hit their goals, the 5-day schedule could come back. But he doesn't expect that. Too many people now are hooked on the pleasures of their endless long weekends. And Neuendorfer thinks eventually they'll have much more company.
Changes are accepted over time. The number of people who experience the joy and the freedom and the creativity of having a 3-day weekend is just huge. And it's going to be a driving force, I think. But I don't know how it's going to happen or how quickly it's going to happen.
Greenhouse pointed out one...
So yeah, pretty nice to hear about this because I think the pandemic and Gen Z entering the workforce is going to result in a really heavy push for work reform. It was already popular among millennials, but like Gen Z is very radically progressive and populist when it comes to the concept of work and economics. Socialism is more popular with Gen Z than any other generation, and that's by a lot. This generation entering the workforce in droves is going to mean a lot of pressure for reform of these workplaces that have, in the past, simply not had enough pressure to change. Boomers liked keeping things the way they are. But now, even among boomers, it seems like things are changing. Even a fair amount of Gen X and boomers lean towards, a 4-hour work week sounds kind of nice. Kind of a nice little hopium story I thought I'd cover. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I thought you guys might enjoy a segment proving we're right about, like, work reform. Obviously, we're right about that.
Brand new footage.
Not torturing people with their work conditions and treating them like slaves is a good thing all around? No. Worst segment ever, JK. I'm glad you appreciate it, Talia. Dynamis, MechJeb42, welcome to the stream. Hello. I'm glad you liked it. I like seeing new people in the website chat. Welcome, welcome. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch right now, by the way, if you don't know why your chats aren't appearing on screen, it's because you're talking in the wrong chat. This is my website chat, xanderhall.com/live. I've got a website with a chat, a custom chat, and you make your account, you get your name, and there's custom emotes and all that. Spam your favorite emotes in chat, by the way, or just not spam it. Just post your favorite emote in chat, by the way, like website chatters. So come on over to the website. There's a link right above if you're in YouTube chat where it says leave a like, subscribe, and I put a link up there in that little announcement thing. And if you're on Twitch, there should be a link down below in the stream description. So come over to the website and make an account, because this is the actual chat that, I read, and it's the chat that's on screen, so your messages will be forever preserved in videos and whatnot. Done? Hell yeah. Welcome, K-Doge. Or K-Doge. Not K-Doge. Alright, let me bring up... Alright. Gosh, I need a sippy. How am I so hungry already? I ate literally right before stream. Granted, I have been streaming for 4.5 hours, but still. Still, though, you know? Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. So, this is an interesting one. As you all know, Donald Trump being in court is possibly the funniest shit ever. And unfortunately, we have had very, very little televised footage or publicly released footage of Donald Trump in court. However, I've got some really good news for you all today, because you see, Donald Trump is currently undergoing a fraud trial in New York, and recently some publicized footage came out of him testifying, and apparently it's funny, so I'm excited to see it. I'm betting, at the very least, right off the bat, he's gonna be pouting. Because if I know Donald Trump, in all of this, when he's in trouble, he pouts. He makes his little pouty face. He's gonna be little, he makes a little pouty face. I need to see his little pouty face.
Of Trump's hours-long deposition in his civil fraud case in New York. Trump questioned by the Attorney General's office for 7 hours. Transcripts of the deposition were released last year, but this is the first time we're able to watch the exchanges play out on video. Headline-making moments like this when Trump is asked about his role within
Oh yeah, sorry. This is from a year ago. This is finally released.
the company since becoming president.
I'd rarely have anything to do with anything having to do with the company. I really wasn't interested, believe it or not. I was interested in solving the problem with North Korea, which was ready to blow up. I considered this the most important job in the world, saving millions of lives. I think you would have had nuclear holocaust if I didn't deal with North Korea. I think you would have.
Hasn't Donald Trump constantly bragged about, like, running his companies while also being president? How can he say he had nothing to do with the companies that are under investigation for fraud and were found guilty of fraud when he has constantly bragged about running his companies while being president? Interesting flip-flop there.
Have had a nuclear war if I weren't elected.
Attorney General Letitia James claiming Trump and his namesake organization inflated assets by billions of dollars, seeking over $350 million in disgorged damages. A verdict is expected in the coming weeks. This case could effectively end Trump's empire on his home turf. When asked about the financial statements, Trump argued about his, quote, brand.
If I wanted to show you a good statement, I would have added maybe $10 billion or something for the brand. I didn't put the brand in there. I think my brand value is probably my greatest asset, even though it gets tarnished by people like this suing me. I mean, I became president because of the brand.
Oh my god, even in the fucking... I don't know what I was expecting. Of course he would be complaining about getting sued and saying it's like a sham in his testimony. Donald Trump is kind of right about this. The most valuable thing he has is his brand. Donald Trump isn't really that wealthy. Like, he's wealthy, but in the world of the 1%, he's not that high up there. A lot of his money is in his name being popular and the fact that he licenses buildings to carry his name. A lot of buildings that have Trump on them are not owned by him and have nothing to do with him. Like, you can pay him to use his name on a building, for example. Like, that's like a thing that he does. So yeah, he's not wrong there, though. His brand is his biggest asset, and becoming president was possibly the biggest bolster to his brand ever. Like, Donald Trump was a well-known figure before he ran for president, but now he is the most famous person in the world besides, like, Elon Musk. Although, no, probably the most famous person in the world is Donald Trump, I would say. I think, like, Biden is probably less known to, like, random people in developing nations that have never seen a phone before or a TV before. Like, they probably have heard of Donald Trump before they've heard of Biden or Obama, you know, or Bush or Clinton.
Okay, I became president. I think it's the hottest brand in the world.
Even making sure to brag about the success of his properties.
Dude, okay, I have to say this. I know it's kind of off topic, and I know I'm making fun of the wrong people here, but I have to point this out, okay? What made Donald Trump so successful was the fact that normal people like to see stuck-up, uptight, professional types like this get offended at a guy who is supposedly real talking and isn't using a filter. When normal people see someone like this get offended like that at the way Trump talks and carries himself, they find that endearing on the part of Trump. I'm like, you guys understand that, right? That like when like someone like this gets offended at Trump bragging about his brand, they're like, yeah, Trump's triggering them. Yeah. Because uptight professional people like this who have like a filter on and don't feel real compared to Trump, who presents himself obviously as he's a character. He's obviously being performative, but he doesn't have a filter. His character is so trashy, people think that must be the real him, right? Like, he must not be pretending to be like that, right? And so they think he's just real. He doesn't have a filter. He's an outsider. You know, and so when he offends people like this, his supporters just kick their little feet and giggle with joy.
Have you considered any other development on Doral, apart from the golf course and resort that you have?
Not really, because I don't, it's doing great. I don't need the money. You probably see the cash. We have a lot of cash. My biggest expense is probably legal fees. But fortunately, the wealthy people have come up to me and say, "Have you ever want to sell Turnberry? Have you ever want to sell Mar-a-Lago?"
Man, he brags a lot, though, to be fair.
Other of my clubs, which are amazing.
I feel like the best way to handle, like, do you know how this lady could have handled that quote better? Just laughing, I think. Like, a little laugh. Like, he's even bragging about his brand while under oath. In his testimony, just sort of treating it with levity, laughing about it, rather than acting like outraged and offended by it, because that's what his supporters want to see. Uptight media figures being offended by Trump, the way Trump carries himself. If you laugh at him, if you make it seem like he's acting like a fool, and it just makes you chuckle, they can't say you're triggered. It doesn't have that effect, that like effect Trump wants it to have. You know, I know this is a little bit of a nitpick, but I feel it's important to point out because, it's my job too.
If you ever want to sell, let us know. I don't even know who the people are. I know they're very rich people.
Throughout his testimony, Trump balanced bragging about his assets with deflecting any responsibility for the business side of things, at one point referring to disclaimers that were attached.
Vosh does the same thing, so it must be true. That's the realest thing ever. Like, I hate to say it, but so many of my own fans will, like, go against me on a take, and then Vosh will, like, make a video on the same topic and agree with me. Like, whether it be, like, backing me up directly or simply giving his opinion after mine, and it happens to be the same as my opinion, and all of a sudden all the people who were giving me shit before are all of a sudden agreeing with me. Happened with Afghanistan, notably. I had, like, even my own fans were giving me shit for my take about how if the U.S. pulls out of Afghanistan, it's going to be really bad for the people of Afghanistan. And everyone was shitting on me until Vosh agreed with that take. And then all of a sudden, everyone was like, okay, Zen was right. Unironically true, though.
Attached to his financial statements.
So-called free thinkers.
I never felt that these statements would be taken very seriously, because you open it up and right at the beginning of the statement you read a page and a half of stuff saying go get your own accounting, go get your own this, go get your own that.
So why did you get these statements prepared?
I would say more for maybe myself.
The first time Trump sat for a deposition in this case in 2022, Trump invoked the...
Hold on. Can we just appreciate the grain of Donald Trump's hair? There's something... I know it's like a really, like, cringe blow or whatever, but, like, it's been a while since I've just looked at Donald Trump's hair this close up, you know? And it really is something, isn't it? Because, like, it's so obvious that this is his real hair and that this is absolutely not real, right? Like, no one buys that this is his real hair here, right? Like, we all know that this and this are his real hair, right? Like, you guys know that, like, bro's got nothing going on up here. Like, this isn't like a comb over. This is not his natural hair. He's got a toupee on. That is a wig. That is wig hair. That is expensive wig hair, but that is wig hair. You want to know how you can tell? It doesn't behave like it's attached to anything. You know? Like, Donald Trump can try to style it, but, like, the way it is, the type of hair it is, and the length that it is, he can't style it. Because it's dead, you know, wig hair, right? Like, it doesn't behave like hair that's attached to your body. But the hair attached to his body, he can slick it back, and he can, like, style it a little bit. That's why the hair on his sides is like that, and the hair on the back of his head is the way it is. But when you look at the top of his head, his hair behaves completely differently. Because it's someone else's hair.
Maybe myself.
Yeah, there's literally been video of it flopping in the wind. It's not his real hair.
The first time Trump sat for a deposition in this case in 2022, Trump invoked the Fifth Amendment over 440 times, repeating the words, quote, same answer over and over again. This time, Trump chose to talk, a decision that will haunt him in court. Joining me now is Renato Mariotti, former federal prosecutor in the Northern District of Illinois, and Dave Ehrenberg, state attorney.
No, I want to see more clips of Trump. I want to see more clips of Trump. They include one more clip of Trump. We'll find more clips of Trump, don't worry.
And Ivanka, I was not interested in doing deals. I thought it was something that, while I heard it was legal for them as a family to do, I thought it wouldn't look good. I was I wanted to do a great job as president, and I felt that that would look like somewhat of a conflict of interest.
He bragged numerous times about running multiple companies while also being president.
I have to laugh, but Dave, the question to you is this. Again, the credibility determination being done by Justice Engoron. Do you buy in any way that Trump, even once for a nanosecond, was concerned about any potential conflict of interest?
No, he's pulling a snow job here. No, this is just him trying to talk his way out of it. I got the sense that he was throwing his kids under the bus, by the way. They all took the Fifth. Now, Ivanka was dropped from the lawsuit. There wasn't enough evidence, and there were some statute of limitations issues.
Can I find a clip of Donald Trump snow job? Sounds kinky. I was thinking the same thing, honestly, tell you. Donald Trump brags about running company while president. Trump says he'll run America like his businesses alongside. He literally said he would run America like his business, that famous quote, and followed it up with saying that he would run his business and his country masterfully. Like, he literally, in the lead up to the election, he was saying, do I have like an ant on me or something? He literally said in the lead up to the election he would run his business while he runs the country. Oh, come on. This is another article where he quotes himself, or where it quotes him bragging about it, but it's MSNBC and they fucking lock you behind a paywall. I couldn't get to it. Let's see if we can find more footage of Trump in court. It's always funny. Hehehehe. Seems not. Unfortunate. I guess this is too fresh of a story. I mean, no, it's from yesterday. In court. Under oath. There should be. There are so many trials happening right now. It's impossible to sort through all of these to figure out which one is which. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. All of them are from today, and they're all different trials. Oh, this is so good. First one is the fraud trial. Next one is Trump claims he did not swear an oath to support the Constitution as president. The next one is Trump rape trial. See the tape of Trump under oath that jurors watched in court. Trump forced under oath what jurors in civil rape trial heard in court. Civil fraud trial. Trump claims he averted a nuclear holocaust. That's the clip we just saw a minute ago. By the way, Donald Trump did buddy up with Kim Jong-un quite a bit, but like North Korea is the biggest paper tiger of all time. Didn't they send a bunch of weapons and munitions to Ukraine, or not Ukraine, to Russia to use in Ukraine? And like 25% of it were duds and didn't work. That may be an over-exaggeration, but like North Korea sent like a bunch of their like shitty old world, like Soviet era weapons they had over, and like a bunch of it was duds. Like everything they say about how they could launch a full-scale nuclear war against the rest of the world or America, complete bullshit. They're bluffing. They can't even support their allies with like munitions that work, because all their shit is old, outdated, and broken. Like it's actually hilarious that Donald Trump relies on the fear-mongering that North Korea is a genuine threat to the world. Like, I actually don't buy it anymore that North Korea is that much of a world threat. It's just sort of a cringe, like, oligarchical hellhole, you know? And certainly not socialism or communism, that's for damn sure. Anyway, bit of a silly segment, but I thought you guys would enjoy it. What'd you guys think? I feel like it came out pretty good. What are you guys' thoughts? I have one segment left for you guys after this one, and then I can wrap things up and get myself a nice dinner. Great Seggy? Hell yeah. Boy dinar. What am I getting? I'm just gonna microwave 2 Stouffer's fettuccine with chicken and pesto pastas. Literally one of my favorite, if not my favorite food in the world. I really enjoy it. Let me show you what it is. You don't actually cook? I do. I cook, but dog, my favorite food though. Like, what am I supposed to do? Or no, it's not fettuccine, it's rigatoni, sorry. Dog, What am I supposed to do when this is my favorite food? Like, I could literally eat these. You know how in Metal Gear Solid 3, there's that mechanic where if, like, Snake eats too much of a certain food that he likes, he'll stop liking it as much? Doesn't happen for me with this. Doesn't happen. That doesn't happen with me. I could literally eat this back to back to back, nonstop, all day, every day, forever. Like, if I could live off of it, I would be happy. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. You have to try it. Specifically this. It's so fucking good. Make sure you mix around the sauce and get all the sauce covering everything. It's amazing, okay? Oh, I can't. Oh my god, I'm craving it now. I can't wait. All right, guys. I gotta make it through this stream. I feel like I'm gonna pass out just thinking about eating this shit, man. Oh. Nah, I didn't come. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Get your minds out of the gutter. Enigma Garden, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Helps a lot. I really, really do appreciate it. Says, love your work, man. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate it. I love your work, which is donating to me so far is what I know of your work. So thank you. Very, very kind.
Hey, so...
Whoa. No need to yell. Let me update the dono goal really quick. Do I like sushi? It's alright. I could take it or leave it. Usually when I get sushi, like, it's at a place that offers stuff that I prefer way more, that I'd, like, fill myself up on before I can really, like, go down on a plate of sushi, you know? So usually I'll just have, like, a couple pieces in between, like, bites of hibachi steak and rice. So, yeah. Sorry. That hibachi, like, steak with rice and egg in there, a little bit of, like, onions, you know? Yep. Oh, man. It's a tie between that and that chicken and pesto. Whether, like, what I prefer, like, what I'd eat for the rest of my life. I'm pretty sure you could live on rice and steak for almost forever, right? Like, you could live on rice, just rice, for a long time. So the rice with steak, I feel like, and onion too, I feel like that would keep you going for a while if that was all you ate, right? Yes, but meat is expensive? That's true, yeah. Anyway. Alright, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3. Yeah, pemmican is cool. 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, as you all know, there has lately been a lot of discussion about whether or not Gen Alpha, the newest generation of young people, the generation that has come after Gen Z, Zoomers are no longer the youngest anymore. Gen Alpha are the new ones. Whether or not Gen Alpha is doomed. Now, to be fair, there are some pretty big issues that Gen Alpha is facing, which are pretty much just even worse versions of the issues that Gen Z faced before them, and those were just worse versions of the issues that millennials faced before them. The fact is that for the last few decades, the last few generations, American schooling has been utterly fucked. It has been the bare minimum of what has been the bare minimum of what can educate people on average to the bare minimum of what is necessary to function in society. That is what American education has been for a long time. But then, something happened. And that something was COVID. COVID hit, and for multiple years, Gen Alpha, or a big chunk of Gen Alpha, literally entered their primary school years homeschooled with online schooling. And then after that, with like a really, really weird introduction to normal schooling, akin to if a homeschooler entered normal schooling in like middle school and had to like acclimate to it before they could really dedicate themselves 100% to their studies. So this has led to a very significant and obvious setback in the educational development of Gen Alpha. Notably, Gen Alpha kids are behind quite a few grade levels, and their reading comprehension is not great. Not really the best thing, honestly. So, with that in mind, I got a video here from a YouTuber named Sir Sugar Meat. Wow, what an amazing name, Sir Sugar Meat. I don't know why, but I fucking love that. And the title is, "The Gen Alpha Situation Doesn't Surprise Me as a Former Teacher." Now, I'm not a former teacher. I don't know a lot about education or kids or anything like that, but assuming this woman's credentials are valid, we're going to trust her here and see what she has to say about this, because, you know, a teacher's perspective on the way that kids think and develop and how the education system is failing them is a pretty good perspective to have. So let's go ahead and give this video a watch. Of course, really quickly, I'll be dropping the link to it in chat so you guys can go send support to the original creator. I will not, of course, be watching the whole video on stream because I don't want to upload a whole market substitute for it, but we'll be watching a good chunk of it to use as like a point of conversation here, because overall, I do want to say, I think most of this are, what's happening here is there are real issues Gen Z is facing, or not Gen Z, Gen Alpha. There are real issues Gen Alpha is facing, and those are being used to fearmonger about Gen Alpha being doomed in the same way that like older people have fearmongered for every generation before. And yet, Gen Z wasn't the end of days, millennials weren't the end of days, Gen X wasn't the end of days, boomers weren't the end of days, though they actually might end up being, ironically enough, boomers might be the ones that end up being the end of us all at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's the ironic thing out of all of this. The boomers are the ones that have doomed us all.
So something really funny has happened recently.
Oh,
the
wow.
awfulness that is Generation Alpha is a trending topic right now. Or who knows by the time I get done filming and editing this video. But there are countless of videos on TikTok and YouTube just recounting the horrors that are Gen Alpha. There are a lot of comments being made, such as Gen Alpha doesn't know how to read, they don't know how to write, they're falling behind, they're way below grade level, they don't know how to behave in classrooms, they don't know how to follow instructions, etc., etc., etc. And on top of that, the internet is also blaming millennial parents for not parenting their Gen Alpha kids. There are a lot of...
This is actually a misnomer, the idea that millennial parents are poor at parenting. As it turns out, notably, I read a study on this literally this morning. Millennial dads are the most involved with their kids' fathers of any generation before them, than any generation before them. A big part of this has to do with the fact that millennial dads are still quite young. At like each generation, starting with millennials notably, has kind of retained a certain respect for things they enjoyed in their youth. Video games, cartoons, comic books, movies, things that kids will enjoy while growing up, which means that millennial parents still tend to retain things like a tolerance to try out a video game with their kid, or to watch a Marvel movie with their kid, or to watch a cartoon their kid likes. Millennial dads, unlike any generation before, are willing to sit down and do stuff with their kid that their kid likes, that most adults before them wouldn't be willing to just like sit down and enjoy with them. And this has led to a pretty interesting change in the statistics, where millennial fathers are the most involved parents of any generation before. It's pretty interesting. It's really interesting. And I wonder I think it's actually more Gen X parents that are probably the biggest issue, right? Because if you're having kids, like my mom is Gen X, but she had me really young. Like most people having kids now, or who had kids like in their 30s and who are like raising their kids now that are like Gen Alpha, are Gen X. Like Gen X is the big time parent generation right now. Of Gen Alpha. Millennials are like the new parents, you know? Like they're the ones who are just getting into parenthood still. So it seems like this is more of a Gen X parenting issue than anything, right?
Conversations going on right now about why that is. Is it because of the pandemic? Is it because of Gen Alpha's overdependence on technology and iPads and iPhones? How could we have let this happen?
Okay. Listen, guys. I'ma be real here. A lot of you guys are giving Gen Alpha shit about how they're like dependent on technology, right? But think about it like this. How many of you remember being in school and your teacher telling you need to learn how to do quick addition and subtraction, you need to know your multiplication tables, and you need to know how to do quick division because you won't have a calculator in your pocket all the time? How many times did you hear that from your teachers as a kid and you rolled your eyes because you had a flip phone in your pocket or a cell phone in your pocket? And it's like, yeah, no, I'm always going to have a calculator in my pocket. Now the calculator in my pocket can do long division, advanced calculus. It can tell me literally anything. I can just ask it a math problem and it can solve it for me. That's the kind of technology we have now. And the technology that today's kids are growing up with is just going to get more and more and more advanced and capable. Which means, at the end of the day, learning how to do basic shit like that, as fundamental and important as it may seem to us, honestly, the real valuable skills in the future are going to be the kids who are going to be successful in the future are the kids who are learning how to use ChatGPT to write their essays. I hate to say it, but the kids in like middle school who are already using ChatGPT to write their essays, who are immediately jumping onto new technologies and using them to get like ahead in school, even if it's like not the way they're supposed to, those kids are going to do well. Those kids are going to need to use tech. The problem is the world is getting more and more tech focused. Tech jobs are taking over. Just like with the calculator at being in your pocket with a phone, nobody makes a living calculating shit in their head anymore. That's not like a thing people make a living off of. You don't need to be able to do that for a job. That's not a thing you need to be able to do for like 99.9% of jobs. Back in the day, you need to be able to use some basic math. Now you don't, because there is a calculator in your pocket all the time. You can just use an app or like something to like level something or like equal out a checkbook or whatever, right? Or balance a check, right? Like anybody can do that. And back in the day, you couldn't, right? Technology is advancing, and honestly, the skills that are going to be most valuable to Gen Alpha are going to be adapting to that technology so they can use it for their benefit. I get that the lack of literacy and other things are definitely a problem, but in the same way that young people immediately embracing using phones and their calculators and stuff like that early on was a benefit to us, now that we're older and we're adults and we benefit from that, Gen Alpha is going to have their version of that. It's going to be like ChatGPT and other more advanced things we haven't even thought of yet. Like at a certain point, knowing how to do math is going to be fucking pointless
as a society. Well, guys, as a former teacher, I actually kind of saw this coming, to be honest. And I'd like to tell you today my take on how we got here. Now, before I get into how exactly we got here, I think you should know a little bit of background about me. I was in the field of education for 6 years. I've worked in an after-school program, I've worked in a private school, and I have also worked in a charter school. And they all varied in demographics and backgrounds, so I think I can confidently say that I have taught a wide range of students. And like I said before, there are a lot of complaints right now about how Gen Alpha does not know how to behave in classrooms and how they're really behind. But I kind of saw all that even before the pandemic when I was teaching. I experienced the same thing with Gen Z students, or the tail end of Gen Z. Well, the ones that I taught anyway. I think we were already on a steady decline in terms of grades and behavior and being able to focus in class. And I think that
Well, you know what ended up happening while I was in school? And that, like, massively impacted my grades? We stopped having recess. Unironically. We stopped having that, like, 30 minutes a day before or after lunch where we'd go out and we get to have recess. In middle school, that stops being a thing. There's no recess. You have period 1, period 2, period 3, lunch, period 4, period 5, period 6, you go home. That's how it starts, like that in middle school. You don't have recess. You don't have like a break where you go out and you like just run around and walk around and like just take a walk even. Like you're just your walk is walking to your next class. That's what you get. And that's a 2-minute timer. You get the bell ring, 2 minutes. You better be in your next class by the next bell ring or it's going to be a problem. Starting in middle school, you stop having recess. You go into middle school at 11 years old. 6th grade, generally you start that at 11. Imagine taking an 11-year-old, putting them down for 6.5 hours, and expecting them besides 2-minute intervals between each hour where they have to walk to the next class diligently with no distractions, otherwise they're going to be in trouble, and then their one lunch break where they have to sit down, get their food, and eat quickly, otherwise they're not going to have food in their stomach for the rest of the day. Like, that is your day, and you expect these kids to not literally fucking hate school and not try out of spite. I'm gonna be honest, when I was a kid, there was a certain degree to which I didn't try in school out of spite. And a lot of kids didn't try in school out of spite. And the kids who did try in school tried out of fear. Fear of their future and what would happen if they didn't work hard. Fear of what their parents might do if they got bad grades. None of them wanted to be at school. None of them wanted to learn. Nobody wanted to learn. You get 5 minutes, San? It was 2 minutes at my school. Don't know what to tell you.
added stress of the pandemic kind of just exacerbated all of our pre-existing problems. When you look at why I quit teaching videos on YouTube, there are a lot of veteran teachers commenting on those videos saying that they have already been witnessing a steady decline of classroom behavior over a span of 10 plus years. But why is that? What caused this if not COVID? Well, let me tell you about my personal experience with teaching and why I left the profession in the first place.
We decided 11-year-olds are too old for recess.
I had left my teaching job at the end of 2022.
Oh, and you know what else also stopped really being a thing when I entered middle school? Art classes. We did have PE, by the way. PE was the closest you would get to recess, but PE wasn't recess. It wasn't the it's not the same. It's not the same. It's yes, they try to tire you out, and you did get to exercise a bit, and that was good. But there were days where it rained. There were days where the teacher just decided we were going to play baseball or softball, and we had to stand in a place for 10, 15 minutes at a time. And it's okay, well, this isn't even really getting to do anything. So depending on what PE teacher has you decide to do that day, it's not even really all that much of anything. But sometimes the PE teacher is just fuck it, run on the track for 15 minutes. And it's yes, that was the best. That was the best, was warm up and cool down, where we got to walk and run on the track for 5 to 10 minutes before and after PE. Because that was the time where you could walk with your friends and talk and just burn some energy while talking to your friends without getting a teacher yelling at you. It was one of the few times in the day where you could actually enjoy the friends you made at school. The fact is that school is a prison for most kids. Kids see school as a prison. I saw it as a prison. All my classmates did. And most kids now see it as a prison. And if kids don't enjoy doing something, they aren't going to apply effort to that thing. It's as simple as that. And they aren't in the wrong for it. There's nothing wrong with them for that. That is how humans work. People don't like to apply effort to things they don't enjoy. It's literally the same thing we talked about with the topic of the 4-day work week as well. Even adults working in RV manufacturing work harder and are more productive when they have an extra day off. That is the adult version of a recess break, right? Kids are the same way. That recess time is a valuable, valuable break. And you know what's the worst thing as well? There's no mandatory recess for elementary school, though. There is recess in elementary school, or there was when I was a kid, but it wasn't mandatory. So if you were behind in your work and your teacher wanted you to catch up, you know what time you were losing out on? Recess time. So the kids who are the most in need, like the kids with ADHD who are behind in their work, who have bad grades, and they have to they have to stay behind and do extra credit, they're the ones who are losing out on recess time and not getting to burn that energy. So that feeds the problem even worse. That's what happened to me when I was in elementary school. My grades would be fucked up, which would cause me to have to do extra credit, which would have to happen during recess time, which meant that during class I was pent up on energy and I just couldn't focus because I was thinking my leg would be tapping, my legs would be bouncing. I just couldn't think and I couldn't focus, and that would feed the problem even further. And there would be weeks at a time I wouldn't get recess because I'd have times tables to fill out or something, right? And that's a lot of kids with ADHD, their experience, even in the grades where you do get recess. It's a big problem. Kids are hyperactive. You can't expect them to sit down and pay attention when they have lost any outlet through which they can express their hyperactivity. And it's especially bad when you've got a lot of kids with ADHD and who aren't neurotypical and who need some level of accommodation for their learning.
And for a multitude of reasons. Now, shockingly, pay was not one of them. Californian teachers actually get paid pretty decently in comparison to other states. But there were some reasons why I quit that coincide with a lot of other teachers'
Okay, let's not pretend pay is not a part of it, though. Teachers do need to be paid more, and schools need to be funded more. Schools do not need to be funded based on local property tax.
Reasons for leaving. Some of those reasons include students' bad behavior, students' lack of motivation, parents unwilling to work with teachers to correct their students' behavior, and the job overall affecting my mental and physical health. Yeah, let me talk about that last one real quick though. Man, the stress of the job was so much that I regularly had anxiety attacks. There were some days during my teaching profession where I would just be crying during one of my off periods, and I would think that I could get it together within that off period, but I just couldn't, and I'd have to get a sub to cover for me for the day because it was just that bad, because I get so anxious about how the kids were gonna tear into me that day. Legit, you have to be really emotionally strong to handle teaching, and there are just, everyone has good days and bad days, just like any other person. I have my own
it's
life,
real.
and I have
No, kids are brutal. I mean, listen, dude, guys, you've been kids. I'm sure you've seen how fucking brutal kids can be to other kids. Do you remember how fucking, brutal you were to the teachers when you were kids? Imagine that from the teachers' perspectives now that you're an adult. What it would be like to have a bunch of little shitheads. You can't even, they get to shit talk you as much as they like with their little shit-eating grins, and you can't hit them. You're not allowed to hit them, no matter how much shit they talk, no matter how much they hurt their feelings and bruise your ego. You can't just go, not allowed, not allowed. That will destroy your mental health. Zan, what the fuck? I'm not saying you should hit them, to be clear. I'm saying you're not allowed to, and your job mandates you sit there and take it. It's rough, okay? It's rough on one's mental health. Let's not deny it isn't.
Other things going on. There were some days where I would already be in a terrible headspace, and children verbally attacking you does not help. My partner, who'd watch me come home every day from work, told me that I looked like I was going to unalive myself at any moment. He saw it on my face every time I came home. It was horrible. And not to mention too, I was so stressed that I was stress eating, I was stress drinking. I think when I was teaching, I gained about 20 to 30.
Oh, I really like this comment from Astro Arguello. We had a bus driver named Jerry. We did the Jerry Springer chant every time. One day, he dropped us all off on the side of the road. I feel bad as an adult. Dog, my bus would fucking torture our bus driver. I was the one person on the bus that was nice to the bus driver. And the main reason for this was that my place that I lived in was grandfathered into the school zone for the school that I went to because it was very far away, and it was grandfathered in and zoned for that school before a more near and shittier school was built. But I managed to get into the nicer, further away school, and you know, they still ran the bus out for me. And so I was the one kid that got picked up at the one stop really far away from the school. And so, you know, I would oftentimes have like a 10-minute drive where it was literally me alone on the bus with the bus driver in the morning and at the end of the day, every day that I had school. Just me and the bus driver for 10 minutes before the next kid, the one kid that got picked up 10 minutes later would get picked up. And so I quickly became friends with the bus driver, and my mom would like bring our dog to the bus stop. So like my bus driver would see the dog and be like, "Oh, she's so cute." And I'd be like, "Yeah, she is. She's awesome." And we'd talk about my dog and stuff. So I was very nice to the bus driver. This was especially during the afternoon after, you know, 8 hours of being pent up at school, right? The kids were awful to the bus driver on the way back, especially from school. Now, to be fair, the bus driver wanted to listen to the Golden Oldies radio station, which, as you can imagine, a bus full of like 11, 12, and 13-year-olds do not want to listen to, for the most part. I didn't mind because I'm very into, you know, that type of music. But a lot of these kids did not want to listen to it, and they wanted to listen to, like, the modern pop music, right? That was on a different radio station. So there was a constant tug of war between the kids and the bus driver on what radio station would be on. Not only was the fact that these kids were always screaming, yelling, throwing shit around, making a big ruckus, the normal shit, but there was also the fact that the kids were constantly chanting, yelling at the bus driver to change the radio station off of Golden Oldies to pop music, like modern music, you know? At the time, that was like, you're gonna laugh. I'm gonna date this story so much. This was the type of music that would play when she would turn on the channel that the kids wanted to have on. Let me think of one that was like really popular back then. How's it go? Party rock is in the house tonight. Everybody, yeah, that song. Yep. Coin Dog, you got it. Fucking, that's the kind of shit that would be on the radio. That dates this video for you, okay? That dates this story for you. Not this video, this story. I'm so brain broken by being a YouTuber. That dates this story for you. And so they would scream at the bus driver and bully the shit out of her. No, being a teacher is absolutely mentally exhausting. And, like, don't get me wrong, at least I think this has always been a problem, but in my experience, Gen Z kids were very, very rude and awful to teachers, even great teachers, even really nice teachers and other staff. And there were always going to be kids that are a problem, but I do think it was, like, maybe worse than it used to be. I had a really great teacher named Mr. McManus, and kids gave him a lot more shit than he ever deserved. And it was just like, I don't know. I don't know if the problem was always that bad. You know, I always feel like maybe back in the day there was that one trickster kid, but nowadays it's like half the class is like that, you know? I don't want to play into the Gen Alpha fear-mongering, though. You know, I think a lot of this stuff has always been an issue. It just looks different now.
Pounds. And, you know, after being a year away from the profession, I've lost some of that weight, but not all of it. But yeah, overall, the job was just not physically nor emotionally healthy for me. And see, that was just one half of it. The other half of it came from the colleagues I worked with. Listen, I believe that most everyone who enters the field of teaching has great intentions and comes into it wanting to help children.
I will admit, this video is going a little slow. I appreciate it, but it's going a little slow, so I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
That's great. However, I had to deal with quite a number of colleagues who, in my opinion, contributed to that student misbehavior. And I have several examples. I had this one colleague who, in their class, all they would do was play movies, like day in, day out. They would just play movies for the kids. And they swore that it was like, you know, a movie that pertained to whatever lesson they were teaching, because I think they were teaching some sort of like life skills class, something like that. But yeah, they would play movies day in, day out.
Okay. Life skills is the one elective class that I think, like, everybody should take, guaranteed, no matter what, like, you plan to do in life. That is the one class in school where they unironically just straight up teach you what you need to know for the real world. Like, they teach you how to balance a check, they teach you how to pay taxes, they teach you how to, like, just do basic, like, taking care of a house and, like, preparing for, like, it's a elective, and it's one that's seen as like a blow-off, jerk-off class or whatever. You just don't even try or whatever. It's really easy A. But it's a class that teaches genuinely useful skills, the kinds of skills that teenagers are like, or even adults these days are like, why didn't they teach us this in school? And it's like, because you didn't take home ec or life skills. Like, that's... Like, if your school offered that, you really should take it. So they're very valuable, like, electives.
Kids love that teacher.
I wish I
obviously,
took those
because
classes.
They knew that they wouldn't really have to do anything that day for when they had that teacher's class. And admin knew about what the teacher was doing as well, but they didn't really do anything. They were just like, oh yeah, we hear that the kids love you. Great job. Great job. They're playing movies for the kids every day. How's that contributing to their education? Is there really much you can learn from Fast and Furious besides family?
Family.
Then there was this other coworker of mine who tried to motivate kids by promising like a fun non-school related activity for them if they did their work, which, like, you know, okay, sure, that could be a thing. That could be a motivator, especially with kids who like are already not very motivated by school. But here's the thing though, that teacher would always give in to the kids and do the fun activity.
You know what was unironically the best way that a teacher could handle this entire fucked up system? Another Mr. McManus name drop. I wonder if he still teaches. If he still teaches, I hope he hears my praise of his teaching skill, because he's really good at it. I'll admit, and I hope this doesn't end up being insulting to him if he does still teach. He was a little bit on the older side when he was my teacher, so he might have already retired. I feel like he might have already retired by now. But what he did was a couple of things. So he would, at the start of class, lay out what our work was for his period. He said, we have a lecture. That's what he would call it. Like, we had a lecture, which was basically him reading from our textbook. And he would also stun lock on everything and tell like a really elaborate story relating to the topic he'd read about, because he was a very worldly guy who'd done a lot of traveling, so he had a lot to talk about from personal experience relating to the things he'd talk about. He was our geography teacher. And so he would start by telling us, this is what we're doing today. We're going to start with a lecture, and then you're going to fill out notes as I'm talking to you. I'm going to specify what you specifically want to fill out notes on. Then you're going to do a pop quiz on those notes to help like retain that information. And then once you've finished it, I'm going to grade it in front of you. It's a very fast, quick thing to finish, like yourself, and it's a very fast, quick thing for him to grade. And if you get a B or higher, then you get to go work on the mosaic. And what he would do is he'd do the lecture, we would write our notes while we listened to him, and then we'd get to like sit back between writing notes and listen to his story, or his story would give us time to finish our notes if we were slower writers, which is perfect. And then once we finished that, we would go on to the pop quiz. He would hand out the sheets, and we would fill it out. There would usually be 20 what's it called? Multiple choice questions about the topics that we had just like learned about. And then there would be like 6 write in the answer topics, right? Where it'd be like they'd ask a question, you have to actually write out a sentence or two to answer it. And then you fill that out. And that would be like a module from the textbook. That'd be like a region and historical event of the region. That'd be what it would be about. You turn it into the teacher. You would have to wait in line if you were like, not the first to go up. And he would grade it right there in front of you. And if you got like a C or a D, he'd say, nope. Go back and reread the textbook, and then I'll give you a new sheet. And that's how he'd do it. And you could go up and ask him, like, to specify on a topic, and he'll elaborate on it. But, like, he'd try to make it quick, and he'd grade through things. And most of the time, you'd do well, right? You would get through it. And so he would let you go and work on a mosaic. He had this big, like, metal, like, frame, and then this sort of, like, backstop of I don't even know what. And he had this, like, plaster type thing that would come out of, like, a gun-looking thing, like a little tube gun. And it was, like, this brown paste. And he had a bunch of broken-up pieces of ceramic tile that were all sorts of different colors. Some were shiny, some were dull, all different colors. And he had, like, drawn out the color and shapes of everything already. So, like, we already had, like, the design worked out and everything. So we would just get to, like, work on the mosaic, and they'd be put up all around the school when they were done, and we'd get to sign them too if we'd worked on them. So they were all up around the school, and we get to see our hard work afterwards. And it was fun to work on the mosaic and quietly talk to your friends while working on it, while everyone else finishes up their work. And while we were doing our work, by the way, while we do the pop quiz, he would play like classic country music, like not like modern shit country music, like golden era country music. Like it was the good shit, you know, like the actual pleasant, nice to listen to, relaxing stuff. So it was like very quiet, very light, so you could tune it out if you needed to. But like, yeah, it was nice. Nope, if it's the country you're thinking of that you hate, Akira Tanakel, then you're not thinking of the right country music. Yeah, like classic country music. Yeah, like Marty Robbins stuff, yeah. Like Willie Nelson and stuff. Johnny Cash. So yeah, it was pretty awesome. It was really nice. It was like it was the class that I looked forward to the most. And he also did a lot to like dedicate, like, okay, if we were able to get all of our work done early and have a day saved. Yeah, like Black Velvet by Alana Miles was literally one of the songs he would play too. Yep, you got it, Versus. That's a good one. On top of that, something he would do is if we got our work for the week done on Friday, what we would do is we'd go outside and there was a garden, a school garden that he had specifically put in the effort to create with the help of students during his periods, and he had gotten the permission to create from the student, like from the office and everything. And so if we got our work done early on a week basis, Friday would be garden day. Straight up, we enter class, we put our stuff down, we go outside after grabbing a water bottle, and we go out and we work on the vegetable garden. Talk to our friends, chill out, relax, eat even some of the stuff that we've cultivated within reason. You can't do too much, eat too much, or pick too much, but like, yeah, we would get to work on like a literal vegetable garden on Fridays. And that was the closest to recess we ever had. And that was just because Mr. McManus was so awesome specifically. That was because that one teacher specifically went so far out of his way to use what small amount of time he had in the day to teach a certain group of students and to do it the best way possible. And he did that 6 times a day because it was 6 periods a day. And he taught, everybody had a different, he had to teach a period each time, right? We had to get out of there so his next class could come in, and he taught the same class each time. So he did that, not just for me, but for 5 other classes of students every day. And he did it phenomenally. And I can't speak in a way that does justice to his teaching style, how great it was. Trust me, it was great. And I think, frankly, teacher pay is a big part of it. If teachers were paid more, they would give more of a shit. And if they gave more of a shit, they would be willing to go further. I do think to an extent it's the fault of the teachers, but I think the fault more so carries on to the government. The fact that teachers are underpaid. If teachers were paid more, they'd have the kind of passion for their job that Mr. McManus had, where they'd be willing to work even within the system as it already is to try and make learning as enriching and interesting and fun for kids as possible. Because this guy, and when I talk about Mr. McManus, by the way, you might think of a person very different from who he was. This was a gruff-voiced New Yorker who had like a thick New York accent, and he was in his 60s. Short hair, and like he wore a gold chain. Like a very low-key gold chain, but it was a gold chain. And he would tell stories about how he used to deliver Coke, like Coca-Cola, not Coke, the drug. He would deliver Coca-Cola. He was a Coca-Cola truck driver in New York City like 100 years ago or whatever. And those trucks carried shitloads of cash back then, which meant they got robbed. He heavily alluded that he killed a guy who tried to rob him once. He was a cool fucking teacher. We really liked him. We really, really liked him. Yeah, he was a great teacher. I wish more teachers were like him. Anyway, guys, how'd you like that segment? Did you enjoy? I hope you enjoyed that segment. I feel like it came out pretty good. Another banger. Good seggy. Chad teacher. True. Mr. McManus was a Chad. Loved the stories, Ann? Hell yeah. Should schools have 4-day weeks like 4-day work weeks? Honestly, yeah. The same, because then the teachers would have 4-day work weeks, which gives them more time to work on curriculum at home, by the way, which means they have more time to make their job. They teach better. They have more time to prepare. Kids are more focused because they've had more time off and more time to, yeah, it's literally better all around for teachers and students to go to school 4 days a week. It'd be all around better. And I think other countries do it that way too and don't have homework on top of that. Homework should not exist. Oh, I didn't even get to that. Homework should straight up not exist. I didn't even get to go to get to talk about homework. I totally forgot. But it just straight up shouldn't be a thing. There's no actual valid reason for it to exist. If you can't bring your video games to school and play them in the classroom, then you shouldn't be having to bring the classroom to your bedroom and doing schoolwork in your bedroom. That shouldn't be a thing. When you're a kid, you should be coming home, and the second you walk through that door, all the worries of school are gone. It's time to enjoy the life you have outside of school. But no, school has to exist outside of school because reasons. I don't know. Zoomy Dog, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. It really does help. Says, we should have a Giga Stacy counterpart to Chad W called Stacy W that uses this image. Honestly, we might. Yeah. Honestly, I'll look into that. Thank you, Zoomy Dog. I appreciate the suggestion. I've been meaning to add more emotes to the site. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Listen, guys, I have to admit, I am really, really tired. And as much as I would like to... Oh, I didn't show it. I'm sorry. I already closed the dono. As much as I would like to stream for longer, I actually think I'm going to pass out if I don't eat something. So I am going to wrap it up here. I really do appreciate you all coming out today. You've been amazing and awesome and PogChamp. You guys are the absolute best. I love you all very, very much. And thank you all for coming out today. You've been really great. As always, triple uploads per day will be continuing. I'll be going live tomorrow. And after segments tomorrow, I will be doing more SevTech Ages with Ethan. So be excited for that. I started that SevTech Ages world, and we're going to be continuing it for our second stream. So if you saw the first one, you will not have missed anything if you watch the second. For those that don't know, SevTech Ages is a Minecraft mod pack that is super fucking in-depth. It is a progression-based mod pack, where instead of Minecraft's progression being punch tree, get wood, break stone, make stone tools, get iron, make iron tools, get diamond, make diamond tools, go to the nether, get netherite, make netherite tools, go to the end, kill ender dragon, you beat the game, everything else is pretty much filler. Instead of that being Minecraft's progression, it basically adds an extra 20 million steps to that progression process, all using mods. But the mods have been modded themselves to create a cohesive experience that's made to be its own thing. The mods on their own function differently than they do in the mod pack because they've been tweaked to work in conjunction with each other in very specific ways. Notably, when you spawn in, you can't just punch down a tree. You've got to break, like, grass to get, like, grass fight. Oh, god damn it. I guess it's been a while. The timer ran out. You gotta, like, break tall grass to get grass fibers, and then break gravel to get flint, and then break it up against a rock to get flint edges, and, like, make a crafting stump in order to craft it together, and then you can make an axe in order to cut down trees, and then you gotta strip the bark and chop it up on a chopping block. Basically, it's like heavy primitive survival in Age 0. You evolve to Age 1, and at the end of that, you manage to make your first, like, basic smelter, and you're able to melt, like, bronze, and you go to the Bronze Age in Age 2, and there's, like, a lot of ages, but you end up doing, like, interplanetary travel via rockets and building space stations. It's awesome. What's the link to this mod pack? It sounds fun as fuck. Let me see if I can find a trailer for it. Then if you look up the trailer on YouTube, you'll be able to find the thing.
What is going on, guys? Welcome to it.
Okay, so this is, I guess, the closest to a trailer SevTech Ages has. It's a bit of an older-ish mod pack. It's for 1.12.
Guys, welcome to another video. In this video, I'm going to be giving you an honest review of the mod pack SevTech Ages while giving an overview of all its features. By the end of this 5-minute video, you will know if you should play SevTech Ages or not. Let's get started. When playing SevTech Ages, you'll go through the ages of human history in 6 different ages: the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Middle Ages, Industrial Age, Modern Age, and Futuristic Age. To do this, the mod pack adds a vanilla advancement system that acts as a guide to players but doesn't take away from the sandbox experience. Once all the necessary advancements for one age are completed, you will move to the next age. As you progress, some ores and items will be invisible and impossible to craft until you reach a certain point in the game. As you progress through the game, mobs will also become progressively more difficult, and you will get access to more of the 257 mods installed. The Stone Age acts as a tutorial to the mod pack. You can expect simple, primitive items and crafting, and rather weak mobs. In the Bronze Age, you get access to copper and tin, which can be used to make bronze. There are also slightly stronger mobs, and magical elements await you. During the Middle Ages, there will again be stronger mobs like Endermen, and you'll have access to more ores such as iron and gold. During this stage of the game, you'll explore the game world, finding components to make a coal engine. The main goal during the Industrial Age is to create plastic by creating numerous new machines.
You gotta find oil, and that's
At the end of the Modern Age, you will...
He is skipping over this. This is like dozens of hours of progression for each of these ages, by the way. And that's assuming you, like, speed run the progression and don't do everything each age, like, has to offer. Like, you could, like, really get into, say, totemic magic with that mod and, like, really spend time on that. Or you can just do the bare minimum that it requires you to do for the tutorial of it to advance to the next stage. Like, you can really spend time, like, months and months and months and months progressing this mod pack. And what I like about this mod pack is it's not like, oh, we just got a bunch of mods where it's like we threw them in there and you're thrown into Minecraft and it's like a big sandbox and you can do what you want. I like that. But what I really like about SevTech is that there is constantly an objective. Always. You are always trying to get to that star achievement objective that you do at the end of each age. You are always like, okay, so what's the next thing I need to craft? Okay, that. Okay, so to make that, I need this and this and that. Oh, fuck, to make that, I have to make one of these. Okay, what do I need to make that? All right, I have to craft some of this. Okay, I'm going to craft some of that. Like, you always have an objective. There's no, like, okay, now I'm bored. That doesn't happen. And what I really like is it completely eliminates vein mining. Or what's it called? Strip mining. There is no, like, mining, really, in this. Like, the way you mine is completely different. The time you spend in this is mostly overworld exploration, looking for stuff. You're not really underground searching caves and like strip mining, because the way ores spawn is in like a massive fucking vein where like one vein can give you all you'll need for like a long time. So you don't end up mining very often, which is like deliberate. They didn't take the mine out of it. It's just that like the game doesn't bloat your playtime with endless hours of strip mining and searching caves. Instead, it's like, make a teleporter to go to another dimension that's like deep underground where you have to like light up the area with torches or the darkness hurts you, and find dark quartz ore so you can use it to make ties for your like or gear boxes for your like water wheel to power your grinder, so you can grind stuff, because you need to grind a lot of stuff. You need to power like your wood cutter and your press and stuff like that. It's a whole thing. Anyway,
landed on. At the end of the modern age, you will have landed on the moon and be able to visit the end. A lot of new complex machines are also now at your disposal. During this final stage of the game, you can explore everything the mod pack has to offer. A big part of this stage is about energy generation, for which you'll have a variety of options. There are also a ton of new, stronger mods, and you'll be able to explore the solar system. I personally think this is a very fun mod pack to play, and it's hard to get bored of. It's fun to play with friends thanks to the mod Together Forever, which syncs progress with others in the world. Although I do have some negatives. For starters, the mod pack is very large and requires a lot of RAM to play, meaning if you have a bad PC, well,
yeah.
Now, it all boils down to the question, should you play it? Well, that's your decision. I don't care if you play it or not.
Pretty much, that's the only downside is, holy fuck, hopefully you got enough RAM on your PC to run this shit. Make sure you get it through CurseForge launcher. So just make sure through CurseForge or through the Minecraft launcher, whenever you like open the mod pack through CurseForge, you can just go through the Java settings. Make sure you allocate enough RAM. I would recommend, if you can, like 16 gigs. That'll about do it. That's probably a little overkill, but that'll make sure you never run out. Like, unless you have a serious memory leak, that's going to be like a once every once in a while crash type situation. Yeah. 16, like I said, it's a bit overkill. You probably only need like 10, but like 16 is what I allocate, and that gets the job done. I've got 32 gigs, to be fair. Honestly, in modern gaming, you want to go for like 32 gigs of RAM if you can. Generally. You don't need it, but if you're a Minecraft player, fuck, I mean, get 32 gigs of RAM if you can. What are you even thinking? Anyway, guys, that's all for me today. That's all I got. I'm tired. I'm hungry. But I love you all so much, and I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully you're hyped to watch me and Ethan play some SevTech Ages after topics tomorrow. But as always, I love you all very much, and have a good one. Doo-doo fart.